bit about you and Planet, because you two have been playing together for a really long time, pretty much your entire careers. How well do you guys know each other now?
是挺熟悉的吧，就是我一直都很信任他，然后确实打了很久了，一起。
And how does that affect the way in which you play the game? How do you communicate?
这个我也说不太清，但是就是我们各自的交流会更直接、更信任一点吧，就是执行的也比较高效的。
Okay. Are you friends outside of the game then?
是关系很好的朋友。
Excellent. What kind of things do you do together?
有时候会一起出去旅游吧。
Good stuff. All right. So how do you feel about playing carry in this meta? What do you have to do to be successful?
我觉得现在的1号位属于那种比较多变一些的吧，就没有很固定的玩法。就其实现在各种强队的1号位，其实玩法都挺不一样的。
And who do you think has been at the front of this sort of more aggressive way of playing carry? Who have you been looking at personally?
个人肯定会更关注亚托尔一些，因为他一直以来都是最好的carry。
Excellent stuff. And I know the answer, but what placement would you be happy with?
肯定是冠军，因为只有冠军才会不留遗憾吧。
Jared, thank you so much for coming and talk to me, and best of luck at the international.
Thank you.
Well, right now, luckily for Shiro, they are in a position that they could be inching ever so closer to taking home that TI Aegis, winning this championship. Right now, undefeated. They're coming up against P-Vision, but we've seen them a couple of times on the main stream or here on A stream, and we haven't really gotten to talk too much about Tidebound, so I think it's only fair that we start with them, give them a little bit more time, and how we expect them to evolve through the next few days and throughout the tournament here.
Yeah, I think Tidebound, first of all, they look fantastic right now. I watched a little bit of their games, and it feels like everything's clicking together for, I guess, all the Chinese teams here,
yeah.
right? Like, it seems like the meta is fitting them in terms of the heroes that they get to play. I think individually they've stepped it up. I don't know how long they've been here, like, screaming the other Western and CIS teams, but I think they've been here for a while, and you can see how they bring their own playstyle, and then they mix it together with some of the things from the West.
Yesterday, I think the series that really stood out was their second one. They went up against Liquid, and I know in that game too, it was just really dominating from them. They were commanding the game from start to end, it felt, Raya.
I didn't see it.
What? You did what? And you were like, my predictions! Liquid lost!
I heard the Liquid lost, but I didn't watch the game. I don't know. Hey, I'm looking at it though. They faked Earthshaker 3 out of their games today, or games yesterday, and they're doing the exact. I mean, they're winning with that hero. They're probably the ones contributing to the 90% win rate on this damn hero.
They are the reason for the 90%.
They're the reason. It's OP.
It's actually all just Chinese Dota is loving Earthshaker right now, Thea.
Yeah.
I mean, one of my criticisms of Tidebound in the past.
Oh, I didn't ask. Oh, in the past. Okay, sorry. No. I'll let you continue.
Go ahead.
No. I did ask now. Yes, in the past, Fear, would you have had any criticisms for them?
Oh, since you asked. I think... But before, I really thought that Nothing to Say had a weird playstyle on the team. He oftentimes would get like this not last pick hero, but this early pick hero. And he'd be fed to the wolves, essentially. And he wouldn't really have a big purpose on this hero either. And they would last pick like some Bach hero that would try to win the lane. It would fail miserably. And they wouldn't win games off of that. So over time, they've kind of got over that. They're giving Nothing to Say more of these heroes like these Earthshakers and Sand Kings, which are much more meta now. And I think that's working incredibly good for them. And they are getting these last pick carries for Shiro, which is an incredibly versatile player too. So I feel like throughout this year, they have struggled, but they finally figured out within the draft on how to all make it all work. And it's really coming together now. And kind of what makes them very scary now, because they always had the potential. They just didn't have the correct draft order, I feel.
Yeah. Well, both of our teams that we're seeing right now, Tidebound and P-Vision, finding success with those drafts, with their games, but it feels like for opposite reasons. You're saying Tidebound now, their order in which they're picking for their players, but also going back into meta heroes is working for them. P-Vision, though, on the other side, yeah, they've got some unique ones. The biggest one that stands out for me, well, I guess both of them, is that Alk and that Tinker, and also more predominantly the positions they're being played in. That is 3 games of Alk position 4 and 2 games of Tinker Carrot.
Yeah, it's just OP, unbeatable.
They just swapped positions.
They did. They actually did.
The Alk, I don't think this panel was very impressed when we saw it, but they keep picking it. Like, even after the first game where we watched it, he kind of fed a lot. I think he went Blink Rush and then Ags. to start giving that to his team, and there were a lot of fights where he'd just like blink in, get 2-shot, die because he has no other net worth, and it looked really lackluster. And yet they then picked it the next game, and then they picked it in their next series, and there's something that they really highly value about this hero that I don't think we are on a high enough plane to understand yet.
Yeah, we're just not seeing it the same way. Like I always say from that I got from Fear is sure the Alk might have won, but
Banned.
did he win the game?
This is what it was all for. Fly was the biggest hater here for the Alk. Look at that. They have now forced Tidebound into a first phase Alk ban situation.
Forced him.
That makes me sad, actually. I really wanted him to pick Alk and for it to not work, just so I can prove my point.
Yeah, now we'll never get to know. If people keep banning it out from them, we'll never know if it actually works or not, you know?
I'm sure
Just
9
three
Class
games
is
off.
having a good laugh off of this. I can't believe they banned
Those
it.
idiots, they've fallen for my
They really fell for it.
I mean, it's either genius in the fact that he is baiting people to ban bad heroes, but it also might be a situation where they actually think it's good. And 9 Class, every time I see him play, he looks completely different when he's on like a normal hero. He's not scary. When he's on a weird like hero that you don't really understand, that's when 9 Class is in his element. But if he's on a hero that you understand, it's like, whatever. He's a Snapfire. Who cares? So I wonder how many Alchemist type heroes he has, because yeah, he played it 3 games, and the one game he didn't, he reverted back to his Slark, which has been heavily nerfed.
Yeah. Well, we got our Beastmaster out. They left Sand King in the pool. They're picking Conquer. Okay. There were so many heroes in the pool there. There's like Sand King, Conquer, Mossy's still in, which I like a lot. They've been picking Enigma as well. That's bad actually.
It's
I
bad.
missed that ban. That's my bad.
That's all right. Sometimes you just gotta think out loud.
Yeah, that's my bad. There's also a lot of like first pick mids. We've seen like Storm Spirit, and I think Pucks usually comes out in the second phase if they're gonna take it.
I imagine now they're just gonna try to match up the Kunkka versus the Beast, so they're gonna P-Vision's gonna look to pick their offlaner, I would say, on the 16-17, and kind of following Kunkka against Beast. Even though Kunkka carry hasn't been done in a while, they are one of the teams that used to enjoy it on Satanic, and he would scale like crazy buying Radiance, like basically the same build as you would go from mid, really. So yeah, I'm wondering what Astini has cooking this time. I think this is where it gets kind of exotic. We're gonna see in the second phase. I will say Slark is a great save against Beastmaster in the game. Every time he roars and you use your shard, you basically save the guy. So maybe the return of the Slark. I know they played it one game. The one game they didn't pick Alchemist, which was in the pool, by the way. I'll let you know.
Yeah.
Whoa, how big of him to ignore it. Very
I
proud of
know
him.
that you're big haters, but also guess who has a save against nice Ultima of Aurora? Dawnbreaker. Still in the pool.
Are we doing haters?
She's making up a narrative right
They
now.
were okay. They were talking about her low win rate.
That's just a stat.
That is a stat.
That's not an emotional state.
But that's not true. We had a whole conversation where we were like, oh, Dawnbreaker doesn't seem to be that good. She's not having very much impact.
Well, I specifically said the Dawnbreaker players were not playing very well.
Okay, so you're a hater. That's
Of the players.
very
playing
negative.
Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, of the
narrative
players,
here.
not the hero.
Oh, okay. My bad then.
We're getting
sorry.
very specific now.
Well, in that case, do we feel like P-Vision
Is
or,
Dawnbreaker good versus Beast? Yes, I agree with you there.
Oh, very good.
I'm looking at something maybe like a Bristol back type hero. I think when you have Kunkka, you want more carry-ish type of heroes on the other roles. Like Dawn is sort of in this weird in-between where she's not really a carry, but she's not really a support. She's a little weird. She scales weird into the game. So I'm thinking Bristol, which is a DM hero. Maybe if there's an excuse to pick Lycan, I could see a Lycan on 16-17 if the supports don't look good against it. Yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
Those all sound good to me. Was there some strong DM heroes? But I'm
Good
more
for you
curious
guys.
about what 9 class is going to play.
I mean, yeah.
Hey, you can't let it go. You gotta go
College.
back to 9 class.
College.
I mean, he's a very important part of this team.
Yeah.
I
Don't
think
disagree.
what he plays
But
does have a lot of... That's a very interesting pick. Why do you think they picked AA
I don't know.
without seeing really anything that it hard counters?
Well,
Isn't Beast good versus AA?
Yeah, but you have a Kunkka to protect him.
Yeah, there was this one meta where Kunkka was very popular, and they used to run this combo a lot because Kunkka needs follow-up damage, and A is one of the best follow-up damages you have in the game. So normally I agree with you, picking A into Beast is complete grief, but because they have Kunkka who can literally, he can win the lane alone, he doesn't need AA
Yeah,
there,
he doesn't.
then I'm fine with it. I think Marcy is just a good response in general. The hero seems very strong right now. They can still choose to put it as a carry, or even they can just put it as a position 4, because if the A is ever out of position, then Marcy's just gonna destroy you in 2 seconds.
I mean, I guess that's what I'm not understanding is like, since Kunkka can literally get any hero out of the lane, what value does picking AA have over any hero, like a Disruptor, for example, on your pos 5? They must be afraid of some type of healing that they could block pick.
I'm just thinking of
Interesting, yeah.
damage,
Just-
because Snapfire is banned. So
Yeah,
what
I mean, it
support do you
is.
get that deals a lot of damage when your 9 class is asking for a Slark right now, you know?
Sure.
He's not asking for damage.
There's a chance they're also block picking. Well, not block picking. There's a chance that they are anticipating a Morphling. They just want to pick AA, dissuade it.
Yeah, definitely A block picks a lot of heroes for sure. Alright,
Yeah.
we'll see. I mean, Astini is definitely cooking. Yep, he's cooking.
I actually don't know about this Marcy pick. I swear there's a team that would pick Kunkka against Marcy because, or at least as a core, it could easily be a support and then it's okay. But as a core, Marcy needs to kill people in the space of her BKB and her ult, and then she just becomes useless afterwards. So Kunkka's ROM specifically makes your team able to outlast that period of time. And she becomes much worse as a hero as a result. So
I mean, it
don't
definitely
know
helps,
this.
yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree. And you can also have the X against the potential jump from Marcy.
Alright, somebody help me here.
I mean, it has to be a 9 class Magnus, I
Yeah.
imagine, and a
9
DM
class
Necrophos.
I mean, I think the DM Necrophos was almost a for sure.
Let's just carry Kunkka into Beast.
Because, I mean, I think no one can play Necro, but
Yeah.
I think when you pick Beast like this and Marcy, I don't think a lot of other teams are playing Marcy in the offlane. Most of them have been carry.
Ooh,
Hey.
a taste of your own medicine.
Ooh,
But this would be mid, right?
I hope so.
Yeah, that's an NTS special.
Yeah.
It is a good Tinker game. It's good against Necrophos. It is good against Kunkka in the game.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think P Vision is sort of just looking at their own heroes and how to enable them. So they're thinking Magnus can empower the Kunkka, so he can scale better into the game as a carry. The A follow up for Kunkka, so you have damage on his combo. The Necrophos, I'm not entirely sure. Maybe it's specifically against Marcy carry, because it should be good against Marcy carry in the lane, where you're gonna push her out of the lane. But that one is a bit more of a unique DM thing. So yeah, again, Astini's cooking. See what ends up here.
I think that one's purely theoretical, though, because, yeah, you can press W and walk away from Marcy. I think that's the idea, right? But heroes like Ursa, I know, I personally really enjoy playing versus like heroes like Necro, because first of all, you're not skilling that early, because you need your other abilities to lane pressure, and you can just walk with them. So I guess he's gonna have to go for the facet that slows move speed. Otherwise, you can just, he ghost shrouds and you just walk with him and kill him when it ends. It's very low duration at low levels. So that is a very volatile lane. If it starts to do really poorly, I could see Necro feeding really hard. I'm not sure what a Magnus is gonna add to that lane either.
The ability to drag creeps. That's all I can think of.
But why are you picking a Necrophos if you want to creep drag, you know? Necro's the type of hero that when I see him, I think you kind of want to pressure with this hero. You don't want to just like trade farm.
Yeah. Maybe they're just thinking more of like late game.
Yeah, I think they just believe this will work, and it might.
Yeah.
I can see Tidebound just sticking to Marcy carry here, because you have a Tinker mid who's going to eventually win the game for you anyways.
Yeah.
Right.
So their cores synergize well, which means they would probably just pick a new support, either pos 5 or pos 4. I think they can both work. Alternatively, they get a range carry against Necrophos. Those are traditionally better. And we get
I like
a
that.
beautiful egg. So yeah, this makes a lot of sense. This is actually a very good Phoenix game. I didn't really think about it, but Phoenix is very good against Necrophos and Kunkka because they cannot touch your egg at all.
Mm-hmm.
No, I definitely really like the Marcy carry. I think you can exploit this Necrophos, especially if you have one rotation as well.
Yeah.
Phoenix just take the gate, and then heroes like these Necros and Vipers, if they don't work, they become a liability, because all they need to do is win the lane and farm. They don't really buy a dagger or have some useful abilities. So putting a lot of pressure on Necro this game I think is really important. But I'm very curious on where they're going to put these heroes, because I have no idea right now. It could be anything. Like this, they have Mag, Necro, and Kunkka. We think Kunkka most likely will be carry. So yeah, I guess it's support Mag and offlane Necro then.
Yeah, I think this is a solid Pango pick to finish it up, because it's a very good hero with Empower. It's a hero that can get on top of Tinker in the fights with the magic immunity. Overall, I mean, the P-Vision lineup is definitely a little more out there.
So it's very reminiscent of our comments on their first Alk draft yesterday.
Yeah, but I feel like yesterday when I saw 4 heroes from P-Vision and I saw Heroics heroes, I felt like P-Vision was in a good situation already. But here, I'm not quite as confident in their heroes.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's definitely, it can work. I can see what they're trying to do, but I'm kind of leaning Tidebound.
Yeah, nothing to say. He's playing Tinker. I feel like this is a crazy hard Necrophos game. Still don't see the purpose of the AA really in the draft. Support Magnus, like there's a lot of like strange stuff going on here. I think Tidebound has a really standard good draft where, you know, P-Vision, they just have like a very unique draft. I don't know if it's good or bad. I'll have to see through their gameplay because no one else is doing this.
I like how neutral you're being by being like, yeah, it's really unique with the Necro and the...
I can't call it bad if I've never seen it before, you know? It just doesn't make a whole lot of sense yet. They'll have to show with their gameplay.
Alrighty, can you make a little bit more sense of it, Raya?
No.
All right, perfect. Well, then it's time that we just get a little bit more data, a little bit more knowledge and information about exactly what they're cooking, if it's going to work. Because right now, we've got P-Vision up against Tidebound with Lyrical and Trent.
Thank you so much, Nat. And yes, indeed, we're trying to figure out what the heck is this funky Necrophos about.
Ah, yes.
I thought it was going to be 9 class in a second. I was like, I know, there's no way.
It's gotta hand it over to the master, as it were here.
I will say one thing that stands out to me. There's a Tinker.
There is.
There are a few high ground hitters. We might be going late game, Trent. There is a chance.
I mean, why not?
I think the only hope that I really see is if Bach pops off and gets like a, Helm of the Overlord, and then they just start ending the game around that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because even if you have a lead, as you're saying with Tidebound, it is still, you're taking your time with Tinker.
Yes.
So yeah, I kind of see what you're saying. Yeah, it is very much a P-Vision draft on the Radiant. There is no doubt about that. You could pop this up, not tell me the team. Little doubt as to who it would be.
Oh, big jump from no one. 9 class right there, and Skewer, come on back over here, Planet. We want to tell you something.
Alrighty, first blood heading for no one's Pango in the mid lane. That's a good way to start.
But we got the Admiral, the Kunkka. You excited?
We do, and I love this combo with the AA as well because, AA always been a very hard hero to make work because Bach considers contesting, but then runs away. He's always struggled because, his laning isn't always great unless he is a great friend, and it used to be the Sven, it used to be the CK, it used to be the Wraith King, but Kunkka, someone who back in AA's heyday wasn't really someone you would throw in the safe lane, but nowadays we're a little bit more willing to do so. Pairs up really nicely with the AA.
It's true. Yeah, you can do some X Torrent, then the Cold Feet combo if you want to.
Yeah.
Also just a big body that you can stand behind and throw
just
out those
amping that magic damage from the Kunkka too. Like it just so much synergy.
Yeah, it is. It's very synergistic. Something that might not be synergistic is Magnus Necrophos. As 9 class is going to take a couple tower shots on his way out. What the hell is going to happen up here in this lane?
This is, you look to your, it's like EQ. There's 2 people on your team, and they immediately mark off lane.
Yeah.
And they're like, we're laning together. And you're like, okay, all right, well, I have high hopes. They're party together. Then they pick these 2 heroes, and you're just like, oh.
Yeah.
Yikes. Yikes, guys.
I mean, the one thing that is kind of cool is the combo of, like, Ducalis with the Necro later on. Some Ice Blasts on top of a Reaper Scythe. There could be some cool things going on there.
I'm going to throw it out there. Ice Blast and Scythe should probably be 2 separate kills. I feel like I'm really hoping to not have to kill one person with those 2 ultis.
I mean, it depends on the rate of the game. Like, if the game is really slowed down.
If the game's bad, maybe you need to, you know?
Yeah.
That too.
But
Nine Class, he's trying to get a little play, but no, not going to find it there. Yeah, we do get the matchup, of course, of the Kunkka into the Beastmaster, like Vandal was mentioning, and just nothing good for the Beastmaster, right? Can't really make use of your summons versus Kunkka, so we might see some stacks being necessary for Bach.
That actually does sound pretty nice. You obviously also have to be concerned about the potential of stealing those away, as Kunkka, one of the better stack-taking heroes in the game. Does take a couple rounds, though. Most definitely. Mid, we haven't really talked about that much, although actually, hold on, 9 Class forced to skewer away. Another little bit of a swing and a miss in this one. But it is going to be a mid of the Tinker facing off against the Pango, pulling waves to make sure that they get the bottled up rune, and then back to the races of just farming away. I've got to see a little bit of Tinker so far at this TI. Where do you feel like the hero's at right now? Do you like it?
Surprisingly in the safe lane, of course.
Yeah, right.
For P-Vision, which is straight. I'm not sure who else is playing it, but
you don't have
a couple of lag spikes, they're saying.
Spikes,
unplayable.
even. Listen, man. We could do like the status command, see what it's actually at.
You know what? I'm gonna trust them.
Okay.
I'm choosing to believe.
What is spikes? Lag? Maybe they're just like sitting on spikes and a little bit uncomfortable.
You don't have the sand.
Plus.
That seems less likely. Yeah, this is not, the translations are not, you know.
What are spikes? Lag. Plus. What does plus mean? It's okay. I'll get there. As reconnecting back into the game, and should be underway shortly. So yeah, that's the thing that I want to see is how this Tinker does in this game. And it does look like DM actually already has the Helm queued up. So we're going to have Helm Necro and then Helm Beastmaster. I don't think there will be any more of them, though.
That's pretty gross. Not going to lie.
How good is that on Necro?
I mean, back to Tinker. I was expecting support, if anything.
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting the core Tinkers, at least certainly not the safe lane, but, you know, the hero, he's still got some sauce. He's got a lot of damage, man.
It's a nothing to say classic, you know?
Of course, yes. He is one of the, you know, back in the day, one of the most well-known ones for sure. And DM, one of the few players that seems to really like Necrophos.
Yeah.
You know, he plays Veno, so naturally he plays Necrophos. It's just, you know, birds of a feather kind of deal here.
Viper too. Yeah.
Yeah, they're all just one hero to these people.
I will say it's pretty bold to take the mag away from DM. He's one of the guys that I like to see on mag on those big, like, it's like him and JT, you know, big game-changing oriented heroes. But opting to take this one this time around, and Shiro getting somewhat low, so is DM, but Necrophos always has that ability to just pop back up to full and has a Lotus in hand this time as well.
Yeah, trying to secure those, always helpful for him.
No. Pulls him around, skewers away, 9 Class. Now the glimpse back, DM in some trouble there, and, well, didn't have enough from the pop of the Lotus. And with the Ghost Shroud used earlier, that gives them an opportunity for the kill.
Well, that's happening. I'm keeping an eye on bottom lane. No stacks yet made for Bach. Instead, he's using the board to just run with Planet to help ensure they can keep body blocking the small camp.
Okay.
So that combined with, you know, potential harassment of Tidebringer, I suppose. Pushing the lane out here, but Satanic being relatively cautious to make sure that he's going to control that. And now they'll grab the pull here too, so good plays there.
Yep. Up top after the death, a little bit of a reset. And we'll see if anything comes of that, as they do hit some good damage
you know what?
To the AA.
This comes back to him not worrying about stacks so much, right?
Yeah.
He's staying focused on the lane. He's ensuring that there's going to be the block. They're getting the pull off. He's staying really tight with Planet the whole time, and that gets them a kill onto an Ancient Apparition.
important to still play that lane from time to time if you can find those little bits of punishment. I do wonder how much gold he would got if he like stacked 4 times versus, you know, taking down the AA once, but
yeah, you know,
it's nice to try and shut other people down too.
Mental warfare.
True. Very important. No one queuing up and immediately going in for that diffusal blade. Satanic is rushing a Radiance, it looks like. 1 bracer and the phase boots. It's always a weird decision on Kunkka. Do you want to go straight for a Radiance? Do you want to get something like that blade mail first? Particularly in a game like this, you've got a lot of sort of uncontrollable damage you can turn back towards people. But we'll allow him to farm much more quickly if he can finish that off.
Yeah, I think he's got the heroes to maybe buy him a bit of time too.
Yeah.
You know, the Pango mid.
So at 6-minute mark, Shiro will take that one. It looks like they do not rotate over and no one picks up a haste rune. Ooh, wants to get a little bit up close and personal here with the level 6 online. A little bit of a roll. Can he find him? Actually hits onto Planet now too. Decides he doesn't want to go any further, and the glimpse pulls him back in. Ducalis in some trouble. No one thinking about a chase, but they get the kill on the Ancient Apparition.
All right, a little bit of a bad idea there, it seems, from no one.
Yeah.
Sacrifices A. It does draw some attention to the mid lane. Forces Tinker to keen home and then TP back in, so maybe could try it again on the next one, but gonna need a little bit more to turn that play into something good. Is they're gonna catch Bach with a Torrent, but it's not while Ducalis is there, unfortunately, because of the death.
As the X marks, the cold feet
it still
ends up
latches.
rocking. Another hit, and ooh! That was so well played.
Yeah,
he
tried.
It all started with like the Torrent on the double back. And if he doesn't hit that, that kill doesn't happen. Because he has the stun and then he can come back for the X. That was so impressive.
Well, meanwhile, up top, 9 class does secure the Shrine of Wisdom. Very important when you're playing a pretty greedy position 4. He's actually even on XP with DM right now. Which DM's really going to need the effects of this Helm of the Dominator here. That little mini Midas of just grabbing these creeps, because not really having the best time.
Shiro can maybe make some type of a play here.
Of course, I say that he's you know, he's third on that worth, or on his team, so still ahead of plenty of Dire Heroes.
Satanic, somewhat low. X Torrent hits. Low, 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 low. Dude, those axes would have killed him. He still might die to it. Barely kept alive. And the boar hunts, but it won't catch up. Hard to kill a Kunkka.
Yeah, that guy got... It's a really annoying passive.
Yeah, speaking of that, that's kind of crazy. I don't know how P-Vision are ending up in such a good spot right now, as the Skewer will not be able to push Y away, and instead 9 class is going to end up falling there. Shiro gets stunned. Reaper Scythe. Oh, didn't quite get it off in time, and Shiro throws him to the low ground.
What?
That was an insane toss back. Now making a move on over. DM, he's getting body blocked by the creep, and well, Shiro turns now onto Ducalis, wants to find that kill. Not gonna happen, as it's eventually...
Oh, that would have been crazy. He tries using the helm on the bird to maybe push him back in for the kill.
Oh, is gonna break Sal, but can't get anything else past that.
All right, something else going the way of P-Vision right now. Nine Clash kind of lurking in the fog. As DM comes back up here. Still didn't use that scythe, so ready to give it a go if they get a little bit more damage. Meanwhile, there is a Tinker, of course, in this game, who is still 0-0-0. We're not going to see the involvement for him too often in the early game, as 9 Class just 100-0 really fast once Mars is back.
It's way too much damage. In this Helm build, there's a reason this hero has been first phase banned so many times. It's just incredibly strong.
I wonder if Marcy will be the baby thrown out with the bathwater. Like if they nerf Fleeting Fury and Helm at the same time, it's gonna crush this hero.
Yeah,
you
you're
know,
right.
because the Fleeting Fury's not that crazy.
No.
Without the Helm.
Yeah,
But if they both get obliterated, she's going to be in for a bad time.
right, because part of the reason is the helm like works because it's good as an item, and then on top of that, it like doubles down good with Marcy. Yeah, that's a good point. But then again, you can imagine, like, if you see Marcy just dominating all these games, it's like, well, you gotta shut down that hero some. I guess the helm nerf would do that enough.
I would think so.
We're talking like it's gonna get nerfed. Maybe they just buff other stuff. That'd be hype.
Or they just buff it anyway.
Yeah.
You know, why not?
Can't
Probably
stop
because it'd
them.
be a bad idea. Scan disconnect here. It's going to spot Ducalis and no one rotating down towards that bottom lane, trying to link up with Satanic. He's got, what, 1 point, presumably, in the X? Yeah, so not the best chance of initiation, and really Bach just, the Spidey senses they're tingling. He's way out of there.
Maybe they can make a wraparound play if they go through that gate. Something to watch for. Tower starts to fall. DM gonna get jumped upon. Does get pulled back in. Static Storm still not dead, but should die soon. They do manage to find that kill.
That
9 class
coming.
skewer. RP not available because only level 5, but a big hit on the Ice Blast turns into a dead Shiro. Will be a TP away from the Disruptor, but with X on cooldown, was never going to be a chance.
He was so close to level 6. Nearly having a really spectacular one there for 9 class, but he'll take it anyway. Trades back, still a good gold exchange in favor of P-Vision here. Shiro does remain top of the board though, until he gets passed by the still living Satanics. He clears some camps, so nothing to say, now joining the fray.
Has options if they want to do it. Glimpses available, pulls him back in, gonna X himself, nice. The answer already there. Satanic taunts his way out of trouble.
The rarely picked Tinker into Kunkka.
Yeah. Man.
I said, goodness gracious.
6-7.
They used to be the best of friends, those guys, you know?
Oh yeah.
The old Tinker Kunkka.
No longer.
No. But lots of Kunkka, lots of Disruptor. This tournament, as we know, Disruptor one of the most picked heroes, so you're going to see plenty of these X's, I'm sure, versus these Glimpses.
And DM spots Bach there. They take over his board. Okay, all right, sure. Now the roar to stop the roll, and it pulls him back in. The RP makes him hit no one again. Then they get out of trouble. There's all sorts of shenanigans happening here.
Helms.
Meanwhile, Shiro got to get a nice little interview with him as well. With Nomad talking about his mentality at this point.
His aspiration is back.
Yeah, it
Whoa.
was big. This guy was deep and feeling very much like he can beat anybody, he said, and it'd be a great win for them to move forward in this one. So we're getting close to the next round of Wisdom Runes. Maybe a chance as the Tinker heads out. Smoke up into 4. There is an AA and a Kunkka right here. Will they break the smoke? Will they lose both? Will it just be one? Ducalis definitely dead. And, oh, Torrent. That stops any glimpse play that could have happened for Satanic.
Yeah, 3 points. There was definitely a chance for some reach there from Y. So he will lose his Courier, but it did not have the Talisman on it. So he's going to be okay. 9 class, wrong neighborhood here. The lurking Bach
puts him on the cliff.
A noble effort.
Hey, let's go.
Hey, you know what? That's not bad. It keeps him from the Wisdom Shrine for a while.
Maybe somebody could go and steal it while it's happening. That'd be hype.
That will be impressive. Oh, he's going to get tossed by Shiro. That's nice.
Dude, I'm going to tell you, based upon where that skewer went, I think he's done that before.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, he was too ready for that.
Knew exactly what was going to happen. Satanic, Radiance, done. 14 minutes. Not bad for a Kunkka. And immediately queuing up the Sanj and Yasha. So we'll get that much tankier.
Yeah, a little bit of evasion chance there. And just trying to be a body in these fights. I mean, that is kind of the weird part about their draft, is that they have these 3, like, we have weird ways of being tanky cores, but their damage isn't necessarily that easy to execute with, I would say.
15 minutes. Planet will run into 9 class position 4s facing off against each other. Planet hopes to escape. Does have eggs still, but they won't be able to force it out of him.
That doesn't feel great.
For P-Vision?
Yeah, the support just dives away like that. And now 9 class trying to get real wild.
Ooh, he wanted it. And instead they're going to jump on him. Now a turn, no RP, not out, but X boat combo, Shiro, Dunzo. DM chasing, why? He's going to get brought down here in just a moment as there is no way out for him. They run in with Planet. Box still looking for a moment here like they could do something. DM, oh, the Croaker, but he doesn't do it. He jumped in for the kill and it's not going to happen. No one gets caught by the bird and the Pangolier.
You thought you were Croaker, but you were just Choker.
Oh, no.
Hits him with the egg. Too easy for Planet.
2K. Indicator of Tidebound right there. It came out weird. It just
you managed to mess up both of those words. it's like when they mess up the audio and it's like playing in your ear and you can't keep talking. And,
I can't believe you called me out for that. That's unbelievable.
Dude, it was you said in the favor of Tidebound. I had no choice. It was better that I called it out so people didn't think you were having a stroke live on air.
I'm not sure that I'm not. Oh, God. 11-9.
Yep.
And almost an Aghanim Scepter done now for nothing
Right order
to
to read those numbers.
Yep,
As Satanic is going to X himself back after clearing the tower there. 9 class, Planet. Dancing around the tree lines.
Do they want to go for more here? On Downtide. Yes, they will.
Look at DM. He's just like, don't see me. Don't see me. Hustling up the river. Let's get another Croaker. Is he feeling himself this time?
The Croakers are sick. And you also, like we talked about in the last series, you sort of have to be careful because if the Croaker's sitting in the water, suddenly it's like a 15% damage amp that comes out.
Such a strange creature, the Croaker.
Yeah. It's a weird
It's like
guy.
frogs croak, but he's like a catfish. You know?
Bach. No one comes in, denies the tower, but that is the helm of the Overlord. And now 9 class. Oh, he wanted a target, but there's nobody there. RP only hits onto 1. They're not going to get the kill either. He gets the egg off. Oh, this is a horrendous fight right now for the side of P-Vision.
It just, again, it's the ease. It just looks so much easier for Tidebound. Even with some of these nice counters, like having the Pangolier versus the Disruptor, it doesn't really matter. And he's rolling through, all happy as he can be, but his friends aren't.
No.
And now, as has been tradition today, we get a relatively early Roche thanks to a Beastmaster.
This time around, though, the Beastmaster obviously not having Aghanims. I mean, this is classic Beast. You know, Helm of the Overlord, going for pipe next, close it down. I do kind of wonder if it'd be worth it to think about something to help deal with Kunkka a little bit. Satanic does scare me if he keeps getting these items. Going to be BKB next instead of the Sanjanyasha.
I mean, what are you worried about, though?
I mean, that he just sort of, like, gets a couple of big high tide hits onto you as you're trying to go high ground, kills your creep.
Oh, we're not going high ground.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah,
that was my first mistake.
Yeah, that was. I don't know what you were thinking. We're just gonna farm the entire map with a Marcy and a Tinker.
Yeah, no, they're not worried about anything then. You're right. Yeah, if you just don't go high ground, then there's no problem.
Yeah, what can he do? Why go high ground and to Mag, Necrophos, Kunkka, AA? Like, I'm going when they're dead.
Yeah, that's fair. Win probability putting it at 66 every second that goes by. Tidebound feeling more and more comfy. Will X himself. Hit some creeps and get pulled back. 9 class spots, or is spotted by Y rather. A static storm down. And will not be able to walk away from that one, but the Ice Blast could be good. Hits Rolling Thunder. Oh, they didn't go high ground, but they were standing on the high ground and get punished for it. Taking down that Tinker.
Yeah, that's good stuff there. And now the talent's out there for the Kunkka too, so those tie breaks.
Man, it's hard here for Mag. It's level 8.
It is a true feast or famine situation.
Everybody else is in double digits. Okay, he found.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
Boom. Tukalas. Take this gold, but you know, whatever.
Happens. Happens to the best of us.
Yeah, 9 class didn't even get the shard. It went to Tukalas.
That is depressing. Not that his shard is that great, to be fair.
I mean, I feel like it helps a little more when you're support, right?
Yeah,
Skewer
I guess.
range. Yeah, it feels like it's kind of a big deal.
No one, just going to get Static Storm. Glimpse doesn't pull him in the right direction, and now he gets roared. Oh no!
I think he's outnumbered.
Yeah, I think he was worried about. I'm not sure how that happened, but regardless, no one is now dead, and Tidebound's going to be very happy with that. But will they go high ground?
I was going to say, during the draft, one thing that's really nice with the Marcy this game, too, is that you don't really mind buying Nullifier this hero.
9 class is thinking about going for this. All right, it's only creeps, though. That is a little bit annoying. Dude, if he can farm both of these, oh my god, it's so much gold.
He's got a lurk, though, you know?
Smoke up. No Pango. But a chance for a fight still. They can fight the right angles.
Oh, this would be so good if they spot this Tinker.
Tinker shows.
And gone.
Yeah. It's just a second. That's all it takes.
Oh, he's close.
Yeah. Oh, that's frustrating. And now, like, nobody's shown for a while, so he's going top. He knows what could be coming.
You know, clear the wave mid. Right, you know?
Take down the
pressure.
And Satanic is getting stronger. This guy has hit a lot of creeps so far.
Yeah, top of the board right now in terms of net worth.
11 to 16. Sanjin Yasha done, and is starting to get that power passed over now too from 9 class. Down bottom, Phoenix does not want to be on this plane of existence anymore. Leaves through the side. And a nullifier done for Marcy.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you like getting Basher, but it's just too necessary this game. And that pretty much ends the safety of DM.
Yeah.
Like, he's gonna have a hard time. Basically his death secret to try and make a play out of it.
And that does, you know, do something for him at least. Defense matrix status resistance is there.
All right, they want to play towards this ward. It's going to spot 9 class. Yup. It's going to spot Necrophos. How do they want to do this? Oh, he pops the smoke on Beastmaster. Still gets it.
Jumps in, roller onto 1. 9 class actually still gets a great skewer, but it won't matter. Dude, that's so depressing.
Hey, that's wards, baby. Nice play by Y. I mean, that's just free. That's a complete double kill by ward.
Finds the Tinker, has to back away. Can they get him on the backside of this? Shiro looking, not finding. Nothing to say. Not afraid. Satanic will take the hit again. Shiro trying to keep that catapult alive.
Wow,
And
no
roll.
one's going to go for the roll.
And Ice Blast, but the BKB comes out in time. No chain stun.
I mean, even then, they still need quite a bit to grab that, you know? With no scythe or anything, I guess perhaps 9 class could have been close enough for a follow-up or something, I'm not sure.
Still, they're staying in it. You know, P-Vision are not getting completely out-farmed or outmaneuvered around the map. Still getting a lot out of this. And as has kind of been the trend so far today, keeping things even within striking reach, and then some late game insane fights are what determines what happens.
I don't see their damage, though.
You don't think Kunkka does it?
Okay, but outside of Kunkka.
Okay. Well, I mean, outside the Tinker. I guess it's Marcy. Yeah, okay. Shut up.
You know, that really broken, busted hero that just annihilates people?
You're right.
It seems difficult.
I mean, there is some stuff that happens late game with the Necro where stuff starts to become very strange. Like, it's one of those heroes that can create weird scenarios in the game where suddenly somebody just dies out of nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, it's
and they also
definitely
have
doable.
AA.
Yeah, you hit Ice Blast, you hit the Scythe, sure. It can be done.
Or one big RP from 9 class.
He is banking up a lot of goodwill towards his RPs.
Is that?
Well, by getting bad will on the other ones.
Oh, I see. Got it. This is like earlier when I talked about, like, okay, he's missed so many
Yeah,
that
exactly.
now when he hits it, it's going to be really good.
Yeah, when I wanted it to be true, it's true.
Yeah.
Yeah. How many has he hit so far this game?
I'm not sure.
Like, has he hit a Blink RP?
He's gotten a couple skewer backs, which have been good.
Right, but I'm trying to remember one. Of course, my
Yeah.
memory's not that good at this point in this game. It's been a long day. They're smoked up. They're thinking about a play.
Planet rolls through, finds him. No one forced to just roll out of there.
Hitting the eject button.
That does stop the smoke move, and it's actually a BKB done for Necro. So
All right, well, they're going to get Roche now.
it's a good
Because Pango
answer.
just rolled away, so taking that.
I mean, they do still have RP. They're
All right,
starting to
Roche,
head this
Roche
direction.
roars. In a second, they smoke. Dire back out. Great addition to Roche, I gotta say. I like it.
Oh, yeah. All right, 9 class. He has an opportunity here. Satanic throws out the torrent, sees they're not in the pit. And now we're going to have another one of these little footsie things. Roche moves in a minute. So I actually think that this is another one of those scenarios where P-Vision need to move.
Look what Y's doing. He's circling up on
Yeah.
He's saying, let's go take that area right now.
They're doing it. They're thinking. They're one step ahead.
Now, what if the Radiant just take Roche?
Yeah,
in the
if
pit?
Radiant just take Roche, then they look really silly
Shiro
on
actually
tide bounce.
checks. He throws in the centaur just in case.
Yeah. And there's no way right now for P-Vision to know that they're doing this.
And
They think they're still posturing on the far side.
There's also no scans either.
Yeah. Oh my god, it's free for them. If they wanted to, they could run in and take it right now, but they don't know that.
Yeah, they didn't do it.
Tidebound is down on the bottom side of the map already. Now, they might have an idea now. Yeah, as it's already moving, they're deciding we're going to come down here and hold on to this side. 30-minute mark. It's going to be a top rune, where it is a regen.
Bach tries to deny it, but no one zips in there as they smoke up once again.
Is that their last one? I think
I don't
so.
know, but it's got to be hazardous at this point.
Yeah, that is. If this doesn't connect, they're actually in a really weird spot. Also, the creeps starting to push out there. Disruptor holding on to high ground. Tidebound have the buyback potential, and a tier 1 tower is still there. Tinker on the other side of the map can rejoin quickly. 9 class thinking about just jumping up and YOLOing.
It's stressful to do this versus Tinker. You know, because you're always going to lose map space.
And he's getting towards a Hex.
Oh, that's spicy. Oh, well, he is close to a Hex. Not even just getting there. I mean, look how deep he is going right now.
Yeah,
he's
he doesn't
catching
care.
the camps while they're spawning. He's daring them to try and start this fight when he's not there.
Nothing to say is a really big problem right now.
I like how 9 class is just on the cliff alone.
Yeah, he's ready to jump.
He doesn't even have an inventory slot. Like, I mean, what's the plan here?
I mean, he knows that it's going to roar again, so he can be in position
True, I suppose.
if something happens. He might be AFK for a while, though. I'm not sure exactly what the full goal is here. He's looking.
You know, he's microing. Oh, no, he's not. Well,
That's
maybe he is,
DM.
actually. He might have DM spare.
Drops down a ward. Still hiding off to the side. Oh, and he's going to be in position here. DM, they see all of this. 9 class.
Oh my
Skewer.
God.
RP. BKB is out, though. And the Hex. The Hex reveal. The roar now dead. Oh, it didn't work the way they wanted it to. And Roche, Tidebounds for the taking.
That was on brand for how he's played the rest of this game as Magnus, though. You know?
Yeah.
High risk for the
Yes.
potential reward. All right, they
And
grab back onto the Phoenix.
Finding him, Planet there. They have buybacks on both of the other heroes. BKB down, dead. Roche, half HP. Satanic needs to back out. They've got a glimpse ready. Going to use it onto no one. Now the Hex, the X-Mark, catches him, pulls him back in. Do they have anything else? Boat going to land. Nothing to say. Going to get stunned. Teleporting, though, in the BKB. He will be okay. Satanic
Shiro.
punches onto Shiro. The buyback comes out on Phoenix. 9 class looking for an opening. There's nothing there right now. It's getting blink broken by Disruptor. And is going to find Satanic, pull him around. No buyback by the other heroes. Kunkka dead.
the
Now
save.
9 class also found 1-11-6. Just
Oh, man.
execution from
Now,
Tidebound.
If I know P-Vision, the panel better hurry.
Yeah.
They are one to, to maybe things go pretty bad. Consider getting out of there.
Jeez.
That's a pretty devastating fight. I mean, they're playing the high risk, right? It's that simple.
Yeah.
They can understand that things are not going well. They don't have a lot of outs this game, and their best chance was some glorious play by 9 class to isolate Shiro and get the kill first. But, I mean, this part, look how long it takes him to just kill a Phoenix, who doesn't even have an egg, so there's not even the threat of perhaps supernovaing here.
It's the weird part, right? Because they use a lot to get that, and they also don't have anybody else to come and join for the fight. So it's just like to sort of secure that they get the kill, and maybe, I mean, you just got the Hex on Tinker, and then it's BKB revealed too there, I think. So
Yeah.
thought that maybe they could make something more happen. It doesn't work out.
The Static Storms have been so interesting this game. They've been very defensive.
Yeah.
And they've worked out really well.
Goodness gracious. Substantial lead at this point, and yeah, you can see frustration on the young face there for P-Vision, trying to come up with new answers for how to deal with this team.
Shrink that Tormentor.
That's right, make it a little tiny cube. Look, it's so
Rubik's
small.
Cube. Can you do a Rubik's Cube?
No,
Yeah, me either.
it's okay. I don't think it can actually be done.
No, I think they're all just lying. Those people who do it in like 5 seconds.
Yeah.
I think they're just really quick at moving the stickers.
You know what it is? It's like a magician when they do like a quick change. You know, they just
Oh,
like
I
really
just being
quickly pull
distracted? Yeah,
all
okay.
the like stickers off and put them back on.
Yeah, that must be what it is. Surely.
Yeah.
Radiant are scanning.
Scan now.
I think they're gonna get the wisdom shrine. I'm just throwing it out there.
Yeah, they brought enough. Okay, Tidebound. With nothing to say, getting
That's
the other
25
shot.
on Tinker, the 200 AoE laser.
Oh, man. And guess who's there? Already. No one dead. Finding more rower. Static Storm. Gotta get away. Gotta stop it from happening. They're just pulling these people apart. Another glimpse. All right,
Ice
AA Blast into nothing. The boat not gonna do a thing. Well, nothing to say has been putting on a hell of a show. Kind of got thrown out of position there a little bit and got his TP broken by Shiro. But Blink Disruptor now on the docket too. Bach starts to hit, and Tidebound wanting to create a guaranteed team from China at the International.
It's looking pretty good right about now with how Tidebound and XG are playing. Certainly China doing very well here on Stream A today.
Pulls Shiro back in. The Dire Tower is, rather the Dire takes the tower. Shiro punches, will get stunned. Is there anything? Oh my God, it's just dead. Kills off the creep. Nothing afterwards.
And they're just giving no chance. I mean, they're up 20K right now. They have a lot of gold to spend, I guess, so they're just going to do that, wait for it to come back, but there's really nothing stopping them from just going again. They have 2 minutes of Aegis left.
Right. Wait for mana to be back up 1,000 XPM on the Tinker here at 36 minutes.
Very cool.
So gross. Does he not have BKB? Oh, it was 1 second away.
Nah.
Oh, no. RP, though, onto Tinker. Into nothing. DM wants to chase, do something. Good damage out. Maybe an opportunity here. Shiro's starting to hurt. They get the kill on a Beastmaster. Bach is gone. But now the Tinker is going to start to be unleashed, channeled, taught, pushed back, nullified. DM going to die. They are so far ahead, and it was a good look for a moment as they found a clutch kill, but oh, there it is. BKB back up again.
And he cancels.
Stuck there. Not able to get away. The Disruptor wall keeping him out. Turns, hits. 9 class says, please leave my carry alone. Stop hitting him. But there will be no salvation from this as another one bites the dust. GG is called. Tidebound come in and just dismantle P-Vision.
They really did. This is kind of what it looks like when people try and pick 9 class heroes. Except it was 9 class this time.
That's true.
He had a rough game. For a guy who was like kind of a iconic member of P-Vision and how much his ideas and play, like the way that he used these heroes gives them their identity, this was a tough one.
It was an incredibly tough one. And on the side of Tidebound, everything's simple. Nothing to say, Tinker. Get Bach his Beastmaster and just beat some ass. So we head on back to the panel.
Yeah, sure. Whatever Lyrical just said, I totally agree with that. No, look, Tidebound having a fantastic one. There is something a little bit satisfying, I would say, Fly, about seeing P-Vision get tinkered.
Yeah, I mean,
They were doing it to other teams yesterday. You're like, it's disgusting. It's so good. How do they keep winning with it? And you're like, well, other people can win with it too. Nothing to say, Tinker is something to be remembered.
Yeah, this guy's been winning on Tinker for years now. He played a fantastic game. I think for me, he's probably the MVP for this game as well. But yeah, great showing all around. I think again we're seeing great team coordination from the Chinese team, and I do think they're a little bit different with different mid hero pools. I think the offense is a little bit different with Bach playing this Beastmaster. I think everything gelled well for them. The team fighting was on point. They were always able to get the jump. They were able to take out the Necrophos usually, or the Magnus, like before the fight even really breaks out. So great performance.
Yeah. A lot of pickups were happening on the side of Tidebound too, and I wonder if at what point should P-Vision have also been meeting the numbers of Tidebound with the same numbers. You know, if you see 4, start running around as a 4, because it felt like they were on top. They would pick off the Necro, then they would go bottom, and they'd pick off the Pango, and no one was actually really there to back anyone up.
Yeah, it was very interesting because I think this is not usually how I see P-Vision play, and I wonder how much this does have to go back to the draft, because a lot of their heroes aren't really intuitive on how they want to play the map. Like, sure, it does make sense that you can go in first for the Pango, but they didn't really have a clear initiator. Magnus is supposed to be that initiator, but 9 Class just had such a bad game. It's really hard to initiate with a Magnus that's that poor. So I feel like they just had a very difficult time starting fights in this, where it's much more clear cut on the other side. Like, Shiro can just jump in whenever he wants. You can use a glimpse to start the fight. Bach can just blink in as well and use a roar. It just was a very difficult draft to kind of like theorycraft on how it was going to work. That's why you asked me, what do you think of this draft? I'm just kind of like, I'm not sure how this functions, and I don't think P-Vision really could figure it out either in the game, because I feel like this Mag had to have a super good game, but he ends 1-14, and he just doesn't have the impact that was really needed from a Mag, because Necro can't go in. You're waiting on AA for someone to go in first. No one didn't have the best game, and then Satanic, he's just the carry. He's going to be farming most of the time.
Yeah, a lot of things to be questioned then about that, what they're going to be looking at when it does come around to that game number 2. But Tidebound, a lot of people putting up great scores. They're having a lot of impact in the team fight, early games, late games. But Shiro, their carry here, is going to be the standout. That Marcy at 13, 3, 12, just so good. Played so well there.
I'm sorry, I only saw Tinker for like the.
Okay.
I don't. Is this?
This wasn't your MVP.
That's not my
You don't
MVP.
agree with the
Tinker on the
Marcy.
screen.
Yeah, please put the Tinker up. I think the Marcy was great. Watching the landing stage, you know, they kind of showed what the Necro should not be getting away with.
But the Tinker's here now.
Oh, thank God. And you know, but I mean, quickly touching on the Marcy, right? Like, they won their lane. You know, this Necro just cannot lane against a glimpse. You know, you can't just shroud and walk away. There's a jump from Marcy. There's a glimpse from Disruptor. Blah blah blah. But and she played the early game really well with the team to get Tinker to this point where Tinker had BKB. And then all of this, you know, catch that was giving him trouble in the early game, like, you know, Pango roll and so on, it doesn't do anything anymore. Like, Kunkka can't combo him. Radiance doesn't matter, doesn't mean anything. As soon as he has his BKB and he's kind of just immune, there's nothing they can really do against this overwhelming damage. You saw Necro, like, get hexed because he went for this really nice hex after his BKB, and that just renders him immobile and dead in a fight at the very beginning. And they have no damage to kill anyone, ever. There's just nothing.
Yeah, it was tough. Too much time was needed, not enough space given, and that's a great play for Tidebound there. And Fear, there's one specific play that you would love to walk us through, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. There is definitely a play.
At the 32-minute mark.
Oh yeah, of course. I think. Let's remember. Oh yes, this is a Roche fight. They ended up taking this fight with 2 heroes dead on the side of P-Vision. It felt a bit of like a desperation play on their behalf. It's sure you end up killing the Phoenix, that's great, but you're committing your role, you're committing your BKB, and you are down 2 heroes. They're still dead. Mag is dead at the moment, and I believe Necrophos as well. So they can't even take this fight in full numbers. And then it just got to the point where I haven't seen P-Vision like this very frequently, where they just feel a little desperate to make things happen. And I really do think it comes down to like the draft. They tried something new. They potentially just overcooked a little bit, and they ended up running out of steam. But you do see exactly why this Tinker looks so good in this game. He's just able to freely do whatever he wants, because like you're really relying on this Magnus to skewer him back, but this Magnus has no net worth to really do anything in this game. So this Tinker is completely unanswered.
Yeah.
Didn't finish BKB, you said?
Yeah, on Mag. No.
Yeah, so tough one there. A lot of gap closers as well. I mean, just watching that clip, the Marcy, the Tinker, it is a bit of a head scratcher that, you know, at no point did P-Vision actually have answers for this. We're questioning that Mag in the position 4, the AA coming out when it did in the draft as well. But then a lot is to be said to Tidebound, sticking to their guns by when you draft like that, you see these heroes, you question it, and you go, it doesn't really matter. We still have an identity of what we want.
Yeah, I think it was a good call to just keep the Marcy as a carry when you see it's Necrophos, because he can just buy Nullifier, and then this hero is just out of the game until he gets a BKB. And at that point, he just kept getting completely destroyed anyways by either the Hex or something. I felt like the Necrophos was completely out of the game. I did not feel his impact at all. And I also didn't see a reason to pick it during the draft. There was nothing that screams like, oh, okay, let's pick Necrophos here because we see X, Y, Z. Especially when you get completely countered by one item. It's a very sad hero.
I do have to ask, what is it about Nullifier that counters Necro so much to the point that that is one of the main reasons people aren't picking him in Pro and people aren't picking him in pubs?
And Nullifier is just a very strong item right now. It's relatively cheap. You can sometimes buy Radiance and disassemble if it's a Radiance hero. And Necrophos just doesn't have an answer. He needs to buy BKB, which sometimes is going to be a little too late at that point, which is kind of what happened this game. Shiro got the Nullifier, they got a couple of kills on Necrophos, the game is already in a bad state. You get your BKB, but at that point it's too late. And the items just look very clunky. He has like a Helm of a Dominator, a Lotus Orb, a BKB. Like, I don't know what his purpose is, like really.
It's like just buying items to try and live in a game where it's like, could have been playing any other hero.
Exactly.
Look, a tough one for them there, a little bit of a tough game for them. And to break it down furthermore for us is Purge. I haven't heard from you in at least 4 hours.
That first series was very long, so it kind of delays the next series from starting and thus. But anyways, there's a fight that I wanted to break down a little bit. We saw it a little bit earlier, but I thought it was an interesting vision clip where both teams had vision of the same place for once. 9 Class is going to start this off with the RP. But obviously, the Marcy is going to press BKB and stop the possible Reaper Scythe follow-up. Very, very quick kills here by Tidebound. But what was interesting was that because both teams had vision, they both felt confident to fight. This really cool ward here over to the right that was placed by 9 Class, I believe, was not visible despite the sentry ward right next to it. So their opponents think that the vision is clear, but it's actually not. So this gave P-Vision the potential to move over and jump on their opponents. They spotted the Phoenix. They know he's not got Egg. He didn't have a defensive item either, so they're able to jump him and get that initiation, which was very good for them. Gave him some opening, delays the Roshan, things like that. And it looks like they're going to be able to get out, but because of this nice ward here that's sitting on this spot, this then allows them to counter-initiate again. That's going to allow them to glimpse the latest X possible that basically catches him. It looks actually like it was cast here. It was not. It's like frame perfect or something. He gets sent back, but they've all got Blink. That Hawk was on a mission, dude. It just zipped across the whole screen. They get a great Ice Blast on the Tinker, which is fantastic, obviously, because you should be able to kill him, but all their BKB piercing disables are gone. They already used RP. They already used Reaper Scythe, so that doesn't look very good. And now finally, the last piece of the puzzle, basically, cleaning up no one, and then killing Satanic. What's so strong about this Kunkka build here is basically this little ability here and then the boat buff as well. That's going to basically delay the damage that you're taking, and then between the two items that he's got, the Satanic and the Sanjin Yasha, you have crazy lifesteal. So when he gets low, you know what he's going to do. He's going to pop Satanic like he does here. He's going to get hit off. So what they do is they just run away from him. Nobody's allowed to get hit by that guy. Tinker cleans him up, and from there, easy team fight for Tidebound. So very meticulous how both teams took it, but Tidebound just played way better.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Purge. I do have one question for you.
Sure.
With the ward, the first one that you showed us on the side of P-Vision, do you have to cut a tree to place it, or is it just placed from the camp?
I don't know. I didn't place the ward.
Oh, well, I thought maybe you were looking. I thought that was your job.
No, I think that's a good point. I could have gone back and checked.
No thanks.
That's all right.
5 minutes in the
Yeah, it's a half thanks, Purge.
Okay. Understandable. I'll do better next time. Sorry.
No, that's awesome. Thank you so much. I do really appreciate it. It's nice to get a little bit more of an in-depth breakdown and the lead up to why those two heroes were already dead leading into it. And then, yeah, poor Mag killed off before it, comes back, is not even able to get back into the fight to do anything before he's killed off again.
Unlucky. It's just one of those games that's just so hard to play at some point. And I think we got a good reason why some of these heroes aren't being picked right now. Necrophos being one of them. It's like, I can see why people aren't picking Necro. There's no good item build for this hero right now. Even the Helm Dom couldn't even make this hero look good. And then I think for 9 Class, maybe this Alchemist ban is genius. If this is his next best hero, you're onto something, I think, on Tidebound. So I think 9 Class has to pull out something even different than what he did.
That's not fair. That's not fair. He had a Necro on his team.
So it's
doing
Necro's
nothing.
fault.
That's Necro's fault.
I feel like there's two flaws in what Fia is saying, right? First of all,
Okay,
so
let's go.
one game of Alc win, and you said that's not enough data points. But apparently one game of Necro losing, and that's enough for you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because
And the second
I saw
flaw-
some vision, you know, with the Alchemist. I'm not seeing any vision with the Necro right now.
Yeah.
Okay. And the second floor, I think, is the same one that Raya has here. Is he still had Slark in the pool? There were more 9 Class heroes out there. It was down to the Necro.
I liked his mag.
Yeah.
Like, not the 14 deaths part.
The one kill part I really liked. The blink dagger was amazing.
Well, it's like, watch how they have to take team fights, right? There's like top, they had invaded Dire Jungle top, and Magnus is like standing there, like pump faking RP like 18 times over to try and like, come here, guys.
I think you're missing the point here. I think
No,
the point I'm trying to make
point is he doesn't get to play.
in the draft, if you ban his Alchemist, you're forcing him to be on more uncomfortable heroes, which gives you an
I don't
advantage.
think it's uncomfortable. I think the problem is it's uncomfortable when you have an offlaner doing literally nothing. Like your Necro is the
true.
one that should be strong enough to be in there, like drawing in heroes. But instead, Magnus has to be the both like the burden of getting the RP off, but also making heroes go on him to be able to then use the spell. You can't do that on one guy, especially not support.
I feel like Fly is getting PTSD from being back on like a team or something.
Let's just physically fight. I think I can take him.
Captain, please step in.
I think it was a team effort together.
They
They
lost
made sure that Estini is not going
Don't
to
play
pick this
Chaos Ball.
again.
Take a side. I'm sick of this.
He's
now.
taking the side that the off lane was just bad for P-Vision.
Look-
Go ahead, you're both arguing the same
I mean,
point.
that's fair.
I'm appealing to all the support players out there, man. I understand when your core sucks. It's like, what can you do?
I mean, the thing is, I don't disagree with her. She just disagrees with me.
I do like to disagree with you. I think it's fun.
It is good.
How else can you get like emotions out of fear? You gotta fight.
Yeah.
Fight me.
I've seen you laugh a lot more in this last 30 seconds arguing with Ray than the last 30 years, so.
That's true.
Wow.
No, I'm only joking. We're going to be a little bit more serious, though, and focus back on what is happening right here. It's a best of 3. The team that wins here gets to go up against Extreme Gaming, and out of that best of 3, they're going to be the first team to qualify straight to the TI playoff. So there is quite a lot on the line here. It's not elimination. It's not the end of the road by any means, but you want to be in that great position, Fly. You don't want to be questioning and having that little bit of nervousness. You want to be like, yeah, one more series, that's it. And for Tidebound, one more game.
Yeah, I mean, I think Tidebound should just keep doing what they're doing. There's not much to change. I think their bans were fine, you know, besides the Alk ban. I think they're all fine. I think they got heroes they were comfortable with. They got the NTS Tinker. They have a lot going for them going into the series. And I think for P-Vision, their games are so wild and their heroes are so, they change so much that I think it takes a very like unique team to be able to be successful like that. I think most of the teams here, the top teams, they have a style, they have heroes they're going to stick to, at least some sort of formation. And for P-Vision, I'm not really feeling it. And it has me worried because I know these guys are fantastic players. There's absolutely no doubt that these are incredibly skilled players. But to jump all over the place when there's high stakes and high pressure, you're going to start crumbling.
Yeah.
And even though they won the previous series, I didn't feel like this is the same P-Vision that we've been seeing before.
I would agree. Throughout the year, and you know, however you want to look at it, they won 3 tournaments, right? This doesn't feel like that same core of what won them those tournaments. It feels like past series for them, they're kind of only just winning game 1 because the opponent is sort of making a mistake. Yes, they're capitalizing on it, but that feels more like what has been garnering wins for them here. And I am trying to read between the lines of what Fly is saying, and I feel like we should just see Satanic back on Tinker.
I mean, that's one way of looking at it, but I think it does go back as well to the offlane. Because if you look at all the success that P-Vision has had, you can kind of see a trend where, sure, maybe DM has a larger hero pool in some tournaments, but it's still pretty narrow to what he likes to do, these Enigma, Darkseer type of heroes, Beastmasters. And then, same thing, like, we have 9 class. He was playing so much Slark or Terrorblade and these type of metas where it wasn't all over the place, any given hero. Like, yeah, he had weird heroes, but he had a couple weird heroes, right? And I don't know what his hero pool is right now, other than the Alchemist. So that until I see his hero pool and him like being super creative in that way that he likes to play, I'm gonna be a little sus of this team.
Well, we're seeing the hero pool comparison of the offlaners themselves between Bach and DM. The only overlap is actually Beast right now on the road to the international, and they've all been playing their own separate heroes. And I like that because it really does mean what's going to happen in a draft. Where are they going to want to fall back on once you lose a game? Where are you going to want to look forward to once you do win a game? And for us, we get to look forward to a game number 2 draft. These are the bans for us: the Naga Siren, Shaker. We got some Marcy, Beast, Enigma, and Alk. So they're still sticking to the Alk ban there, Fly.
Yeah, I mean, I think it looks like Tidebound has first pick again, which I don't know exactly what it means. Maybe P-Vision, I'm pretty sure they didn't even take, like they chose side over pick when they had choice, something like that, which is kind of crazy to me. I don't know if that's just being overconfident or something. But yeah, if you have a free ban, and usually on first pick, you get more free bans because the enemy team has to ban the supposedly OP heroes unless they want to try and face you with those OP heroes. So you have more space to do random bans. I think Alk, sure. We'll table it for now. That's fine. He's not in the game.
He's been winning with it, so you might as well ban it.
I think it's fine, you know, if you have a throwaway ban, and then they ban the Enigma, which is Enigma is a great hero to enable 9 classes current hero pool, it looks like.
Yeah.
And Monkey ban makes sense. And then they go with the Nature's Prophet, which I'm pretty sure I've seen them play before, so I think they're a more comfortable team with this hero. And I'm happy about this response, the Lycan versus Nature's Prophet. I think this is a great one. I think Lycan is a very strong hero in the meta, and he's going to get a pretty decent lane against Nature's Prophet, and he's going to be able to kick him out. So I'm happy with this.
This is becoming a very common first phase counter to Nature's that I've seen in this road to TI.
What is it about the Lycan? Because you kind of just said, Fly, that it's like, oh, we should be able to kick him out of lane, but why? Is it because of the wolves?
So you're able to drag waves, you're able to get high levels, and then when you get Helmet Dominator, Nature's Prophet doesn't deal with that very well. He doesn't have a way to deal with the summons, so he needs to get either help or he has to leave. So those kinds of heroes are not good against Lycan. The heroes that are good against Lycan are the heroes that can just sit in the safe lane and prolong it for as much as possible, like say Bristleback, Terrorblade, Naga Siren. Those heroes can sit there for much longer, so we'll see.
It also feels really nice as well because NP often will, just in the early game, teleport out of the lane and go pressure. And leaving a Lycan alone is very terrifying. He can just take your buildings very, very quickly in that regard. But you kind of do have to leave at some point, as Fly was saying, because you can't really deal with a Helm Dom. So they're probably going to have to find a support that can do something against this. Whether it's, I don't know, like, you can't really kill the creep anymore, right? So I'm not sure what you would look for. We can maybe go for a Phoenix again or something. Well, that lane sounds pretty bad, so I'm not sure.
We've already seen just one hero from each side, and you're like, yep, already a tough one for Tidebound there.
No, it's just a good Lycan pick. I think you can pivot this NP to a different role, too, if you are really that worried.
How confident do we feel with it as a mid hero in general, and then mid for Tidebound on Nothing to Say?
I haven't seen him play it too much mid, but I'm fine with it, I guess, to answer that question.
I hope they don't play it mid. I just don't think it's NTS's strengths.
I've never seen him play it, so...
Yeah, it doesn't sound right. And they actually yoinked the Tinker.
Yeah, of course they did.
I told you, I was reading between the lines of what you were saying, Fly. I knew. And you knew too. You just didn't know you were saying it.
It's true. Honestly, I kind of like it. Okay, what's going on now with this A versus Lycan? This is absolute madness.
Yeah, I
A
hate
versus
that.
Beast, A versus Lycan.
I genuinely hate that.
There's something about this AA hero that I'm not fully understanding. Because, like, nobody's picking it. And then in this series, it's just, like, so highly contested.
Is it something about Tinker, like the ult application on him to stop him from being able to blink?
Well, I would say that, but the AA came out before the Tinker in the last draft.
Well, that was obviously some kind of genius Kunkka AA laning maneuver, but this, I don't know.
Ramped it a bit.
So A used to be an okay, I'm just gonna say okay, answer to the healing Tinker. It wasn't even a hard counter because the defense matrix still applies, so you're still gonna absorb damage. But I'm pretty sure this is gonna be like a carry Tinker, so I don't think A is particularly good. I know it gives you follow-up damage with Primal Beast, who's gonna enjoy that magic amplification, but like, why? You're playing against a Lycan.
They could just pick Snapfire.
I mean, that's what I mean.
Exactly.
At this point, like, if you're only doing it just for damage, there has to be better heroes this game. So, I don't know, there's something that, maybe there's just a hero that they want to pick later on that would be a problem if they didn't have A.
Maybe.
I won't linger on it too much.
Maybe. Yeah.
I'm not smart enough.
And the Lycan just looks very juicy right now, you know what I mean? Like, he sees these heroes and he's like, this looks like a free game. Even the Howl against the Primal Beast Trample, it works, that it reduces his damage. So even in some ways, it's actually an okay hero against Primal. I will say Primal used to be a decent answer versus Tinker core because you can kind of dive him early on. It's a bit of like a psycho thing. Like you have to play very well and you have to have your supports join you, maybe Nature's Prophet in this case, and you can slow him down. But now we're getting responses from P-Vision, Clockwork, a hero that both Ducalis and 9 class play very well. So currently I'm really liking what P-Vision has. And I don't know if it's just because Tidebound's heroes are just, to me, they make no sense right now.
It's the AA, guys.
I think it's AA.
All along, yeah.
I was gonna say, you know what they've done? They've P-Vision had a wonky draft in game 1, so that nothing could ever be as bad as that game 1, and we'll always now favor them every time we see that draft.
Fair enough. I don't know. For me, I'm looking at Tidebound. I'm like, maybe it could be nice if there was a Mars pick here, because then you're kind of ensuring that your AA ult's going to hit. I mean, you can do that with Primal too, but I like maybe the idea of team fighting early and running at them with big tanky men. You could also buy that Yules as well that ensures your stun on the Storm Spirit.
I'm pretty
It's
sure
also a way to dispel the
they need a mid, right?
They could put Primal mid.
It's a bit tricky because Primal against Clockwork can be annoying to put in the side lane.
Yeah.
So maybe mid is better, but Storm's gonna get a free lane.
I mean, I feel like these
actually
Embers
don't know.
and Queen of Pains have very little counter this game. Where if you put your... So basically your counter no matter what as a Primal versus Clock.
Yeah.
I think that's just the life of, you know, Clock versus Primal. And do you want to subjugate Nothing to Say to just being countered? Because the lane's not good, right, against Storm, and the game won't be good either versus Clock. Choices to be made here, but I don't think it's a good spot to be in one way or another.
Yeah,
Maybe you just pick a Shiro hero, but then maybe he's NP. And then he's also versus Lycan. I'm seeing a lot of problems here for Tidebound.
I can see the approach with... I mean, Queen of Pain I think is better overall to scale into the game. Ember sort of works better for their heroes.
Right.
They'll just take Doom.
Okay.
That
Could be a Doom carry,
hero.
in theory.
Yeah.
Very versatile heroes here, except for AA.
Yeah.
We don't really know where they're going to go. But after seeing this, I personally would say it probably is Primal mid, Doom off, and NP carry.
I feel like every time you try to think about the Tidebound draft, you're just left with more questions.
It's kind of... If I'm in Tidebound's position, and I'm coaching, and let's just say I wasn't part of the draft and I was watching this, I'd be a little worried.
Okay.
Because they're not in a really commanding position here. It feels like P-Vision has responded beautifully to pretty much everything that Tidebound has put out for them. And the concern of that is their first pick, right? Like, P-Vision has the ultra last pick, and they're kind of counter-picking on second pick with that last pick. So we'll see.
5 seconds remaining.
So we feel like then P-Vision are going to be looking towards banning out supports. And is there anything like that the Tidebound draft is lacking right now that is really needed in this last pick?
I still think they need an answer to Lycan, because I'm not seeing it. I think Doom can lane pretty well into Lycan until later. So maybe that's what they're thinking. But if it is Nature's Prophet as a carry, I see too many problems. But it's a bit hard. They're in a hard position. Like Terrorblade, for example, is not very good this game. It's not good against Tinker or Storm. So what hero can cover Lycan, but is also okay in the game against Storm and Tinker? Never mind.
Well, we don't have to think too much on it because this is going to be Ogre.
So it's Ogre, Nature's Prophet. They have played this Ogre before with range carries, so this has to be Nature's Prophet carry with the Ogre, and then Ancient Apparition with probably Doom in the offlane, right?
Yeah, most likely.
This is such a free Lycan game. I'm a little concerned.
First pick Lycan.
Yeah, it's like no
Free
way
game.
for either support to deal with Lycan after he has Helm of the Overlord and these wolves.
So then what makes their draft just that little bit stronger? Something that they get to pick up here for themselves, carefree, and just enjoy whatever lane they want to put it on.
Really just depends on... Do they want to pick a 9 class hero? Or do they want to pick a hero for Satanic? That's kind of how I'm looking at it, because I know 9 class can play the Tinker, but he could also just pick a different hero here. That's why you see the Slark band, a little bit of a mixed bag there, and then the Dusa. they'll pick a 9 class hero. This is something that he played in the previous tournament.
That was a cool animation too. He literally jumped off the screen after. That was dope.
Do you guys like Zeus post 4? We've been seeing it in the support role for... I definitely remember at least one game so far at the road to the international playoffs.
I haven't seen enough to have a verdict on it.
Okay.
But in this game, I mean, it makes some sense. It does a lot of damage. They're playing with these long-range nukes. You have such good reach right now on P-Vision. I feel bad for heroes like AA and even Ogre because, like, yeah, Tinker, Clockwork, all pretty good ranged heroes. Add Storm and Zeus on top of that. You can snipe heroes from halfway across the map, even the invisible wolves. I'd hate to play AA this game. That's basically what I'm getting down to.
I feel like that's what you said after game 1 as well.
The Vision game on P-Vision is so nice as well. Like, you're gonna be ulting on Zeus, and now your Storm Spirit sees AA, exactly whoever that he wants to kill. On top of that, Tidebound's jump requires Vision, for themselves, and 9 class is gonna be able to just de-ward everything. It makes Tidebound's game so hard, on top of the fact that their draft already makes it hard.
Right, so you're already not back in the draft. You're not really sure exactly how they're going to be able to have that map control. But what about you, Fly? Where do you sit with it?
I like what P-Vision has. They have mixed damage of Zeus with the physical from Lycan. So I'm for sure going with them on this one. But for Tidebound, I don't want to make it seem like it's completely unwinnable.
Yeah.
Because we have seen that with this Ogre, the way they've played around range carries, they're going to get Shiro to this position where he's just going to be able to stand and hit and kill everyone. Just like, the old TI Nature's Prophet. So I think that's their win condition. They have to buff up this Nature's Prophet, go in for him, make sure he can get to hit in the fights, and they're going to have a shot to win this game. Maybe even take Tinker's Tower early, like in the early game. That's how I see it, but yeah.
I like it. A little bit of hope for both sides there. And for Tidebound, they're one game away from making it into that final best of 3 to go to TI. But let's see exactly just how this series is going to play out with Lyrical and Trent.
Thank you so much, Nat. And yes, indeed, we're getting ready for what could be the final game. Tidebound, though it seems like after the draft, the panel's not sold on
Sure
them.
doesn't sound like it. I'm going to ignore half of Tal's sentence there, and when Fly said, it's completely unwinnable.
It's
I'm just gonna
completely
ignore the other part where he said,
unwinnable.
I don't want to make it sound like that, but I feel like we're going to read through the lines there and just pick, it's completely unwinnable.
Yeah, it feels pretty rough. But again, that's dependent upon Lycan being strong, which it seems like he's set up to be. So, it's like if A, then B, if A into B, and then B into C.
Right.
But maybe A doesn't into B.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying?
Not quite.
You picking up what I'm putting down?
A little bit.
Okay. I'm with it.
I think their draft kind of looks sucky.
Okay.
Is that what we're putting down? It's
Yeah.
just, it doesn't feel like it addresses much of what their opponents have.
Yeah.
It seems like there's not a lot of synergy going on. It's just, they're just kind of there.
Well, one thing that is pretty hype here, at least in this game, that I'm really stoked about is that we are going to have a 9-class Tinker, or excuse me, not 9-class, I'm looking at 9-class, a Satanic Tinker, but 9-class sticking around trying to find somebody here to pick off at the beginning. Will they be able to get that early first blood? Dude, they're so safe on Tidebound. Maybe now they'll
Planet's
plan
getting
it.
a little close here.
Run it? No, they can't do it. Surely.
It's not looking like, I mean, they're realizing like, this Lycan appears to be alone up top, which is great news for the Ogre since he has learning curve. So he's like, nice,
Yeah.
I can actually do something level 1. Gets a few hits in there. What a sad hero with no Orb of Venom anymore, Like, not Venom.
Dude, they're sticking DM alone up here. The 9-class is still staying bottom.
Surely he wouldn't wait this long. Right, there he comes. He's going to TP up.
All right, well, that functions. A nice start, 6 and 6 on the last hits, though, for Tinker, so they definitely ensure his early game, if nothing else. Now 9-class does manage to get that pull off to the side. Bach gonna punch some cogs. Actually dodges him. Doesn't get hit by a single one. All right, everybody, look that back and just see how to dodge him.
That's pretty nice. So you could call this as a 2-point cogger or just a 1-point cogger?
I mean, after that, I'm not taking any more points.
No, I'm terrified at that point.
No, I think everybody just maxes cogs now. I feel like that's all I'm seeing nowadays.
I'm not sure. I looked at the last one that was picked, and it was only one, and I was disappointed.
Okay.
I don't think max. I think most people are 2. I've seen some maxers. So some people who can really hit the cogs will max. Historically, it was a classic counter pick to Doom, though. Was the mana burning ideas.
Oh, yeah. A lot of damage out. DM in some trouble. 9 class wanting to bring down Shiro will be able to, but it comes after the fact.
Yeah, that's right.
And now, 9 class continues the punch, the beat down. How much more do they have left in the tank? He has a jump if he wanted it, but won't go for it. That's a nice little pickup for Zeusy.
We're going with Zeusy?
Yeah.
Oh, Zeusy. God of gods. King of Mount Olympus. Zeusy.
Zeusy.
Zeusy. Perfect.
It's nice.
The panel was not looking forward to the mid matchup.
Yeah.
They were just saying, you know, free lane for Storm, which, I mean, fair enough, right?
This was, I'm trying to remember what year it was, Nothing to Say playing Primal, where he was just like making solid moves all around the map, getting off to like a hot start, rotating, sometimes even at like this level 4 at times it felt like, depending upon what was happening in the side lanes.
Oh, I love a good pre-6 rotation on a
Yeah.
Primal Beast. One of my favorites.
It's very nice. 9 class takes another couple hits from Shiro, already bloodlusted by Y. And giving him a good start. Has to use the jump there.
That was a very aggressive maneuver.
Yeah.
2 points in the old Ignite, so let's be careful.
DM also, because things have been slowed down, it means that his Helm of Iron Will has also been delayed slightly, and each one of these right clicks really hurting. Still having some regen, but not a ton.
Will he get to double-digit last hits?
And here's hoping.
Oh,
No,
not
he
this
will
wave.
not.
That's tough. I think he got 1 creep that wave.
Meanwhile, stun in towards mid, hitting on to no one, and gonna jump. Shiro shows up, cancels it as the cogs are there, but with the rotation in from Shiro, no one is in trouble. And just like that, Tidebound decide we're gonna play quick.
Okay, yeah, it's not the Primal who's moving early, it's everyone coming to the Primal. Trying to turn the tables on this lane that we were worried about maybe not going too well for them.
So far, so good.
And what does it cost them, really? I mean, no pressure on Satanic. That is one downside. But
Yeah.
it pulls some help away from Bach. Or, like, you know, from Satanic so that Bach gets some space, rather. And Nothing to Say is charging through, trying to get through with the creep wave. And currently, Clockwork does not have those options to ruin his life.
Still causing some problems. Bach paired together with him. And also can retreat back to some stacks that have been built up. It's just a double on the Ancient, but I imagine Planet might be making more of that happen as the game goes later.
Raiding creep
In
wave.
the
just
meantime,
lost.
DM up top there. Brought down very low. So, 6-minute mark now. It's going to be Helm for Bach. That's the call.
Makes sense.
Satanic in some trouble here.
Oh, nice spread. Beautiful.
Manages
No chance.
to catch a kill.
Shiro getting a lot done here. Immediately back up to the top lane. Doing well in the last hits, doing well in the kills. That's going to take him to the top of the board now. Getting ahead of no one and Satanic. And well on his way towards that Maelstrom.
Right now, just that 1 point in Bloodlust making a pretty big difference in why keeping the pressure on. And the other thing about that is they can kind of just make that move again as soon as teleportation's back off cooldown, although Shiro doesn't have a TP to get back home after the fact. It's
No
one
one's
downside.
also holding a haste rune right now too, so perhaps an opportunity if he sees something. Like for Planet.
Yeah.
He's coming to scout, but just gonna end up taking a camp away.
No stacks on the hard camp means you can't get a double taken away there, but still sitting pretty.
Speaking of stacks, 9 class working on building some up here.
Ducalis. Oh, you got to be ready for this one. Bach shows up. He does not have level 6 yet, but going toe-to-toe against no one, make sure that they do not get a free rune, excuse me, the Wisdom Shrine. So DM gets one, Bach gets one. Ducalis going to be the dead Clockwork.
It's a lot of units down here, but at least Shiro can take himself back up top, and he's going to be safe up here. There's no counter players coming here from no one. I thought maybe he'd immediately go top, anticipating this, but doesn't want to risk it. Rune was running out, so just going to farm his way back towards mid. And 9 class will be happy to pick up some of this XP in the mid lane, being a support Zeus and whatnot. The stacked camps there for Satanic have been prepped, so he's going to move in and start doing some marching. It's also going to help out 9 class quite a bit as we start to see some neutrals picked up.
Not quite as quick, I think, as he got it in the other series, if I'm not mistaken, on this Kaya, but still will be getting it on the earlier end. Then afterwards, Blink, Aghanims, pretty easy pathways to go for on the Tinker. So Shiro, he is making his way towards Mjolnir, actually. And at least for now, things seeming to go pretty okay for Tidebound. 5-1 on the kill store. Not a huge disparity or gold lead coming in yet. Bach just now finishes the Helm of the Dominator.
You know, it's kind of crazy to have a great healing Lotus as a Nature's Prophet at this point. Being able to TP into a fight with half of your HP pool you can recover from a consumable.
Yeah.
Like plus your wand.
That is true.
That is so much health that he can just gain.
I mean, also the barrier just from the TP.
Yeah, like he's so tanky when he arrives into a fight, so hard to commit on him.
And there really isn't a hero that can easily kill him at this point. Like Tinker can, you know, do the laser blind stuff, which is very annoying.
True.
But otherwise, the team fight not really there yet. Clockwork only level 4. Zeus getting towards the level 6, which will help. And that's the other thing that will be nice about this as this game goes later, is like Nature's Prophet is going to have a tougher time sort of farming safely if there's Thunder Gods and, you know, a Tinker that can jump onto him.
Yeah, not if Y just stands next to him the whole time, though.
That's true.
He's just hanging out up here. Throwing him some bloodlust. Do you need anything else? It's okay, buddy. No wonder he's found his aspiration to play Dota again. And any carry with a position 5 just standing there bloodlusting you over and over again is going to make any carry player happy.
Feels great. Now, the only downside is that it is only level 1 Bloodlust.
That is true. All right, no one. Zipping in.
Stun. Pulverize. Broken. Damage out, though. Shiro comes in clutch. 9 class tries to run away. Can't quite get the run down there. DM pops the ultimate.
There's nothing there, man.
Oh, that feels so bad.
Oh, it's just Storm Spirit's like a moth to a flame, you know? It doesn't even spawn up there and you just die for it. But the hero is very reliant on runes.
It's true.
We know this to be true. The worst part is that it was a shield rune anyway. Yeah. Not only did it not spawn up there, it's like...
Well, that means you can get a better one next time.
You know what? You're right. It's good news that it's a shield rune. That's actually fair. It's actually good news.
And then he died,
you know?
So, game very much feeling just like PvE at this stage. As Satanic spams out the neutral camps. Is there any chance here that they get this kill onto DM? It looks like it. Doesn't have an easy way out of this one. Might be able to get away with his Warpine Raider staying alive as it runs away from the giant Primal Beast. And some pressure onto the tower. We'll force out the glyph. Tinker actually shows up here too. So we'll try and stop that push.
Yeah, Warpine Raider and Tinker, they can take care of it. Tidebound now growing it to a 7-1 kill lead, but a relatively small lead in terms of gold. In terms of experience, looks like it's actually favoring the Radiant just a tiny bit here by approximately 6 XP, I believe.
Oh, again? Okay, no. That's so interesting. So Nothing to Say just forces 2 TPs, or I guess just one, gets everybody to rotate in there, and then he ends up still stealing the Invis rune.
He's having a hard go over there on the old no one. 0 galvanized charges, 2 deaths.
That doesn't feel great.
And, you know, to Collis as well, not a good feeling as a Clockwork when the game feels like this, you know? You're just playing defense. You don't really have any good targets to go for. There's no one to help you accelerate with. Your offlaner is one of these helm guys who also wants the bigger helm, so he doesn't want to play the game for 20 minutes.
Yeah.
So you're just like, But here we go. And now, what he does have to work with, Thunder God's Wrath. Pretty cool. Don't have to use a flare necessarily to kind of waste it. And then easier jumps for the Storm. So.
Well, Dire scans see that this movement is coming over there, so Y is just going to be a body.
Although DM's walking out of it.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, if they're really paying attention, they could tell there were more behind him, but they might think it was just him, maybe.
Y, you would love to get a better kill than this, but you will take it.
They're TPing it. They used Thunder God's Wrath just to see how many people were coming.
Ice Blast hits onto Ducalis, and it's immediately being broken. Battery Assault. The hit, the hook shot. Damage out from Ducalis. He's dead. Planet falls low, and DM doing good damage indeed. Will pulverize the creep, but no one is going to have to disengage from that. Although, blink forward, nothing to say. Forces no one away and finds him.
I did not think that he was going to be able to reach 2,000 at that point.
Wow.
What a spell.
Jeez.
I don't think no one thought either.
No.
Oh, that's so bad.
Tidebound. Right now, winning the unwinnable game.
Unwinnable.
Unwinnable game. They're winning it.
Can't be done.
14-minute mark. Shrines going their direction. As you can see, he still had some of that bigger AoE left over, I think, from the pulverize, and yeah, it doesn't feel great. No one scratching the beard trying to figure out where it went wrong.
Does that help? I can't grow a beard, so I don't actually know. My brother got all the beard genes. Does it make a difference?
We say it does.
Oh, okay.
And it might.
I hope someday to find out.
It's not gonna
I
happen.
think I'll hit puberty pretty soon.
It's not gonna happen.
Somewhere around the age of 35.
It's not for everybody, you know?
The beard?
Yeah.
Okay.
By everybody, I mean you.
Thanks.
It's not a quick jump in and a kill on the Clockwork. DM. Is he getting a little bit testy? Y wants to find him. Hey, buddy, how's it going? Forces out the ulti, actually. Very good. Does he go for just the kill on the 9 class? Are they too worried about other people coming in? Thunder God's Wrath is there, realizes maybe this is not where I'm supposed to be. Ducalis also already hook shot in. Nothing to say, looking for that kill on the support. And indeed, they will be able to run down the Clockwork.
You know, sometimes you're on top of the world, and some days you just can't get anything going, and I feel like 9 classes have one of those days.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. P-Vision are just running into a brick wall. And you know, we're seeing China just like absolutely decimate here. This is on the verge of having both teams, well, 2 of the 3 teams from China on top 2 and directly through to TI.
Yeah, 3-0 guaranteed. One of them if they hit 4, so yeah. Kinda ridiculous.
What a glow up.
But of course, you know, it's an unwinnable game here.
Okay.
So,
yes,
you know, it's coming around.
They got to get into that unwinnable state.
I tell you, once no one gets some galvanized charges, it's gonna look so much better.
It's been a tough one for him. And if there is one thing that this lineup is definitely going to be able to do, it's delay the game for P-Vision. You got Tinker, you got Storm, you're going to be throwing out some Wolves, trying to split push and stuff. I mean, the panel is right that there's a Vision everywhere. Unfortunately, P-Vision can't do anything with it.
No, I mean, they've hit the one thing that they really needed on Tidebound, which was Shiro gets massive.
Yeah.
And Shiro feels like an unstoppable force, and he feels like a tower that just erupts from the ground and kills you, as 9 Class is about to learn again.
It's been a rough day for that guy. So 4,000 gold lead now. This team Tidebound on the hunt. You know, the other thing too, actually, though, is that like Tinker will also struggle against the NP later. If Tinker shows, you can sort of make the jump happen, I feel like, in a way. If you get BKB, maybe a Hex eventually. Yeah, Curse of the Old Growth.
Yeah. Yeah, it will get worse, Lyrical. Thanks for bringing that up. Really helping the narrative of the game.
Yeah, it's true.
You know, I think there might be almost no way back in this one.
There's a chance.
All right, look. He's died so many times.
Yeah.
In solo dumb places that they're smoking behind him.
That's so sick.
This is the long con.
I love this.
Here it is. Oh, look, they're wasting Ice Blast.
No, look. You wasted it all. Oh, no. Not again.
A worthy death. Listen, if I have to sack my Zeus for a Galvanized, I'm taking it.
Yeah, it's true.
Of course, having used an Arcane Rune to kill an AA doesn't feel quite as good, but that's fine. All small steps to the top of the mountain.
Each one just as important as the one before it.
What is that cursed item over there?
There's a lot of words you can say that don't mean a lot. It's pretty great.
We've learned that quite well as commentators.
Yes.
Or just vague idioms.
Yeah. Well, it's always darkest right before the dawn, and the dawn is coming. DM. Can he get out of there? No.
No.
No, he cannot.
If this tournament's anything to show, it's always darkest once you pick the dawn.
Yes.
Apparently.
That's a
she's
good point.
really struggling.
It's been another tough one. So no one going to be going for the Lincoln Sphere. Has been grabbed one too many times and wants to stop the damage coming from, well, not even just Bach right now, but also the Primal. It's been able to catch him out every now and then.
I'd say we're going to go for a potential Roshing here at the 20-minute mark at the bottom, Shiro's saying.
Okay. Love to see that.
Or not. Maybe not.
Yeah, you can see very farmed. Everything faster than average for Shiro.
Yeah, okay. Doesn't have to show off. We get it. Tormentor first. As the flare hits, there's nobody there.
You're taking it so personally when it happens. It's like it's happening to you. What? Imagine if that little...
I am the people.
Imagine if that showed up in the corner as you're playing. It's like, wow, you got that really quick, guys. Look at the, you know, you alt-click the item, alt-click the timer.
Imagine it showed your allies the average BKB timing compared to theirs.
Yeah.
Now that's Dota Plus worthy.
I would love that. Anybody dying to this? No. Oh, and oh, jeez, the flame shield.
It's a nice one.
I always forget about this item. It's so nice. Rocket flare, feeling safe. Ducalis, little does he know, he is not safe at all. No one.
Hey, at least he knows there's no pulverize.
True.
He can walk it off, you know, not be too. I mean, he's even gonna try and hit the Croakers.
Nothing to say stops that from happening. Satanic. Just mass farming coming out from Shiro. And trying to go for that Curse of the Old Growth soon here too. But that will be a good item. When DM is able to finish off the Nullifier, he's
You'll
getting
all
close.
see.
Yeah.
When I get my Nullifier.
I mean, then at least you can like sort of focus down one of these targets and guarantee you get the kill. Amp damage
All right,
denied.
nice. Well done by the Wolf.
The lead steadily growing in spite of Tinker's attempts to stop that from happening.
Like a tree planted by Shiro.
Yes.
Reaching taller and taller. With the nutrients of the blood of their enemies.
Good job by
and the
9
death
class.
of the neutrals.
Yes. Are you gonna kill that creep? Just thinking
I mean,
about
if he tries, he's gonna die for it. 'Cause here comes
know.
nothing to say.
Oh, 9 class. Come give him a hug.
I cannot remember him having a worse day.
It's been
Ever.
a tough one. It's just been a lot of hate thrown the way of 9 class by Tidebound here.
Meanwhile, Ducalis is just firing off these flares. He's like, they are not roshing.
Don't worry. Oh wait, hold on.
Fires on a flare. They are roshing.
Any scans coming out? Anythings?
All right, no one. Let me see it. Open that inventory slot.
They gotta get
Let's
something.
get a little crazy, no one.
Gotta get something here.
All right, here we go. Where's the slot? Open it up, no one. Come on. Oh, there it is. He's making a little
He's
slot.
got a Lincoln's too. No one. Well, they find Ducalis again. This time it stopped though.
Oh, he's on the A.
Jumps. Attempts at a kill, and Planet is starting to fall. Finally, they roll through. DM is on top of and killing Y. Satanic there, starting to fire off a bit more. Storm needs to get out. He does not have a mana pool at this point.
Okay, they pulled the fight away from Shiro. He's not just swinging at them. That's good news.
This actually went great. Both
Yeah.
supports dead. And, like, Ogre, very important in these engagements. A regen rune.
That is something.
This is them staying in this game. If they can finish this off, there was a creep there that spotted it. Bach,
Shiro
ready
still
for a
has
jump,
BKB.
nothing to say. He blinks forward, but now he's caught in trouble. Satanic finds the finish. If they can get Shiro too, this would be huge.
Hold on, I'm sitting up.
This would be everything. Instead, they're gonna go back for Roche. Don't go high ground, go Roche.
And Shiro, he can't do anything. Despite having his BKB ready, they never got the fight in a place where he could actually be Shiro.
Unwinnable for Tidebound at this point.
No.
Unwinnable.
There it is. It has finally occurred.
I can't believe that happened.
I mean, it's great play. I mean, they spread it out, right? Like, they finally have the
No moves,
resources to
no.
kind of drag this fight out. They actually punish the big jump in there this time.
And
from the
Tinker's
Primal
free
Beast.
casting.
聽到冇？聽到？聽到聽到。唔知冇聽我翻開遊戲嘅聲先好撚大。音樂好撚大，我講音樂好撚大。語音咪？技能語音3，佢瞓覺咗，屌咯，或者安迪。好撚眼瞓啊！咩嘅？
好撚緊要喎嗰啲。邊度刪開啦嗰啲。外刪咩你知冇？外刪嘅招式好緊要。睇下先，有我唔可以睇到咁多招式啊！啊，好，揾緊。邊度有黑人特效？第一格。哎呦！屌啦！個口糧，個口糧邊度買咗啊？口糧睇唔到啊！哎呦，被爆滿撚到死啊喂！嗰啲嘢我都唔知咩撚嘢喎，太耐咗，忘記晒咗，睇得到撚成啊！記得點樣搞咗啊？記咗點樣搞？唔曉搞啊！唔曉搞啊！太多嘢咯。太多嘢咗，唉，都唔知點樣搞啊！哎呀，真係成日冇嘢搞咗個嚟。屌，睇到啲嘢忘記晒啊！咩撚嘢啊？唉，我冇聲。有嗎？頭先有講話嗎？而家有講話咩？有啊。有冇講嘢明先啊？有啊。佢嗰啲藍藥都冇鳩咗咯，邊度整啊？輕軌啊，邊啲愛邊啲唔愛我都唔知。乜撚 撚嘢都唔知啊，幾撚搞笑。咩撚嚟嘅屠龍之外觀啊？劍啊！哎打咩機喎？冇分132分，屌！嗰陣度啊，掛撚到又掛到天光啊！哎呀！哎呀！啲咩撚嘢啊？又冰又明又嗰啲咁嘅撚嘢意願。
係咯係咯，我睇到嗰啲好多啊。
啲咩撚嘢？睇撚到都成啊真。嗯嗯。好攰啊！又話有好撚多元寶啊！屌你啊先，60萬啊！60幾萬啊！你睇爽啊，因為屌你
600
用
幾萬，600幾萬一下玩晒咗咯。
係
買
係有啦。
阿是講唔得閒啊。
半撚到死啊啲嘢，屌搞撚錯。
係咁噶咯，係點啊？哎呀！
佢咪悶到死啊啲嘢咧。又無端端斷線嘅，屌你！ 入翻嚟咗嘛。琪仲有搞咩？琪失蹤咗喎，屌！改人咗喎。有 WhatsApp 佢又唔睬，睬我啦，係啊，睬我點樣揾人哋？失蹤咗，冇回覆啊，冇啊，我點樣知啊？去做咩喎？啊？WhatsApp 佢咧，咩免費拎嘅拎唔到嘅喂。哎呀，呢個虎耳把瓜噴邊度打㗎喎？點柒知邊個？整個手勢俾你睇啦。好撚多嘢搞，英文冇掂，睇下先。多嘢我先，咩手臂？識㗎？啊！唉，山圖河啊，乜撚嘢啊？山頭圖係加嘢啊嘛，佢阿師瞓覺啦喎。 邊度係本人啦，咪咯。你就問佢啦，你係邊個啦？要點樣打啊？我唔識打咗喎。Yeah. 我冇藍藥水啊，而家做啦，做就得咗咧。我都唔知撳邊度整，我都唔知道。而家你休會緊，嗰藍藥水嗰度，你都唔知道，而家係分手嚟嘅，你係啊，而家問題都冇位啊，滿鳩晒啊，都唔知乜撚嘢，全部搞撚錯，點樣搞嘅啫？冇諗會撚到，我哋都唔知咩撚嘢啊！呢啲嘢，喲，撚茶連水啊，個咩閪嘢啊又，太多嘢咗，你真係唔知點樣搞啊！唔係啊，唔知乜撚嘢，我撚到寫晒，而家邊啲唔可以我就劈呢個，一樣嘢我要咩有寵物嘅招數。喂，我冇藍藥水，咁快開咩？一講包滿咗，整唔到，識聽路，佢咪冇位啊，兩個位要你啊！唉，嗱，係有個網喺邊度啊？喂，未出嚟啊隻網，包滿撚到上，哦係啊！ 夠住咩？真係
打邊隻先啊！哦，咁就啱啦。咁我有冇打錯啦？
好似好慢咁樣，我打到去夠時間冇喎。呢個好似好慢咁樣打到去，都慢，夠時間咩？要来天下武功为快跑人。唉，又去睇翻呢個劍點樣搞咗，一路追住你搞就知道嘅，耐冇搞咗啊，就係甩咗。咁嘅話，耐冇搞你就追唔到咗啊！佢出嗰啲嘢點樣加，點樣 upgrade 啊？學唔到啊，太遠咗。喂，有咗。 thật là打唔到機咯。唔係幾嘅啊！琪琪啦，信我啦，琪琪冇搞咗啦。佢冇藍咯，我屌喎，都唔到招喎。拉緊咯，咪拉緊咩？屌你！你傻嘅咩？打咗咁耐唔識搞，係咪忘記開啲嘢啫？點樣加？點樣慢慢就會轉來噶咯。
轉來啊！你轉來。
眼瞓咗喎11點幾喎。哇！沙巴啦，我屌而家。只有順利嚟講，應該係馬來西亞啲錢咯。
916啊！
係鬼咩？啊，是好冇？好啦，應該反彈，有彈嘅，冇藍啊，好辛苦啊，都整唔到咯。就係冇喎，而家問題嚟講，
河蠢啊！嗰啲石頭攞嚟河蠢啊！咁多最賺嗰啲就係食嗰石頭嗰啲寶石啊！咁河蠢就得㗎啦，一定有2、3個。
好辛苦啊而家，買合成，合成都係位啊！
掉咗啲嘢啊，好似冇用嗰啲石頭掉咗佢就得啦。
我遺忘記。而家問題我眼花咗，睇唔到啊，
撈咗啊，撈
咪戴
咗
緊老花啫。我睇唔到啊，咪戴緊眼鏡啦。
撈咗啊！
睇唔到嗰個字喺邊度
係啊，
喎？識嘛？而家幾耐？
黃色，黃色，黃色，黃色喺邊度？
5二喎，渣撚到。藍色喎喂，啊新嘢啊，藍色啊，
如果我啲封面喎，
死鳩晒喎！
冇死啊！跌到唔切啊！
屌你阿星又幫我換位，死咯！
黃色，黃色，
忘記咗我點樣黃色喺邊度？黃色咩色啊？紅色，紅色啊呢個。屌！你老花太深咗，俾盲㗎。
笑你啊！誒，丟啊丟啊丟啊丟啊丟啊丟啊！到我啦。
瓜撚咗啦，邊條瓜撚咗？
啊，是冇開麥，好冇開聲啊！睇戲。
呢個色咩死晒？黃我死咗咯！
贏咗啦，冇贏咗啦，唔係死咗係贏咗啦，好耐冇搞噶啦，唔知點搞啊！
過嚟啊！咪睇都唔到啊！而家問題嚟講，悶鳩晒啲嘢會幫下手，我清下啲倉佢。 掛機有冇掛機係咪？
冇啦，仲有咩？未打晒咗啊？
能過嗰啲。是本人，你相信吗？
誒，我擺咗變，我擺咗有調低咗啊！而家放黃賣幾多呢啊？好平，好雀仔啊！雀仔而家賣幾多呢？就係咯，死傻仔嚟嘅嗰個，死傻仔嗰個。屌，真係傻仔嚟嗰啲，好撚傻啊！我屌咗撚佢，我同佢講，你哋好差過2000蚊咩？屌，死傻仔啊！1000出蚊啫，好撚搞咗幾十千，整咗幾十千啊，賣2000，我都唔知點解咁蠢啊！真係蠢到撚咗。
傻仔嚟嘅。太多嘢做。
而家仲有唔有打交嘅？冇啦，冇打交噶啦。我哋而家仲有幾多人啊？我啊，阿黎咧，阿黎未過咗去嗰個三灣天庭咗啊？唔係，而家咁都好唔睬下，打條柒咧，人哋2、3千萬，我哋淨係仲係1000萬。冇，搵我第一名嗰個啊，而家係第一名嗰個啊。啊，誒，阿咪又係去咗天庭啊？江湖冇嗰個死白痴仔咧，江湖以前嗰個白痴仔咧， 唉，以前每日操場嚟打我哋噶，打啊俾我哋打死嗰個啊！毒手而家叫咩名啊？咩死傻啫！唉，喺邊度咗啊？係大利啊！我想啊！哎呀，聽到呢個毒走個傻仔，好撚笑啊！好撚好笑啊！傻仔。
天庭而家天庭係最 top 啊！瞓咗，我而家睇緊啲嘢啫。睇唔到嘢喎。啊，好靚啊，個球靚啊，唉諗嘢啊，哎呀，睇唔到其他人嘅我，睇佢哋嘅戰力啊，風雲啊，喺度喺度睇緊咗230幾啊，哇難2億幾啊，天庭熱戰，佢哋有打交嘅咩？戰二戰，誒，最愛小火鍋，邊撚個嚟啊？最愛小火鍋。阿味都緊要喎味，咪睇自己食。好啦，好嘢。江湖都唔錯嘛，都有個119幾喎江湖。嗯。煙火仲有搞喎，煙火啊！ 酒仲喺江湖咩？傻噶，打開我哋一酒160㗎，而家嘅嗰啲柒頭都升得高過我呀，都升你士兵喎，你士兵走啊！哇，1300幾萬喎，太耐冇搞咗啦。跌落線㗎啦，嗰隻腳你冇睇咩？細號啫嘛，佢瞓咗，我攞佢瞓到12點啊！屌，我咪有做。嚟黃嚟嘅喎，毒黃啊！點啊？睇唔到字咯， 咪我洗號都唔知咩號嗰度，我都忘記咗。hit 忘記咗。嗌你啊，神童，已經嗌你啊！個個去瞓覺啊！屌，你咪阻鳩錢。係啊，
Tims, seeing as Raven was so defensively postured as he was farming up neutrals. Nice toss away, though. We'll give him a little bit of time. Slowed down, but Lightning is going to try and feed himself to neutrals. Does not get it. Mac takes the aggro. Draws the Ancients onto himself and claims the last hit.
Oh, there's kill number 1 with the blink.
Yeah, I guess we'll call that a blink kill.
Not the cleanest, but you take it. This also dodged that amp damage on the Void Spirit. Pretty valuable. That was a scary rune out on the map. Another power rune spawns. It's regen for Mac. He will finally win that battle. And that is a good rune for him.
You do have level 6 on the silencer off of that kill. A little bit of mid action, so Mac wants to make another play. They can protect it. Jing, he's gonna find Jackie out here. Jack Boys farming some of these neutrals behind the tower. They'll take the tower itself. They still have their own safe lane tower up, but Armel is gonna rotate over and make sure they're able to have some equality on the map.
Akashi had to bail out of his bottom lane. Too much pressure down here. You don't even have Battle Fury done on the Ursa. You're not going to stand there and fight versus all this early spell power. Nowhere really great for him to go on the map right now, but he's in a good position off that lane, so can't complain too much.
This does mean, though, Jabs is going to have a super fast phase Blade Mail Blink.
He has not had a lot of pressure going into him for how much the Tiny's been off the lane. And that'll be a scary timing for Nemesis to deal with. Blink Blade Mail Axe plus that Vessel Void Spirit. That sounds tough for the Lesh to fight into. Maybe your game plan is just farm up a little bit more. Wait for some of the second item timings between the Doom and your Leshrac here. Take a fight that can lead into some mid-game Roshans for the Ursa. I expect Boom to make an instant play with that Axe Blink, and I'm looking towards that mid-tier 1. Should have it here in the next minute or so. You will have another Wisdom Shrine pop. You'll have all the supports on the, all the levels on the supports you need. You make a quick smoke into mid. If you can ever jump Silencer or Lesh in this game, you should have the damage to finish them off. Just roll the fight after that with some Deuce support. So Nemesis really need to be careful about who they show mid and who's getting jumped in this game.
Both teams are setting up for power runes, but Nemesis keep losing the coin flip.
Yeah, they have not won a lot.
Like, they're bringing the resources to protect one side, and they just keep on missing. Armel this time gets an invis ring.
Needs the Vessel charge, though. This is really important for him.
Yeah.
Needs a kill to happen here, or that smoke gank to come through so you get some skirmish going. There's your Axe Blink as well. This is Boom's time to strike right now. Very strong around the map. Want another power rune. Not really missing anything. I mean, yeah, you would use a tiny blink here, but opted to go the Solar Crest route. So no quick initiation for Tims in this game. Wants to translate it into more utility.
What do you think about Helmadam and Midas? It's a Doom. He's got Devil's Bargain. Like, obviously he can sell the Midas and pick up other items, but let me just say, the power spike difference between the two offlaners here couldn't be different.
Well, you know, they're both carry players at heart.
I guess so, yeah.
I'm sure Raven.
Oh, they're coming through the gate. Wait, they're coming to you. Oh, Raven, he didn't recognize what was happening there. Clicks on the gate, but it was already being channeled from the other side. The Global Silence will protect them here as both teams kind of panic in the situation.
What was that? That was interesting.
Oh, no. Leshrac, Mac tries to kill a Pugna, and it goes terribly wrong for him.
Ooh.
Yeah, John, well, I mean, that's a worthy tip right there. Big man Mac tries to step in paint. It does not go well for him at all.
He's going to lose his tier 1 off the back of it as well.
Yeah.
John Well putting in work around this mid lane, and that is an easy cleanup for Jackie. Well, that smoke move kind of failed, but they ended up getting the objective they wanted out of the sequence. Gifted to him. Boom just getting more out of the map right now.
Well played.
And this Dusa is starting to pull ahead. That's the scary part here. Yeah, maybe your Axe and Void Spirit aren't finding some crazy early teamfight momentum, but this Dusa is having a perfect game right now outside of that one death top. Just been untouched, and it has such good matchups here.
Out of curiosity, going into this series, which team did you think looked better? Good call. Jabs just bursted down, man. He couldn't even get off the culling blade. It was such fast damage. Caught him midway through his Fury swipes.
That's where you alt click his code of blood stacks and go, what were you doing, brother?
Yeah.
Too much damage for his own good.
The overpower makes short work of the Ursa, and that'll delay his blink dagger.
I mean, to answer your question, I felt like Nemesis honestly looked pretty good.
Yeah, I thought so too.
I think they looked a little better than Moon, but
and that was the report that I heard from like teams.
Sure.
Teams were kind of saying like, okay, Nemesis is actually kind of legit.
They took some games and had very close games towards winning some series. So you can argue maybe they're not the worst 0-3 team that could exist right now.
Yeah, and I think it's funny. It's just they're in an interregional matchup. Like,
yeah, that's unfortunate.
Everything kind of goes out the window when you're matched up against somebody from a team from your own region. I mean, you've been in a number of those North American derbies.
I mean, you can be a premier team, but you can lose to some straight trash from your own region. That's just a law of Dota. Everything goes out the window. You know, teams will just drag you down to their level and beat you with experience. That's a tough ask.
There's that Devil's Bargain into play. Raven sells his Midas for an early pipe pickup. So we'll see if they actually try and make a move with this pipe.
Solid pipe game in the early portion.
In the early portion, yeah.
I don't think it's scaling crazy here or anything, but
which for me says like you really want to fight for the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, if I'm going pipe here on the Doom off the bargain, I want to get some team fight going. Otherwise, you're not gearing up for a late game with pipe here. Got to have some extra packet. I was just about to say packet loss. You got to have a little packet loss in a C match, you know. Just Valve just wanted them to feel like they're at home, you know.
I mean, that's probably right at home. You're talking about packet loss to Australia server.
That's true, yeah.
4,000 net worth lead for Boom, as mostly coming from
the
this
Dusa.
Success of, I would say it's the success of the offlane. It's coming from the net worth difference from the Dusa, but that's because the Ursa is so shut down because the offlane went so well for Boom.
Double melee did pretty damn good.
It went disgustingly well for them considering
but,
their
you know,
matchup against an Ursa silencer.
You have 2K on this Dusa relative to the carry, and the other 2K is kind of coming from the two supports relative to Nemesis supports right now.
Yep.
They just got way more off that map. That Pugna just got to sit mid forever, and then you get the kill in the Lesh of the tower. Now he's mega farmed. Full Force Staff plus Cloak already done. This Pugna's going to be a beast. He's going to have Force Glimmer plus level 12 here very shortly. Pretty insane position for a first pick support hero that has been owning the tournament.
Yeah, this hero is kind of out of control as a support if you give it that extra net worth.
At least Nemesis have some direct answers to it. You have Doom with some anti-healing, you have some jump, you have Silencer to counteract him on the backline, and you have another silence AoE-wise with the Muerta. Like, in theory, you did draft to deal with the Pugna, so even if he's very farmed, could still pose some problems to Johnwell, but
do they
again,
have
that has to
anti-heal?
come in the team fight.
Oh, you mean Doom?
Yeah,
right,
they have
right,
Doom.
right. Yeah. I was looking for any sort of spirit vessel or something.
He's getting greedy with the blast.
Trying to sandwich. And a very successful move, at least the start. They're easy kill on a Johnwell. Can they catch Armel, though? Raven, he could get off the Doom if he really wants to, and he's going to try for it.
This is not enough damage on its own. He needs a little more.
The chase is going to go way too far. The call on it, too. He just pulls up the Ursa again. Oh, he thought he was going to be able to get there to help get the kill on the Void Spirit, but simply too greedy from Nemesis. Tried way too hard to get that pickup, and Raven has just let the rest of the team off a cliff.
That was one of those Dooms, the second it went out, you knew it was not going to end well. It was just stretching way too far, especially with utility already out on the Pugna. Like, you can bail heroes out of this Doom early. You need Lesh in those kind of fights. Like, that's where the damage is going to come from in a chase scenario like that. Overreach from Nemesis. They're going to pay a massive price around the map. Another haste rune for Armel to add a little insult to injury. Pick up one more for his trouble and add to his vessel charges.
I mean, Jink doing a very admirable job of trying to delay his death, but It is inevitable. And look at that, boom. 2030, time to finish up Tormentor with this fresh butterfly.
Jackie is so bad in this game. Even got some stacks for your axe. I mean, these calls from Jabs have been on point. He has caught the overpowered Ursa twice now.
Yes.
And you just insta-burst yourself. This matchup gets better for Ursa, but the early game has been miserable for Akashi. Just can't enter these fights. And again, you point towards which of these cores do you want in these engagements with the Doom? You rather have the Lesh there than the Ursa in this early game. Or at least the Ursa coming in way later.
Oh, they're going to get here. They can't stop him from taking the Wisdom Shrine, but Jabs will make sure that Raven dies a second time in the last minute.
That is also back-to-back deaths after that pipe purchase.
Yeah,
Really
you're
hurting your
getting no
itemization
value
there.
out of this early team fight item pickup.
Feels like Nemesis are just unsure of where to strike right now, and that is where I go to the draft. Who is the clear initiator in this lineup? Who wants to go in first and start the action? Unless your Lesh Blink just snowballed out of control, which was not the case, you're stuck in a game like this, where it's just Jabs and Tims running around the map, making moves, starting easy kills, and all you can do is farm and try and get to some later scaling items here.
And that's really awkward because I feel like that style can work of counter initiation, but they do not have a clear save, right? Axe makes that jump. They can kind of respond with the global or respond with the calling or a dead shot or something, but they don't have that something that guarantees the hero that gets jumped is going to live.
There's a jump. That's a big find.
Yeah, they didn't even necessarily have to use the global sounds there. Pops it towards the end to ensure it. Oh, no, not again. Not again. Oh! Jabs is relentless, man. He just watched the 5-man squad of Nemesis kill his Void Spirit, and he didn't give a damn. He wants that Ursa, and he wants him dead.
He has had his number. He has punched it 3 times now. That is a lot of stacks early on, getting these chops. Extra armor will go a long way in this game. It's such an early BKB, too.
Early BKB, now he's going to go back for the shard with the maxed out battle hunger he has and the extra armor stacks.
Straight scaling, man. This is a great position on this hero. You're about to put an Aegis straight onto your Adusa. And it was all such a good opening for Nemesis. They finally get that silence connection onto this Void Spirit, who's been really annoying around those power runes, only to end up instant losing your Ursa into Aegis on Medusa. Nightmare scenario.
That should have been an opening for them to take the first roach.
Yep. Like, you have the Ursa lineup. Those big core kills around the river should open up this objective. Instead, you end up paying a massive price. That Scotty is coming out fast here.
Yeah, he's already got one of the components.
And that is an incredible power spike for Boom if they get there with this Aegis intact. You cannot fight that at Nemesis. You have to split push. You have to find some pickoffs around the map. You have to find a way to slow this game, stall it out right now. And Boom are gearing up for the high ground. You're going to have Solar Crest plus extra utility on the Tiny. He did not go the initiation route. Sucks to try and find stuff around the map. Great if you're just balling up behind the Dusa and pushing objectives. So it'll pay off here if you can force high ground early.
I think Nemesis lineup is also not that good at split pushing at this point, right? It's like Doom, Ursa, Lesh.
They don't pressure towers very well. You can do it a little bit, but rather just be killing people. And if Boom group, you're not going to find the pickoffs here.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
The question is, will Boom go for that group, go for that high ground push in this Aegis timing? They're certainly taking out all the tier 2s early. But there's no more tier 2s left. Are you willing to dare a high ground push? They're already setting up for it. Jabs with the Glimmer, looking for the pickoff that would make it a lot easier for them.
I think you wait Dusa Scotty here. That's kind of your green light. He's so close.
Yeah, there's no reason not to wait for that Scotty at this point.
But I would be very tempted to force high ground. Kind of tricky with first Roche. You don't get these banners, but absolutely doable when you have a hero like this and you have Pugna for some sustain. Dusa doesn't necessarily need the sustain, but throw it on to somebody else here. And this is not an easy Aegis for Nemesis to fight. Their lineup does not deal well with heroes having 2 lives. They got baited.
Oh, baited by an illusion. And the Scotty, it's on its way with a Siege Wagon push.
Oh, yeah.
This really couldn't be more ideal for Boom.
This timing is way too fast for Nemesis to deal with.
Decrepify to help protect the wave. Siege Wagon
for the
stays
flank.
up. The tier 3 is already gone. The flank is coming in with the smoke. Jabs, they're going to try and jump onto him. Do make the jump, but he's already got off the BKB. They doom him as well.
He's
They
dead.
throw everything they have to be able to take out this axe. But is it going to be worth it for them? They jump in, but can they get out? Mac is going to be caught by Armel, and with the Manta, quickly switches them off, and Jackie is still untouched in the middle of this. So even if you could get back to your base, what is going to be left of your base when Jackie is done with it?
Did not get enough off that flank. You needed at least 2 or 3 heroes to convert it into a teamfight win. This Dusa is an absolute beast.
Straight to another one. One lane of barracks down at 26 minutes. The Jack boys want some more.
You just have to watch it happen. You don't have Doom. You can't really take fights on the back end. I mean, you can look for a quick support kill. It's tough. These are tanky supports to bring down.
Fresh item pickup is Shivas for the Doom. I don't think it'll make that much of a difference, but we'll see. Ursa jumped onto an illusion. They actually thought that the real Dusa was pushed forward like that? I don't even understand. Now the Gorgon's Grass goes out, catching Raven. Raven with his fresh Shiva is just going to be chopped down. A toss forward of the Dusa into the rest of the team. Jack Boys is actually going to be losing his first life here.
Is he?
Healed up. Pugna actually keeps him alive, so...
Yeah, you don't see that every day.
I guess...
Shot missed too. I mean, he doesn't even care if he goes down here. Minute left on this Aegis. Whatever, that's just a free refill.
Yeah, force Nemesis to make another initiation.
In fact, I think you'd rather have this Aegis go down.
Outside of the base.
Yeah, then get caught in a fight with it expiring or some weird situation. You don't get the full mana refill. He's just too powerful for his own good.
Kinda is. But it makes me think that Nemesis, the only way out of this situation is to smoke out and try and hit him while the Aegis expires. But they are not in a position to do so.
Marvel at the spectacle.
I mean, is there anything coming in for Nemesis? Trying to get a Sight device on Mac, that's so far out. Raven can sell his Midas, but he really won't have that much for an important item. Basher on Akashi.
There's really not much. The Bash on the Ursa is going to be the biggest one because maybe you can just jump this Pugna and burst him down with a clutch Bash. That'll open up the fight a lot if you can find John Well on the back end.
He is slippery. Tumbler Toy, an
easy.
Aether Lens, and a Glimmer Cape. He's not an easy
But
grab.
that is your recipe to winning a team fight. You jump the Pugna, take him down, and you doom either Void Speed or Axe. If you can take 2 of those 3 out of the fight, you have a window to kind of kite this Dusa and kill the rest. It's got to be very quick, though. You have a solid angle here with your cores. But you can also try and all in this Dusa. That is a risky gamble.
I mean, he already popped the Diabolic Edict. I guess maybe got tagged by the Nether Ward, so he wasn't able to make the blink play. I don't know what that blink play was.
I mean, you gotta go. You gotta do something.
I mean, you certainly just can't be giving up Megas before the 30-minute mark.
Without a fight, too.
Somebody's got to make the call on Kashi. He makes the jump forward. Global Sound's going to be used. Doom. They go for the play
Got
of
the
all
ult
ending
off.
the Dusa. They have not done enough, and the Ursa is gone. Jabs will catch him one more time to end this game. And a Culling Blade on the way out to finish up the Leshrac. And Nemesis, they call it. Sure, there was some lag, but there's just not enough lag in the world to stop what has just happened inside of your base.
I mean, Dusa just plays through it anyway. This hero just stands there, tanks everything, kills everything. It was a very solid pick. Like, Nemesis don't have good answers to the Dusa timing. They either needed to find a way to slow this Dusa down in the laning phase with multiple kills, some sort of, you know, chaos Dota, super fast, rampant gameplay. Their heroes are just not really built for that, other than the Blink Lesh going uber ham around the map. And again, I just don't think the draft is really set up to do that. He doesn't have the best help to do it, and his targets to jump on are extremely tanky. And they all tanked up very quickly.
18-8, a rough start for Nemesis in an elimination match.
Very much domination coming out from Boom Esport in this game one of this best of three. Does give Nemesis a chance to strike back in that second game, but let's first break down that game number one, because there were a lot of things that went well for Boom Esports. I do want to focus on that first, Lizard, as it felt a fairly smooth game for them.
Yeah, it definitely did. Even the things that I thought are going to go really wrong for them, like the laning stage perhaps against the Ursa, it truly didn't feel that way. Sure, they might have lost an axe once, but overall, the Tiny did his job. He pulled, but not only did he take the creeps away, but they also managed to kill the Ursa a couple of times. On the flip side, of course, Ursa did create some space for himself with some rotations on the Medusa. However, I don't think that they pressed the tempo nearly as hard as they needed to with the Lash. Eventually, this Medusa just hit her timings, and that was it.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I think they had opportunities. I think this game, Nemesis, to hit certain timings. We saw the Dominator and Pipe coming out from Boom pretty early, and Lash also had a decent game. So I feel like they could have forced the issue a little bit more. Perhaps going into Roshan a bit earlier with that Pipe, or trying to go as 5 and force a fight somewhere. But at the end of the day, you don't really have an easy way of starting that fight. Like, it has to be around an objective, like Roshan or the Tormentor, for example. Or Boom will just not take the fight against you, right? So they're going to dodge the Pipe timing. So in that way, it's also not the easiest task for Team Nemesis.
Yeah, I must agree. I think with this Ursa last pick, they basically put all their eggs in one basket and made their team fighting aspect like a little bit more lackluster. The initiation is just missing. And to me, if I just look at these both drafts next to each other, to me the Boom Esports draft just seems much more streamlined. You wait for the user to get 3 or 4 items. You have the initiation of both the Axe, the Tiny, even the Void Spirit. You have a casual partner who secures laning station, always will have his impact, and even make the Ursa like cause Ursa troubles and kite him. To me, drafting-wise, it just seemed like a huge diff, honestly.
It was just so much easier to execute, to play the game, right? And then in the end, you had the Medusa to carry you anyway. Meanwhile, on the other side, I feel like when you look at these 5 heroes, it's just the Muerta that can kinda initiate once she goes for ATOS, but even that isn't, like, if you're counting on that to be your main source of initiation, the game is rough.
Just not reliable.
Yep.
No, it was not reliable, and that did mean that Boom Esports had a fairly smooth game one here, with our standout player being Jabs on his Axe. He did get the last pick for his team, and it worked out beautifully. I feel like actually it almost covered every single thing that we want an offlaner to tick, Misery, because that's something that we were drastically lacking from that Doom, which you already talked about in the draft, that was a factor that we're going to look at and we were going to lack on the side of Nemesis potentially.
Yeah, I think it was a tough Doom game in general. Like, you have to fill so many roles for your team there, and you're already playing into a bad matchup against Doom. However, the Axe, I think it's much easier for him to play, because he just has his job is much simpler, right? He needs to get his items. He has a Tiny in his lane to pull waves for him, and yeah, you see it here. It's not necessarily that Jabs played better than Raven. It's mostly just the nature of their heroes just in this matchup. Just much easier for Jabs to execute, but yeah, I think Raven did the right thing, going for Dom, going for Pipe, but then the team didn't really, they were not on the same page. You see, he sold the Pipe, but he had it at some point in this game. But I don't think they really used it even once. So that was the main issue. Also, I think the Ursa last pick perhaps didn't really come into fruition. We saw him die 3 or 4 times to the Axe alone. So yeah, that was not the solution.
That was not the solution. I think Stormer, you've got some proof of that.
Yeah, I mean, I was about to highlight the same that you just said, Misery. I think we saw 2 moments, or at least 3, where Jabs basically just got the call. This year, I think, was the biggest moment for Nemesis. They got the pipe timing on Doom, they're chasing, but here you can see Ash gets a double call, kills Ursa in, I didn't even see him, 1.5 seconds or something, and this will happen later again. And this just shows basically that the last pick did not really work out, or the way of fighting for Nemesis is getting a bit complicated. I think here this clip is going to happen again, that Ursa's going to get found by the Axe eventually. Here we can see it, yeah, and he just dies from 1 call. If he doesn't press the enrage too fast, I mean, I cannot react to this call timing with enrage, and he certainly couldn't. So I think it just really shows like the ease of execution. I mean, we are repeating ourselves here, but this is basically it, right? The ease of execution for the Dire draft in comparison to the Radiant draft.
Was this? Oh, sorry, go for it.
Just want to highlight the last little play by Jabs there on the last kill on Ursa. He was there waiting for the Ursa to click on overpower, right? Because if you call the Ursa without that on, he's not gonna die. He's just gonna hit him slowly, right? So he waited. He was actually that's good play.
Yeah, Jabs played really well that game.
He really did, and it makes me wonder that this game, and we talk a lot about the ease of execution on the side of Boom, and obviously they played well as well, and on the side of Nemesis, they didn't have the tools to deal with this. Where did they go wrong? Because we've agreed Axe might not have been the best pick there at the end, but maybe it already went wrong with the Doom, because that, as an offlaner, didn't play out well.
I feel like their team needed a different offlane or a position 4 to combo well, to combo a little bit better with everyone. It's easy to speak from hindsight. Maybe they could have played their game a bit better, a bit faster with the Doom pipe, but still, then you're just putting yourself in a situation in which you are forced to kind of snowball. You can't really get pickoffs that easily. You have to force objectives to force fights, because if you aren't forcing objectives, they won't fight you. And they don't really care because they have Medusa anyway. So it's in their interest not to take your fights, right? So you needed something different. Not a Doom, you needed something perhaps like a Mars, some AoE control that can set up a perimeter and force them to fight. In hindsight, of course, it's easy.
Oh yeah, it's easy.
I think the main oversight is that you forgot about the Medusa matchup, right? You already have the Leshrac, you already have 2 supports, you picked the Murder and the Silencer with the Doom Lesh, so you basically have nothing as a Medusa, and you left it in the pool. It's not, it used to be a thing like 3 to 6 months ago. This matchup was very common back then. We haven't seen it much in the last several months, I think, so maybe they just forgot about it again. But that was the main oversight for me, at least. The last pick was hard. We discussed it during the draft that it was not a simple pick to salvage at that point.
It was definitely not, and it's definitely going to be something that Nemesis is going to have some talks about right now, or potentially they put all their talks and all their focus into that upcoming game number 2, which I hope they will do. I'm sure one of the leading voices in these talks is going to be the main veteran on the team, and we're going to listen to him talk right now as well. It is, of course, Raven, who sat down with Pyrion earlier.
Hello, I'm here with Raven from Team Nemesis. How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
So, you've been to a lot of TIs before.
Yeah.
But you've got 3 lads on the team. This is their first TI. Yeah. What have you said to them to prepare them for this?
For me, I always say to them that in LAN tournaments, we need to adapt faster because some teams are really good. And because we cannot study them for long, so I just keep saying to them that we need to adapt fast.
Just be quick?
Just be quick, yes.
Okay. How did you guys prepare for this TI? Like, what was your boot camp? What was the setup?
So we boot camp, we go here early, like 2 weeks before. So we boot camp here, practice a lot of Euro teams and pub here. And I think we're pretty doing good.
Cool. How would you describe, obviously, it's a bit different. I've asked a lot of the teams, how has your season been? But this organization has only existed since March, I think.
Yeah.
So it's obviously been a bit of a difficult year in some ways, but how has it been since March with this team?
I think for me, I think we just get lucky that the players that we have is really skilled and high MMR for me. Even it's like 4 months, it's pretty easy for us to improve and be as a team.
Yeah. And how did you put the team together? Who was responsible for getting
So our manager contacted me. He said he wants to get a team with me. So I poached a lot of players, and then these players that I have just accepted me. So I'm just really grateful for them too.
So are these guys that you knew from playing C Dota and just?
Yeah, I think I just got lucky, you know, because Mac got kicked. So he's my friend. So hey, you want to play with me? I keep poaching them.
Right.
Akashi, he got kicked also. I poach him also. So I think we just get lucky.
But you're happy with the way the team is set up. You think, like, what are your expectations?
I think for me, I like the players. I don't really understand why they get kicked because for me, they're very skilled.
Right.
And they're young. I mean, Akashi is young, but Mak is not. So I think they still have potential. So that's what I saw in it. So I just try that I can get them. So yeah.
And what are your expectations for TI as a team? Obviously, brand new team, really. What are you hoping to achieve?
In this tournament, I think my expectation is just to go to playoffs. That's our main goal. And maybe after that, we can think about else.
Cool. What is the chemistry like on the team? Are you guys, do you have fun? Are you bonded well? Is everybody super focused? Like, how does it feel?
When it's time to be serious, we're serious, and when it's time to be fun, it's really fun with these people. Yeah.
They're a good bunch.
Yeah.
What do they do that's funny?
We're always laughing. We're always teasing each other, and you know, but sometimes it's kind of sometimes it's like too much. But
Okay.
we have Scam now that he can always that's too much, guys. So,
Right. So he controls the banter.
He controls
Okay.
us.
What do you think about the current meta in Dota? How does it suit you?
For me, I really like the meta because other heroes have certain playstyles, and certain heroes. I think other teams really have different playstyles at all, and I think for me it's very balanced patch.
So, what is your plan in terms of the top heroes at the tournament so far? Which do you think are the top heroes in the meta?
I think the top heroes gonna be a lot of animal heroes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like zoo.
It's zoo
Yeah.
heroes. So because the certain item, this Domi right now is very annoying. So I think it's gonna be a lot of Domi.
A lot of dummy. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. All right. Well, we look forward to seeing you, and best of luck, Raven. Thanks for talking to me.
Thank you.
Nemesis might be 0-3 here, but in 2 of their series earlier, they were able to force out that 3rd game to a series, and we're of course all hoping that they can do the same thing here, make this one competitive against Boom Esports, who I'm sure is hoping for a 2-0. We'll see how that will play out, but I do want to focus here on the team that is with their backs against the ropes, because one loss here now for them, and it is all over for the road to the international. So what should they do? Got 3 analysts asked that very question to Stormstormer. You're in the booth with them, you're in the room with them. What are you going to tell them? How are they going to win game number 2?
So, I mean, the first base, of course, that everybody's feeling good and everybody's in a good mental state, which I think they will be. They got, like, their coach with them, and as we just heard from the interview, like, they are quite a happy bunch of people, so
Yeah.
I got no doubts about that. And then secondary, talking about, I would just really focus on the draft, what they can adjust. For me, personally, it depends also what the drafting order is going to be, if it's going to be second pick for them again, but I would like to see a little bit cleaner way how to take team fights, how to take objectives, how to force the threat on the enemies. To me, the opener with Silencer into Lashrak showed some weaknesses in the way that, like, there's no real initiation, there's no real frontliner, and later other heroes have to compensate for that. But what happened is that Boom actually drafted in a really clever way. They took the Tiny themselves, which was one of the best post fours. There's not many more melee post fours in the pool that can do that job that was required. And then they were kind of with their backs against the wall, and that's why I think they went for this Doom route. I forgot the second hero right now. What was it? Doom Muerta, exactly. And I think they just had too many holes in the draft, basically. I think if they can build a little bit, like, a better fundamental, like... Well, I lost myself.
A framework, maybe?
Yeah, a better framework to, like, you know, with less holes and easier way to last pick, also maybe Akashi's hero. I think they're already better, like, way more set up for success.
Just have everything checked, right? Like stuns checked, team fight, AoE control checked, instead of the
Initiation.
way they, initiation, very important as well.
I agree. Having ways to start a fight is so important in Dota. Like, even like as a concept, we saw it last game too. If you cannot really kill the enemy heroes, you're slowly gonna be put down on the map. You're slowly gonna lose map control because you're scared of them jumping you, right? But you cannot jump them. So I think there's something very important for them going into this game, is that they have ways of starting a fight, ways of killing heroes, ways of setting up plays around the map. They were lacking that badly last game.
They were, I would imagine, I don't know this for sure, but I would imagine that maybe the pick order is also probably going to be different in game 2 as the priority is shifted. So that does mean that we're going to maybe have Nemesis on first pick, and we have kind of, it's not the same for every team, and it's still a little bit different, but first pick generally is getting the upper hand in the draft, especially.
It is. This morning I was actually checking, and I think the win rate is quite significant in favor of first pick. I think it's like 53-54%. It was this morning at least. Maybe it switched in the previous couple of series, but of course it forces the enemy's hand, the enemy teams, to perhaps ban out some of your best heroes plus Marcy.
Yeah.
Right? Like they need to think about what you're good at, plus they need to get rid of the heroes that are considered the strongest at the moment. And so far I feel like the teams have demonstrated that they do have the upper hand with first phase.
Something about the pick order that I was thinking about is that when you are second pick, you see one hero and then you can counter that hero with one pick, right? The problem is that they get to ban 2 heroes afterwards, right? So that basically you cannot pick a combo. They get to ban. Like if you pick the, what do they pick? Silencer. Now they get to ban 2 heroes that they feel like works really well with Silencer. Right?
Exactly.
And it's the same with, I think it was Nigma yesterday who thought about picking IO Marcy, for example, but they wouldn't be able to. They wouldn't be able to pick IO first pick, second pick, because Marcy would get banned, right? So that's kind of a weakness, is that you have to reveal something that then leads into 2 bans, right? So I think that's a big problem for second pick in general to solve.
Yeah, I love what you mentioned here, because I actually also think that the combination of picks and bans is actually what makes first pick so strong. It's not only this pick order that you just talked about the first stage, but I think also in the second stage, we just saw it right here, right? The 18 pick, the Medusa, later gets covered by 2 additional bans that just make the pick so strong. And at the very last pick, on the 24 pick on second pick, usually you don't really have that many good left S-tier pool heroes left in the pool that you can really use to abuse your strong position. Yeah, you do see 9 heroes picked already, but usually it doesn't really work out like that.
As a cheese hero picker, I absolutely 100% agree. It's also that you get those 2 bans to cover the hero that you just picked, right? But also this last pick just isn't as potent anymore. It feels like there are no crazy gacha picks.
No.
Like, at least at this tournament right now, we're not seeing them. Like, we aren't seeing a Huskar, a Meepo, an Arc Warden.
But I will say it depends per team, because we did see the Tinker obviously come out as a carry, and I'm sure that there's going to be some other teams that have some weird carry in the back of their heads as well, or on their radar. I will also say that when we just saw the graph, the 2 heroes that stood out to me most, that were uncontested in that previous draft, we had the Sand King and the Earthshaker. We saw that win rate when picked in first phase. Both of those heroes I kind of always have put in a similar type of role, because they are pretty easy to figure out what you want to do with them, easy to execute heroes potentially in terms of game plan anyway. Both of them could be working just fine as an overall first pick. Why aren't these teams considering them?
Could just be like the comfort is like not really fitting them. Maybe they had their own strategy. They obviously did the preparation, right? After the Pugna was picked, the Silencer was picked quickly after.
Yeah.
So they had something prepared in their minds, but it also did not work out. And also what happens to many teams in this stage when your back is against a wall, that for some teams, they try to minimize the hero pool to really only play what they're comfortable with, which honestly, most of the cases is not a good thing, because you still have to be flexible to be able to pick what is necessary.
Well, I'm going to be saying that we have a little bit of a situation. I was going to see a change. It is a change, as then we don't see it swap, but it's not a change, because we have exactly the same as last game, where Nemesis is second pick and Radiant, and Boom is first pick and Dire. So one of these 2 teams is prioritizing being on the side they are on right now, which leads to this situation. Does mean that everything we theory crafted about being first pick kind of doesn't really apply to Nemesis. They must feel comfortable in getting that overall last pick and being Radiant at the same time.
Right. Seems that they do think that Pugna was the biggest issue, at least when it comes to the opener of the draft. That's the difference here that I see, right? Like, Pugna is the only thing different in the first phase of bans.
I mean, Pugna was a big issue last game. He had such a good game, took down all the towers. We saw him starting to chip down the tier 2 bottom, and he was level 11, I think. It was very farmed last game. And by the way, there's the Earthshaker that you mentioned.
It is.
Beastmaster also being banned out. Another hero we didn't mention yet is the Disruptor, which is the most picked hero so far at the Road to International. And it's banned out first phase here.
He kind of flew under the radar for us, at least, right? Like in our series yesterday that we were covering, Disruptor wasn't necessarily picked too many times, but yeah, most contested hero right now.
Shaker has a 73% win rate.
It's a lot.
So for the Road to that's actually pretty mad.
This hero just does it all, right?
Yeah.
And he's flexible too. I feel like on the mid lane, this hero has looked amazing so far, but today as well, we saw XXS just take it to the offlane and do so much work with the Shaker anyway.
Can I sidetrack us a tiny bit, because Nemesis in the previous game they banned out Gyrocopter, and I kind of, on hindsight now that I'm thinking about it, I didn't really get it. Is that a hero we should be having on our radar for this game, or why the ban on the gyro? Why was he so highly prioritized?
It's a good question. I mean, I think maybe they expected some other things to come out of Boom, perhaps. Maybe they didn't expect the Pugna first pick. Maybe they had some different plan. I think maybe they thought to pick Enigma, like we talked about.
Yeah.
And then they see the Pugna and they're like, we want to pick Enigma into Pugna. It's I'm not sure about that, but it's they definitely moved on from that idea here.
Yeah.
There's no gyrocopter.
Teams do enjoy banning out Jackie's heroes. Like historically, it has happened, but let's see. This matchup, by the way, Shaker into Quap, Stormer. It doesn't feel bad for Quap, or am I wrong?
It's definitely Quap favorite on mid. I mean, the longer it goes, the easier it gets for him, especially when you have the third point at Shadow Strike on level 5. Usually Shakers get bullied out, so this is also the idea behind this. But then again, of course, the Shaker can be flexed to other roles, right?
Can the Quap not be flexed as well?
The Queen of Pain?
Yeah.
Yeah, I assume so. So it's also nicer from the second pick side off, because you can flex it till the very end, right? That's the strength, actually, of second pick, that if you can flex a hero to the ultimate 24 pick, then the enemy has to reveal where they flex their heroes first to, and you can adjust strain. And we also see that the Queen of Pain is protected by a puck, so now from the mid lane, the most obvious counter is also taken up.
And they get the bat, which is also kind of not that great into Puck, I guess, on the mid lane, so you can switch these two if needed, right? Like, sure, Puck is banned out. I'm just saying that Bat mostly supports for them, but they can swap it, right? Like, it's still very flexible.
I think this is Jing's maybe most played hero, or at least one of them, most comfort heroes. So I would assume this is the 4 Bat. Of course, you could still end up putting it mid down the line, but there's the Abaddon. Very good right here. Can remove both the Napalm and all the Bat Rider stuff, basically, and then the Shadow Strike as well.
It's crazy. When this hero, when Queen of Pain started being picked, people were picking her even as a position 1 into Abaddon offlane. Like, they didn't care about your Photic Shield. They didn't care about the fact that you can deal with it. But yeah, right now, I feel like the hero did get nerfed a little bit, and it's a pretty good pick into the Quap.
Is this a Team's Mirana?
Yeah, I think so.
Because they play it as 4, right? Or has Tim's let go of it and will Januel play it?
Oh, actually, they're both.
Because both can play it.
Historically, been playing this hero quite a lot, so I think maybe it's a flexible hero right now for them.
I just in my head have like Tim's Mirana is like really fun to watch, like trigger moment just now.
It definitely is, and it's so off meta, right? And there's one hero that I'm really keeping my eyes on right now for Boom, for Amel, and that is the Ember Spirit. It's exceptional against both Queen and Bat Rider, and very good with Mirana. This might be a pick that we might look at later. But first, of course, Nemesis heroes Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, the good old chains arrow combo as well, right? But why I like Dawnbreaker here as well is, especially now with the clock pickup, is like you have so much setup for your ulti.
I mean, this Mirana hero here is very strong. Like, if you think about it, it's so hard to kill this guy in the game. Now you pick Clock as well. Like, he's very good. If you put him as a 5, he's playing as Bat Rider 4, probably, right? He's going to have a very easy time there, I think. And then against Clock, it's also one of the old school counters to Clock in a 4 roll. Just pick Mirana. You're never really going to get caught by this guy in the cogs. You don't care about battery result too. So I'm a bit curious about this Clock pick. It's probably mainly because of the Earthshaker, but still.
They also pick these heroes very like super quickly. They still have 1 minute 45 seconds left, and usually this is the phase where the teams use the majority of the reserve time for, because later on the bats, the picks, like in the last stage, get a little bit more straightforward.
Yeah. You do have ways of killing heroes this game, generally. Like, you have ways of starting the fight with Lasso, with the Clock hook, but I don't see the innate synergy between these heroes too much. It's a lot of skirmishes. You're gonna have to fight a lot. But there's not this like team fight, this like direct synergy between their heroes right now. They don't have a clear win condition either.
I feel like maybe they overcompensated a little bit from game number 1 into game number 2 when it comes to
like, we want to be able to initiate.
Yeah, here you go.
Yes.
Everything.
Everyone can. With that in mind, by the way, Stormstormer, do you still feel like there is a potential for that Queen of Pain to be flexible, or are we now pretty locked in for that in the mid lane with the Dawn on the off?
I do still think that it's... I think there's a tendency that it will go mid, because also the puck ban kind of leads into that. If Boom now would have picked a mid, like I would have, for example, still liked the Ember Spirit a lot, they could have thought about flexing it. But now especially, I think Nemesis has 2 bans left. They will just commit both for those to protect the Queen of Pain. I would assume an Ember ban +1, and then the Queen of Pain is free to go to mid lane. And this Morphling pick, Boom has picked it a couple of times. Also yesterday, they played it against Bet Boom. Looked quite good there against. There was against Pure's Lifestealer. Here is against basically no counters. It has always been a counter to Batrider, Dawnbreaker, and also Queen of Pain is a great morphling target. I definitely like this pick for Jackie.
And once again, same like Mirana, you don't really care about clock, right? Like another one of those heroes that truly never threatens you. So a very good pickup from Boom. They just have to secure it properly. When it comes to the last few bans, they banned out the Doom, of course, one of the worst heroes to play into.
Yeah, and Nemesis needs a win condition, I would say, like quite badly here.
Definitely.
Something that ties it all together. On the other hand, Boom, I feel like they need to figure out where this Mirana's going, where this Earthshaker is going. Maybe if they want to put Earthshaker on a 4-roll, perhaps even, or they just want to put it mid against Quap and just tank that lane. The thing about Earthshaker mid is that you can't just stack those Ancients for him, right? And then he recovers by clicking Echo Slam. So I think you don't have to make any crazy adjustments here, in my opinion. You can just put the Shaker mid and then pick another strong support here. And I think your lineup is scaling really well into Nemesis right now.
How dead is Drow for Nemesis?
I think
as a hero into Morphing.
I think very dead, but maybe against Morphing doesn't merit it.
You could run some kind of Drow with the
right?
clock. It's not it's not the worst, but I still think it's not that easy to win the game in the end. Like the game's gonna drag on, and then it's still problematic. Okay, so they pick another mid, I guess, here, and
so this
could be Abaddon 5 as well, and a Shaker 3. Could be Shaker 4 and Abaddon 3.
That's true, actually.
And there's a Terrorblade. Is that a good win condition for Nemesis?
It's definitely the archetype hero that you need. Matchup into Morphling is, I don't know how that goes nowadays. It's like
it's all right.
Decent, I guess.
Yeah, it used to be all right for Morphling back in the day with the shotgun builds and whatnot. But I feel like if you need a carry that can win you the game, Terrorblade is almost always a safe option. It's Tim's Shaker in the end, by the way. So we'll
that's another signature.
Yeah, definitely.
So it's a dual melee offlane. I mean, I must say on first sight, I like the Nemesis stuff much more in comparison to what they had last time. You can clearly see they have initiation, they have follow-up, they have a good mix between magic damage and physical damage, also the shadow push coming out from the Terrorblade. On the other hand, I still think it's a pretty good Morphling game. I'm not 100% sure also about the Morphling TV matchup, but I just see there's not really like any instant control coming out except besides the lasso basically. And I think Jackie Boys can be quite scary in this one.
It's hard to see how Morphling dies unless he gets, Sonic Wave from Fog or something like that. It's quite hard, I think, if he's a good lane to kill this Morphling right now. I think the game's gonna drag on by the nature of like Mirana and like all the games we've seen nowadays. So even if Nemesis has a good early game, I do think that Boom can drag on and get the items that they need on their heroes. So I would favor Boom again, but I like Nemesis more than last game at least.
Okay, that's a good start, Lizard. I know that you probably are on board with the other two, but I do want to give Nemesis some more hope. So for everybody watching, rooting for them, what's going to win them this game?
TB can solo this game like many others, right? Like there you go. The tempo can be played. They have some good combos with the Bat Dawnbreaker, Clock Dawnbreaker as well. The lane itself is maybe one of the reasons why TB was picked. Reflection comes pretty handy versus these two melees. So yeah, I feel like TB can do it.
We want them to start the fights this time around for Nemesis. Can they push back and force out a third game to this best-of-3 series, or will Nemesis be the first eliminated team here at the Road to the International? We're finding out together with Cap and SVG.
Oh, I can promise you, Shiver, that they will be starting initiation. They will be starting fights. They have the initiation behind it. They've got Clockwork. They've got Dawnbreaker. They've got Batrider. They've even got a Quap in the mix. You said you didn't like the fact that they didn't have any initiation in Game 1. And they said, okay, we'll get 4 heroes to do that for you.
Hey, listen to the VOD. They adjusted.
Yeah, listen to Coach SVG.
And they overdid it.
They're about to go 0-2. I'm
they
sorry.
They should have picked less. It's too much initiation.
They really did all in on this.
They really compensated from that Game 1, which I don't mind. I think it's way worse to have no initiation than too much. You know, as long as you still have other sources of damage and sustain and stuff in your draft, it works.
Yeah.
And I think it does suit, like, the C style of Dota to generalize it. I don't like generalizing regions, but I think if you look at C Dota, they tend to play better when they just have multiple ways to start fights. They can create some chaos. They can send people into the fights early. The fight goes on long. You have someone else jump in later. Having multiple jumpers just does a lot. for a lot of these teams. It makes the game easier to play. You can make moves when you hit your timings. That was a big problem for Nemesis in that game 1. And this might be the last game they play here at this international. So they really have to step it up. Be aggressive, be confident. That's how you're going to win this game right here. You do not want to let Boom settle into this game 2 with a very scary scaling lineup with a very strong Morphling pick. And in my opinion, the best pick of the draft, this Abaddon, looks really good for Jabs. His lane might be a little tough, but man, they got this Abaddon versus Queen and Batrider. You're kind of good versus Dawnbreaker for a lot of the game until Dawn slowly outscales you. That's like whatever, but you mitigate a lot of his burst damage off his 2 spells. There's just so much to remove with the shield here. I feel like Nemesis have a big issue skirmishing into the Abaddon for a long time this game. If Jabs is there at the start in the front line, shielding the Void Spirit, shielding the Morphling, it's just nasty.
I guess I mean, I didn't love their double melee matchup last time, and I like it even less this time around. Abaddon Earthshaker is even worse, in my opinion. Because at least Tiny has toss, right? He could do certain things like he was doing, where he's tossing the Ursa away from himself and onto the silencer. The Axe has some pretty good aggression with the Battle Hunger. It's really annoying for the 5 position to play against Axes nowadays. Akashi actually got a deny on a bounty rune. So they got 2 bounty runes to the 1 on the side of Boom. So start off with advantage for Nemesis in this game too.
It's pretty nice. The one thing the Shaker can do is affect the lane equilibrium.
Yeah, we're going to see Tim's from behind the creep wave.
I honestly
Fisher?
would...
There he goes.
I would be confident if I'm Boom here of getting out of this lane even. I think it's going to be difficult for Nemesis to extract an advantage with Clock terribly here, unless the Clock plays the first few waves super well, because you're going to affect equilibrium, you're going to draw back, and you can't really dive Abaddon Shaker under the tower with this duo. At least you shouldn't be able to. Terrorblade does not pressure lanes too well when the lane's super far up very early. Like, you kind of miss some of your early meta potential. You might not even use it super early here, depending on where this wave ends up. And Clock also suffers when the equilibrium gets shoved very early because he can't run you down the lane. You can't really contest his melee support, who also went boots first because he's not playing the lane at a fair point. So I think Boom are going to get out of this lane. That's another reason I like the Abaddon pick. Like, the lane looks kind of tough on paper, but I think when you play it out, it ends up being better. I would like to see Nemesis put more pressure through their mid lane. Meta does come out bottom with a nice cog, so at least you caught Jabs once.
Nothing too crazy though. Still has plenty of regen to work through. Mid matchup, this time we're gonna have the Quap versus the Void Spirit.
Nemesis need to do a better job of using that Queen of Pain mid than they used Mac in the game 1.
Level 2 on Raven.
He's dead here eventually.
Yeah.
They want to commit to chase.
I think he's close enough to hit that Starbreaker, and he is.
A lot of mana for Raven, but you'll absolutely take it. Does lose the Courier, that kind of sucks. However, First Blood, nice start for him. And I was going to say, I think Dawnbreaker's been Raven's best hero this tournament. Like, he's looked really good on it. And this is you got to remember, this is a carry player to the offlane fairly recently. A lot of times, the early success for those transitioning from that role to this other role is heroes that can scale well. Because carry players know how to scale. They know how to impact the game in the later portions. Dawnbreaker is one of those. You can fight early, you can contribute, you can go utility, but you can also just be a late game monster.
I would say also heroes that their movement around the map is simpler, right? When I play carry, I like playing Spectre because I have an ultimate that just allows me to impact the team fights in some way, and I don't actually have to think about my positioning on the map outside of just like farming safely, right? Same thing with Dawnbreaker, right? You just farm up, and then when the team makes some sort of play your ult can impact, you drop that ult.
Yeah. You just like griefing your team because you're bad at carry. I get it.
It's
a very fair point.
Sometimes you got to do what you got to do when you're in a talent party that is entirely made of supports.
Oh, I thought you were saying Raven's griefing his team by picking carry offlaners that are simple to move around the map.
No, I think for him it'll work.
Commendable.
Commendable.
Not your Spectre pick. That's not commendable. That's reportable. I will say, looking at the John Wells' role in this game, like, he had a really nice game 1 on that Pugna. This looks a lot more difficult. He's kind of playing a 5 Mirana that got sidelined a bit in terms of draft priority because he has not the greatest setup here. Like, you have support Shaker, which is generally playing for himself. He's not setting up an arrow. The Void Spirit's your best setup. But your other 2 cores are doing nothing for you. Moonlight Shadow could be an impactful spell this game versus all the initiation from Nemesis. That's something to think about. They start trying to find people with Bat Rider, Queen going in, and you're all Moonlight Shadowed. Can cause you some big problems.
He's got to be pretty happy with this lane setup, though, right? He's against Bat Rider and Dawnbreaker, and he has mobility from the 5 roll.
The mobility's nice. He's going to be hard to kill.
Yeah.
So if he can
not much
farm,
Bat Rider and Dawnbreaker can do once he got level 2.
This just might be one of those Morana games where you don't try and do too much. You just kind of farm up and build some utility, and your impact in the game is bringing a lot of net worth to the team fights, being annoying to kill. You can't get rid of the utility.
Do like the Morana Snake King, where he's just like playing in your jungle the entire time and just being a menace, breaking your smokes and seeing your movements.
I think that would work really well for them in this game. I think Nemesis do have the tempo advantage if they really can push it. A lot of that'll come down to this laning phase. So far, laning phase going Boom's way a little. You have this Queen of Pain kind of suffering mid. This lane is not going amazing for Mac right now. I mean, he's laying into Armel, but the net worth
I thought you were talking about Armel, because Armel's the one who's about to die.
Here.
Wait a minute. Oh, does not hit the Remnant. Jing with the blood grenades. He's going to die to the neutrals instead of the blood grenade. Mac gets another dagger on him. He gets the shield back for it.
That's a triple ranged right there.
This is going to hurt to lose, but he doesn't really have too many other options here. As yet another dagger comes through. Will blink forward to finish him off. John, well, he doesn't get the deny. Instead, he goes for the kill on the back and will manage to get that much for it.
Well, that definitely helps Mac here. Getting that kill. He was behind in net worth. That pushes him ahead. This Queen matchup can be really difficult for the Void Spirit at that like level 3 dagger point, and you're always looking for that Sonic Wave kill. This will guarantee he hits 6 well above the Void Spirit. He's almost a level ahead now. Big pressure point for Nemesis if they can use it here. I mean, I'm going back to mid when my Queen arrives here. I want to use Sonic Wave. Wherever Mac goes, support him, especially 6-minute power rune spawning. There is no reason to concede this.
Tims would be nice little pick off, and they'll find him. Harris is able to run him down with Battery Assault. Good matchup for the Clockwork, made even better by a mid who can capitalize on it.
See, if you make the right play, you get rewarded with the rune.
I don't think that's how that works.
Gabe knows. Knows when you're sleeping. Knows when you're awake.
He's not Santa Claus. Armel, again, stuck in a situation where all he can do is turn and fight, but this time around it works out for him. He gets level 6 and uses that to step through the Bat Rider and claim another kill. What a turn there, as Nemesis thought they were really going to keep Armel down with the second death in lane, but instead, he's now top net worth.
I don't think the idea was bad of pressuring the mid with the Sonic Wave, but I think you have to chip him a little bit there. This hero's just so tanky with Wand Bracer early. It's like 1100 HP. Just not enough damage. No deny coming out. The thing is, he did not miss off the Starstruck.
Yeah, I was going to say, he was hoping that the Starstruck would give him the mischance.
Pretty unlucky in a way.
60%, 3 seconds.
At least spirits are good in this elimination series. Another solid laning phase for Boom, though.
And another Helm of Dom.
Another Helm of Dominating. Well, think about it then. If a Baden gets Helm of Dominator and he gets... Oh, what an arrow connection there. That's a huge pickup around this mid lane. Again, just shutting Mac down. He's the lowest net worth core of this lane phase by a decent margin after the failed Sonic Wave plus that death. Not good news for Nemesis. And this hero does not play well into a Baden. Like, the skirmish power is rough because he went to dagger build. You're throwing daggers, they get dispelled. That's a lot of your damage and chase down gone.
Yeah, he heavily committed. I feel like a lot of Quaps in this matchup would have gone 2 levels dagger. Dawnbreaker ult comes through. Can they do enough to get a kill? They've got Tims out of the situation. They're still trading 1-for-1 with double ultimates being dropped to get that Earthshaker kill. It is not an equal trade.
No, that's a big commit. It does win you the power rune here.
That's true.
Gets back some gold. Not the worst outcome, but it does feel like Boom are just skirmishing better around this mid lane right now. And they have 2 side laners free farming. You look at this Abaddon and Morphling at the top of the chart. They're just vacuuming up this farm while you're stuck in this 3v3, 4v3 mid if the Dawnbreaker's joining. It's another free farm game for Jackie.
The Terrorblade and the Dawnbreaker are both keeping up in net worth in that regard.
For sure.
But yeah, the biggest discrepancy, that Quap very far behind. And then the two supports of Boom, quite the lead against their opponents as well.
Anyway, what if Jabs gets a Purge creep?
Or just double purges?
That's double. That's 2 Abaddons for the price of 1.
That's the stupidest thing you've ever said.
It's definitely not the stupidest.
I like that's what you're
Oh, the
insulted
arrow
about
lands.
that. It did.
Okay. Nothing. Gentleman's agreement. We all back.
Kashi. It's really not working for you.
Yeah,
it's not working.
Okay. There was just no call. They're going through the gate from top?
I don't know. I mean,
That was
twice
bizarre.
now we've got some sort of weird gate situation.
I mean, that's massive. That's a bad Terrorblade that's giving up a lot of assist gold into a free tier 1 with this helm push. Nemesis really having trouble finding pressure points in these games. They're not really identifying the right numbers they need to bring to get these kills at the right points.
And another rune for Armel.
Another great rune, too.
Well, it's at about this point in time that Raven may have to put his carrot pants back on because it is not looking good for the other course. That smile.
I mean, they're enjoying all this early game right now.
There's the Siege Wagon pushing in, and the offlaner behind you. Expect this mid tower to take some decent damage.
I mean, I'll tell you one thing. You win the laning phase with support Shaker, you've got to be happy about that.
Yeah.
Because this hero is a big payoff hero. Can still do a lot from this position as long as you don't fall behind and are getting run down on the map, which there was potential to have happened. Bad Rider Clock, this support duo can make Tim's life miserable in this game, but he's getting away with a lot right now. Team is swarming top. Looking at this tier 1. Any defense?
Yeah, I mean, they're showing so many heroes. They pop meta, I guess, to try and push the offlane tower on the other side, but you're probably not sticking around for very long.
This helm for Jabs has done some work. 3 tier 1s down by 11.5 minutes. Nemesis having trouble finding an equal exchange. TPs are going to come through from Boom. They do not want to give this up for free.
No, they certainly shouldn't. Armel, he'll be the first one in. Catches Eris, who is trying to see some of these TPs. And he'll catch the Void Spirit, or be caught by the Void Spirit, rather. 5,000 net worth lead for Boom as a result.
It's a valuable kill for this Void Spirit. Again, more XP and time for Tim's just farming down here. Everything is coming up Boom right now. 5K gold lead.
I mean, there really hasn't been anything that's gone Nemesis' way the entire series, considering that scoreline.
And this Abaddon is just so strong in this game. The fact you take all these tier 1s, he can just sit on your side of the map. You can't kick him out. Another effective solo kill here from Armel with another power rune. Somebody stop the man.
And we're coming up on 14 minutes. The way that Boom is steamrolling this laning phase, I have a sneaking suspicion that they're going to be taking your Wisdom Shrine too.
I have a suspicion it might just be Jab sitting there going, what are you going to do about it?
Yeah.
Might not even take the whole team.
In which case, I mean, the supports are still looking for 6. At least Eris is.
Just getting outmaneuvered here.
Not but point to a Clockwork without a hookshot. He's got it now, thanks to soaking away some of the experience from Akashi farming Ancients.
I mean, your comeback potential lies in your spell power. Got to combine these ultimates. The Hookshot, the Solar Guardian, the Sonic Wave, Lasso. You got to start combining these in sets of 2 or 3, bringing big core targets down, opening the map back up, because you lost a lot of ground with these tier 1s going down.
And you probably got to do all that playing away from the Abaddon.
Yeah, that's the issue. This guy is just an untouchable force around the map, and I like where Jabs is playing. He's up in their face. He's stealing ancient camps away. He's taking farm away from you, giving a lot of information to the team. Just being incredibly annoying right now.
I think Nemesis is going to play to steal Boom's Wisdom Shrine. Yeah, they've already made the pay for it.
Might be the
but
better
now look
play.
at Tim's setup, man. He's set up on the high ground. He got a high ground ward as well. And I mean, it's going to cost him so much to be able to get this kill. If they can't get the kill at all, and Echo Slam gets thrown down, Dawnbreaker ultimate is going to come through, and they go after this Earthshaker. Tim's not dead yet, thanks to the Batten Shield. Finally, they get him, but it costs them everything they had. Nemesis has very little left. Good Sunder out from Akashi. As Mac tries to take advantage of it, didn't have the damage to finish off Armel, while Jabs continues to sit on this Wisdom Shrine, daring Raven to continue this fight, but it's not a fair fight. It's a 1 versus 3. The rest of Boom are still not here, still not up into this high ground, blocked out by the cogs. Finally, Jack Boys will get here. The Wisdom Shrine has been taken, and Nemesis, are they going to turn and fight? They're going to try. Sonic Wave goes out, doesn't hit much, and a big explosion of damage out from Jack Boys on Armel that takes out 3. A teleport away from Akashi, a desperate play. It will work for him. He TPs out successfully. Jing will push forward, tries to get the kill, and John Well could not finish him off despite all the sticky napalm. It is Boom, once again, walking away the victors of another fight. Another matchup against Nemesis.
Dude, those Starfalls were so impactful from John Will. He got in there, Starfall and everybody, stolen Queen of Pain Scream going into 4. Just a massive damage spike coming out from this Morphling plus the Mirana. He got 3 Starfall, 3 arrows off in that. Crazy value from this 5 Mirana. Having himself a game here. Nemesis just get out-skirmished. Straight up. That was a fight where the support from Boom was incredibly late. Again, the Abaddon just takes so long to kill. But that's the kind of fight you want, where you can wear through his ult, bring him down in the end, and then still have enough fighting power to do something. It just took so long and so much. The fact you had to expend the lasso on the Shaker at the very end, too, that really hurt. You did not want to have to do that.
Yeah, if they could have killed the Earthshaker without that, the Abaddon dies, then you've got a free lasso on your hands for the second part of that team fight.
Yeah, you might catch the Morphling, you might... You know, when he blinks in on that Queen of Pain, you might be able to lasso him there. You might be able to lasso this Void Spear when he goes in. It's not the worst outcome, though. Like, you basically drew even out of it. Which, given the game state at the time, is not the worst.
I guess so. But Jackie seems to be in a similar position to game 1.
And Blink just arrived for the support Shaker at 60 minutes. Doesn't have the Aftershock points to use quite yet, but man, with the Blink already there, Mech already done for this Mirana. Similar to game 1, the Boom supports are just getting way more out of all these situations. Set up for success.
A smoke on the enemy side of the map. Kind of crazy. They were underneath a ward situation. Jing, he's going to break the smoke, try and slip on through. Pops the dust to the side of the Moonlight Shadow, but will not be able to escape.
This kill trio is pretty nasty around the map. Anybody dies 100-0. You could throw the Solar Guardian in if you really want, but...
Yeah, that's the counterplay available. With Aghanim Scepter done pretty quickly for Raven, it is the only shining point of this current setup in Game 2 for Nemesis. The only thing they can really hold on to. A hookshot initiation on a jab.
Nice
no Solar Guardian and a Fissure that separates the two of them. Popped meta for that.
Moonlight Shadow's letting Armel get on the back line.
They have vision of managed to get out that remnant into the arrow, though. The Bat Rider trying to get the grab, it fails, and instead, the ultimate only lands onto John Well. It is a wicked 6 streak, though. On John Well, they may not have caught the cord that they wanted to, but the support was worth a pretty penny.
That's 1,000 gold right there. He'll take that Mirana every day. Also, those Tearaway Illusions were doing some solid damage there. Still have some low armor heroes on the side of Boom. If you can get some fights going where the Tearaway can come in and be the artillery support, you have enough damage to win team fights right now. Blink on the bat would also go a long way in this type of game.
Yeah. Mac kind of has to give this to Jing, because
you're not getting it anywhere else.
No.
And the downside is, again, your supports game is slow enough that Boom can just start forcing objectives. A lot of confidence when Jabs joins up and provides that support.
Spotted with the rocket flare, far too late for Nemesis to do anything about it. So first Aegis of game 2 go to Boom. It's one thing for an Aegis on Medusa, considering the net worth lead that Jackie had, doubly dangerous, but Morphling, it's a different kind of danger. Now this guy can just rack up on the agility, go full damage without fear of getting caught out somehow. If he dies, it's whatever. He's got that second life.
He's in a very similar position. He's about 1,000, 2,000 ahead of the enemy carry. He has a significant XP advantage. This Morphling has been completely set up for success. He has saves behind him. He has a lot of stuns to play with. Absolute menace in the fight, and it's another game where Nemesis don't have the best direct tools to bring him down.
Blink Dagger is done. Lasso.
Yeah, gotta find something.
Hook shot. An arrow hits the clockwork as he was trying to get their outpost back into play.
Gotta find something here. Jabs is not the hero they want to run into.
No, certainly not. They needed something much better than this. They needed a lasso into the Solar Guardian, and instead it's going to be Eris who's found. As the Moonlight Shadow finds the opening there. And Nemesis, despite the item timing that they wanted to play around, will have to retreat and give up Tormentor to Boom. It's another objective for the Dire side.
That's brutal. I mean, you find anybody there, you're lassoing them, it's probably a kill. Except Jabs.
Except Jabs.
That's been his MO all game, though. Run interference, be on the front line, be on Nemesis' side of the map. Be interesting to see what his next item here is. He could go a lot of directions. Find Raven. They have the damage for this? He's tanky.
Might need to Solar Guardian the other side. Oh, the enchant totem. He held it for a little bit. Catches him midway through that very limited charge up time on the Aghanim Solar Guardian.
He got Hadouken by the Abaddon Helm Cream. So
Well,
it gave him the little extra damage there. Jabs contributing from across the map.
And now an Aghanim Scepter for the Void Spirit. So the matchup against this Quap, you know, lane, it's one thing, but now if you get an Aghanim Scepter before the Quap has an answer to this,
Dire are scanning.
she's just going to be dead on sight.
Radiant structures are fortified.
He's not going to have any sort of dispel or defense item for a long time against
No.
this. Have to rely on Solar Guardian.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Two minutes left on Sages if Boom want to try and force something with it. For the jump mid, I mean, Boom is very separated on the map right now if you lasso something. Still into this Aegis. Not too tempting, but you might just go for it and try and bring him down twice.
There is a
with
ward
how
on this side of
isolated-
things. Jack Boys, he sees what's coming a little bit, pops his Manta, turns back around, almost kills Jing. And will kill him. Nice blink scream on the other side. And now Armel comes in with the amp damage, got him once with the sound, pull back into the arrow. Beautifully done by the combo of Armel and John Well.
You run your whole team into a solo Morphling. He's got Aegis. You don't want to commit on him. And you end up feeding 2 kills away instead. You have more initiation this game and nothing to use it on. No good targets.
And it may just be deja vu. As Jackie might just push into the high ground and he may be untouchable. With the initiation that they have, though, the high ground push is going to be harder for Boom.
Yeah, it's way
I
more
feel
difficult this game.
Far less confident about them being able to do it on the first Aegis. But they could just also control the map until second Aegis rolls around. Butterfly timing, that's going to be coming up. Wait for that as well.
Do have some solid rat action. Bat Rider, Terrorblade Illusions, Dawnbreaker can play on the other side of the map. You're making a smoke gank elsewhere. You have ways to play the map as Boom try and hunt you. As long as you don't get caught, you should find some decent net worth.
Has been killed.
You can pick up a little courier here.
Are scanning.
But man, this Boom lineup is scaling. This is a scary lineup to go into 6 slots against in the late game. Even if you manage to rat it out, which is getting unlikely here, especially when this support duo, they have so much chain stun potential, they can basically kill anybody on their own.
Yeah. I love that Tims gets the extra farm off of that too with the neutrals. Jing not wanting to be outdone. The voice will spam. Mac tries to bail him out. He will not die.
Yeah, but can Raven get out of here?
But there's no way Raven gets out. He is so far away from home. I mean, the Clockwork's coming. They're going to try and bail each other out one by one. It's just not going to work.
I don't even know if that's worth it, to be honest.
I don't think it is. I think Raven's life is worth more than the Squaps.
In a way. The problem is if you don't get the Queen to start scaling in this game, the late game looks hopeless.
I guess. Yeah.
I just don't think Dawnbreaker can carry the late game fights against Morphling, Shaker, Void Spirit. There's too much mobility here. There's too much sustain. You're just gonna not be able to lock onto targets.
Oh, what? Missed a hook shot. I guess he was aiming for one of the TP illusions, and somehow his own carry juked him.
Too good.
Not gonna catch me sleeping. Ally or enemy. And Jackboy's like, okay, well, it didn't take much. I've got the butterfly. We've got to pick off. Let's go high ground.
Deja vu, man. Butterfly timing on a carry. Just go high ground. End this game early. Nemesis once more don't have a good answer in this carry matchup.
Not to be too hindsighty here, but did you like the Terrorblade? They had a lot of options available for the carry.
I mean, I think it was more of a pick for what their lineup wanted, which was a hero to push the lanes out, a hero to scale, a hero to take objectives. It wasn't we're picking it because it's good against what Boom have proposed. It was a hero to make their lineup function, which I think is fine, but it was your last pick. I don't think the Morphling matchup is particularly inspiring. It's not great against the Shaker. It's not great against the Void Spirit. Rana kites you out. Like, it's just hard to hit targets this game with the Terrorblade. The Abaddon's your one good matchup, and he kind of dodged you. He didn't go items that are getting reflected here. You know, it's Helm into Octarine. You reflect this Abaddon, so what?
Yeah, between that and the...
didn't even fully level the curse.
Between that and the Quickening Facet, he's just gonna have his spells up all the time.
Very low cooldowns on this shield. Very cool build for the game. They're just grinding it out. Trying to get to BKB on the Morphling. Shiva's on the Armel Void Spirit. And then you're going to be tanky enough to force the next Roshan into high ground game-ending push. So clock is ticking for Nemesis. Their time at TI, you have to figure something out. Figure it out right now. Scotty on Akashi is a pretty good opportunity to try and make something happen.
And they are going to go for a smoke off.
Yeah, you have to find something here. And I don't care who you run into. You got to start throwing out some lassos or some hook shots or something. Like, even if it's a Abaddon or the Morphling, just throw it out. Start the fight. Trade ults. But you have to win a team fight here. Cannot back down.
Jing, high ground ward. Roshan roars. They're right next to the pits. But it's too late. The only person left in the pit is Jabs.
I mean, you got to pull the trigger on something here.
Radiant are scanning.
Otherwise, Jack Boys, he's going to force you to come back to your base. He's pushing another high ground. He says, you want to sit around the Roshan pit? Okay, I'll hit a tier 3. What are you going to do about it? Apparently, Boom's going to start the fight. at the same time.
I mean, well, now it's a real question of what are we doing here, boys?
Yeah, like you're 5 on the other side of the map trying to contest this Roshan, and you're the ones that got picked off while your base is under siege.
The mobility in this lineup is incredibly problematic for Boom, or for Nemesis right now.
A
They
losing
don't have the
battle
lockdown.
on all fronts.
There's a
Get
lasso.
the initiation onto the Mirana. The Dawnbreaker ultimate, please tell me that, okay, they get that 1 kill. They got something out of the situation. It's
That's
a
a
kill
gem.
and a gem. They, using those ultimates, using that meta, using that Solar Guardian means they cannot contest for Roshan, but it's something.
Honestly, Boom might just go high ground right here because now you don't have meta. You don't have lasso.
Yeah, drop a banner against no meta TB. Who's going to kill the banner for you?
This could backfire against Nemesis pretty hard right now. Jackie Boy going to town.
I mean, it almost looks like Nemesis caught off guard here as they are so far away from defending their base. Jack Boys almost gets the melee barracks before anybody shows up.
I mean, you gotta feel for them a little. They finally made a successful play, and they're gonna lose a Rax for it.
Oh my
Maybe
God,
lose
he got
more.
caught by the red, then he pulled back into his death. Akashi is done. Now the Sonic Wave goes out, trying to save Raven. It does not. It cannot push Boom out of their base.
Too
They are
strong.
here for good. Nemesis. They can't handle him. They can't handle Jack
going
Boys,
in.
and Jack Boys knows it too. He blinks into the throne to end this game here and now. And with a commanding lead, Tim's will finish it off with an explosion of an Echo Slam. Boom will stay alive at TI.
Well, one of these teams had to go home. It's unfortunate they meet each other here, but man, Boom made quick work of Nemesis in that series. Even if Nemesis had some really good looks here, some nice series against some of the top teams, they went 2-1 in a lot of those. They just got caught off guard. I mean, these are these interregional matchups. They're very specific. They're usually one-sided. Some team has a better read of the situation or the meta. Sometimes the meta doesn't even matter. You're stuck in some weird meta between, you know, what do we know you like to play and what is your style? And I feel like Nemesis just couldn't get anything going in terms of casual initiations, casual kill threat, pressure around the map, right? Where was the pressure in the lane phase? Where was the pressure in getting Max some runes, snowballing him? Using the Sonic Wave was even problematic in these games.
Yes.
Boom just made nothing easy, but I mean, that man right there, Jean Well, he had himself a series. I think he played really well in the Pugna game 1. I think he played tremendous on this Mirana in game 2. Not the easiest Mirana game either, but those Starfalls were clutch.
Nemesis, we will be saying goodbye to them, and Boom, a sigh of relief, a bit of happy faces there to stay alive just one more day. In TI, we'll see how far they can go.
Thank you very much, Cap and SVG. It is unfortunate to be the first, but they definitely fought valiantly. Nemesis will be the first team eliminated from the road to TI. We're going to talk about that game, of course, also about the good sides is how Boom was able to pull through and make this one a 2-0 and claim victory, surviving another day here with Stormstormer, Misery, and Lizard. And Stormstormer, this game, we kind of already saw a little bit of the writing on the wall after the draft was done. We did say Nemesis had a better shot this time around compared to game 1. And where did they fell short, in your opinion?
Honestly, I feel like in many small engagements, you could just see that it, like, I don't know, it felt like Nemesis was slowly but surely crumbling. You could, I think, start seeing it on the mid lane when they did that dive from the tier 1. He was one level ahead of Armel there, and he actually had a good start, but then they just ran to the tower, fed that double kill, and this matchup of Voidsplit Queen especially can snowball really quickly, and I just feel from that point on, honestly, I don't think they got a single favorite engagement towards them. I think Boom just kept a cooler head for the majority of the game, and at some point Nemesis just started crumbling.
It does sometimes happen, Misery.
Yeah, I agree. I also think this was the first game was perhaps more about the draft, but this one, it felt like they almost didn't believe in it anymore after this point here that we're seeing right now. I feel like it really felt like they were struggling to find anything after this moment.
Yeah, the same thing happened in game number 2 that we didn't really touch upon in game number 1 because a lot of other things were wrong.
Yeah.
But I feel like in game number 2 it was even more apparent that the mid lane wasn't secured as much, and it was kind of Queen of Pain, Mac trying his best to make stuff happen, but there is always a +1 on the other side. and most of that time, SVG mentioned it at the end, it was the Mirana. Like, Januel had an incredible performance. He was wicked sick with Mirana. At some point, I feel like he did more than the opposing two supports combined.
I mean, you can just look at the kill score of Januel with a 9-3 and 14 versus Jabs, the 1-1 and 7. And I do realize that it is not as easy to get all those assisted kills on a Baden, but the involvement in fights, in skirmishes, already says a lot in this one, especially since this game, I would say, Stormstorm was relatively short. So then normally the supports are going to maybe outshine a little bit. They secure the game.
Yeah, I mean, you could say so. I think honestly, everybody contributed their part on them. Like, I think even Armel, after having a rougher start, he in the end was able to like have a pretty good performance. You could see he went 7-16 as well. But I agree, in a short game like this, I think especially the sports shine out here. And yeah, here Januel once again wins around the 9-3, 14, definitely an incredible performance. It's hard. What can you say? I mean, I really feel bad for Nemesis. You could see it on the cameras. They also still have to, like, I think, process the moment a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, this is a team that hasn't been even around for so long. I think they were formed in, like, March, April. So, relatively new team. And on top of that, they have... This is the first event they are playing internationally with the squad. So... that is already a massive achievement to even be here to begin with. And then also, I think most people will remember Nemesis as the team that went very much toe-to-toe with Falcons just yesterday. So they definitely should hold their heads up high. We are also going to be looking at a moment in the game where actually for a little while, Stormstorm, it looked like they were doing somewhat well. They had a moment where, because we talked about how they had all these heroes that can engage, they engaged.
Yes, it was basically the team fight here at like the 14-minute mark, and in the beginning it did look good. We can see the Dawnbreaker ulti connecting, they get the entry kill on the Earthshaker, but I think in a little bit we will see that the Morphling is gonna connect to this fight as well, and I think Boom here are gonna play the fight super beautifully. Queen of Pain is gonna get ready to counter them with the Sonic Wave, but I think both actually the Void Spirit and the Morphling in the end, we're gonna see it in a couple of seconds, are just gonna dodge the Sonic Wave combo. So here, they're getting baited a little bit on Nemesis. They could probably disengage here, but it's hard to counter out. Like here you could see both the Morphling and the Void Spirit dodging all of Queen of Pain's damage, and in the end it's, I think, turning into a full team wipe almost. Bad Rider going for John Wells.
It looked like the Sonic Wave hit all of the Radiant heroes and not the Dire ones, because all the Radiant heroes were losing the HP.
If that spell would only heal, right?
Yeah.
Then it would have been different.
They definitely had the advantage early on. I feel like the rotations were better, the laning stage setup was nice, and definitely the pressure, I think, also got to them because there were no real connections. Like, you have this Dawnbreaker combo with the clock, with the bat, but I feel like Dawn was the one initiated on most of the time.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't clean. At the same time, though, if you look at Boom's heroes, they are hard to kill. It's Morphling, it's Mirana who can leap away, it's the Abaddon, which we saw in this clip. It takes forever to kill this hero. I think this hero is also going to rise in stock at this event in general, because I think this hero is... It's a little too hard to kill. It's a little too tricky. You need too many things to kill this guy. But yeah, it's hard to kill Boom's heroes, and they took advantage of that. And I mean, this is kind of almost like a little bit unfair situation we got going here.
It's unfair. I wanted to compare these two because it's a position 5 versus a position 4. Yeah. And the position 4 is on the right side, not on the left side. Meanwhile, your Mirana at minute 15 has a mech already completed.
Yeah.
On the other side, both the supports have only the boots, and that's pretty much it.
Hey, he got a smoke on Jing as well. You can see there was a will to fight. If there was
there's a plan.
Would have been ready. There is a plan.
I mean, you got to have those plans, and I do think that is something that, you know, they can build on. You know, they can definitely learn from series like that, and obviously from series that we've had. We are going to head over to Nomad, who is going to get some final word from Nemesis.
Thank you, Shiva. Yeah, Raven, unfortunately didn't go your way. What happened?
I think we just didn't improve at all at the games that we've played. I think we played first series. We think we're very good. Then the second series, then the third series, all the mistakes. We have so many mistakes, and we cannot just improve it.
Well, there are some positives of this TI for you. You know, you had some fantastic series against Yakult, against Falcons. What was it like taking those games there? And, you know, did that give you some confidence?
Actually, versus the Falcons, I feel confident that we can do better. You know, I feel like the games we should be one, but we just made our mistakes. Then I thought we're gonna be much better in the next few games, but suddenly we get worse.
Unfortunately, this is the end of the road for you, but I think you've had some great moments here at TI, and you are a pretty fresh team as well. Do you have any words for Boom, the team that took you out?
I mean, for me, for Boom, I think I just wanna good luck to them. Please don't go home so fast. So yeah, that's for me.
All right, Raven, thank you so much, and sad to say goodbye, but this is the end of the road of the International for you.
I'm sure there's a lot of love between both the teams from SEA, of course, as you can hear Raven wish Boom the best of luck. We'll see tomorrow how their road continues here in the International. But for Nemesis does come to a close. I do want to close the book on them here on the panel as well. What are we thinking here, Lizard? How do we feel like this team is going to move forward? Because it is so hard to tell. The end of the year is the end of potentially, I mean, there could be roster swaps.
Yeah. On a light note, they did rescue a lot of our fantasy points, like a lot of people, because they are new, because they're a team that just got in. But in general, I feel like that they shouldn't break apart. I think this is, like, on a serious note, I think that this is a team that showcased what they can do. Yesterday, I completely agree with him. They could have, with some small tweaks, they could have taken the series off of Falcons. And maybe that's one of the reasons why they had a bad run afterwards, because maybe it gave them some false sense of confidence that they will be able to take out everyone else if they're able to win a game and almost a series off of Falcons.
Yeah, it's an interesting psychological thing that happens when you lose such a close series like that, and you play so well, you put so much energy and effort into that series, lose it in the end, and then somehow you end up playing worse and worse and worse until you end up here today and drop out. Like, I feel like it happens every TI to a lot of teams, and I don't know what it is. I'm not a psychologist, but it's interesting how it keeps repeating itself like that.
I think just that new teams like this, I mean, this team has been formed at the TI qualifiers, basically, right? Raid me a little bit before that. And I think teams like this, they just don't have the best experience how to deal with losses. Maybe it's a high-pressure situation, right? You're going to the road to the International, you're almost winning this match against Falcons, but some players, their confidence can maybe crumble quicker than, let's speak of the top teams like Spirit, Falcons, etc.
Of course.
So I think it's completely understandable. And at the same time, I think they, like Lizard said, I hope they're not too harsh to themselves, because they did show good results, or not results unfortunately, but they had a good showing yesterday in the series against Falcons. And I think because we are close to the end of the season, it's hard to tell if this roster is actually going to stick together. But I hope that maybe some of the players have built up some connections, maybe made some friends, and we will see. Maybe out of this team we'll not see a pair of players at least stick together. Hopefully maybe the entire roster, who knows.
Yeah, big learning opportunity for all players involved there, but that was the end for Nemesis. Moving forward is Boom Esports, and the game we just saw, of course, the shining star was Januel on his Mirana, and that is a player purge we'd like to talk to you about a little bit more.
That's right, Shiver. I want to learn. I want the learning experience to be me learning how to play like him, because he played amazing, and I have a couple clips just to show you how immaculate his gameplay was and how impactful it was. He was rotating a lot towards the mid lane because there was just a lot of action there, a lot of pressure towards his mid player, and he backed him up. In this case, this rotation resulted in a neutral deny. Oops, I jumped forward a little bit there, my bad. Resulted in a neutral deny, which isn't the best possible scenario, but shortly after, the pressure kept coming. So what he kept continuously doing is kind of heading back over when things looked like the right time to show up. And Armel did get dived for a long time, so maybe this is partially good communication, but being there the moment that Quap linked in just helped guarantee he gets the kill. He tried to get a double kill here by killing Armel. Unfortunately, he attacked a little bit too early there. Later on in the game, again, more pressure on Armel, a blink from Quap. She did not use her Arcane Rune before blinking there, which meant the cooldown was going to be pretty long on this. So when they actually do show up and jump into the double Starstorm, his blink cooldown was on just a little bit too long of a cooldown for him to end up escaping there. There's also going to be a fissure here. We'll just pretend that it's there briefly, and then he ends up keeping his teammates alive. Super, super impactful. Check out this kill later on, though. 7 minutes in, he body blocks the creep wave. The enemy mid is approaching here, and he asks for a TP from Armel, who ends up coming. So, but by blocking the creep wave, basically, this ends up being here as the mid wave instead of here instead. If that's the case, then Mac is standing like over here instead, much, much harder, and takes more time to get this kill. So good that he body blocked it, and they do this little setup into an arrow, into a Starstorm. That's the second that the mid gets there in that lane. Hugely impactful kill. And then afterwards, what he ends up doing is he ends up walking all the way over here because he knows that the time is 7:49. It's time for the opponents to stack. He's just here to mess with the Batrider, who's trying to compound his gold an advantage. So he gets a little pressured here, looking like he might die. There's another fissure here. He leaps out of the Solar Guardian, would have been really problematic, obviously. And then Quap comes as well, goes for the ulti, and he leap dodges that as well. Incredible performance by John Well there to pressure on the mid lane. They have a 2k gold advantage at 8 minutes. That's a huge advantage, and it's largely because of his rotations.
Thank you very much, Bert. And that leaves me with a very important question because, yes, John Well played great. His Mirana was fantastic, and the hero itself seems very well kitted to be able to make these rotations and make these lanes go the way of the team with the Mirana. But Mirana is only picked now, including John Well's game, 4 times total, 50% win rate, not very much happening there. Is this a good showcase of maybe we're going to see more Mirana? I know Falcons in the past used to play Mirana all the time, Misery. Are you expecting this hero to have a little bit of a rise, or was this a hero specialist specific?
No, I think we could see it rise in stock as well. I think this hero has a lot of qualities that are very unique, like especially the ultimate and the fact that you have this leap, which makes you very hard to kill as a position 4/5. So I think there's a chance that some teams will pick up on this hero as the tournament proceeds. Yeah.
And the tournament is proceeding. Right now, actually, it's proceeding already. We're going to take a look at what's happening on the other streams. Now, on the B stream, they're in their final series as well. And this is actually an incredibly hype series. And to be fair, I will say that there's a lot of incredibly hype series. But if you were just watching Tundra versus Na'Vi, you would have been treated to an absolute brawl and a bloodbath, and it was fantastic as that is going on there right now. Let's take a look at the C stream Lizard. We still have going on Yakutu versus Nigma Galaxy. A lot of 2-0s today, though, coming out. On that stream,
in particular, yeah. On previous ones, I saw a couple of 3-game series.
Yeah, that was a long one.
A trend that we are getting through the tournament, and it just showcases how close these teams usually are. Navi is playing right now, I believe, as well. And the other one, right, like that one might go all the way. Nigma and Yakutos, I'm not really sure which way this one will go. Nigma right now is looking stronger than pretty much ever in the last couple of years, so I'm thinking that might be a 2-0 as well.
Okay, how about this one though, Stormstormer? We got Wildcard versus Heroic live on the D stream still here.
I mean, this is a pretty nice one, I think, because it's also like the American battle, I would say, SA versus NA, right? We just saw that Heroic was leading 1-0, and also Heroic won the series before that 2-0. So I think actually the first day, Heroic, if I'm mistaken, they were 0-4 actually. I don't think they managed to win a single map, if I'm not wrong.
Correct.
So today it seems like they're clawing their way back, which is nice to see, honestly. So yeah, excited to see how that one is gonna turn out.
Now that we're like almost at the halfway points from the group stages, is there one team in particular that really has impressed you, Stormstormer, that you're like, oh, this team is doing way better or potentially way worse than what you thought they would do?
I would say Tidebound. Not necessarily that I would have expected them to play worse, but today the series that they played against P-Vision really impressed me. The second game especially, where Shiro played Nature's Prophet against Satanic Thinker, I think they beat P-Vision, who yesterday seemed almost unstoppable with their strategy in good fashion. And I really just love their playstyle, and generally I just like that Chinese Dota is on a little bit of a rise here. I mean, tomorrow we're going to have the deciding match between Extreme Gaming and Tidebound to see who's going to be the first team to directly qualify to the international.
Yeah.
Definitely some China Dota hype, right? Like not only Tidebound,
I think from Tidebound you can see that cheekiness that goes back to Wings Gaming, right? Yesterday they stole the Tinker away from Paravision, who are the only team that's played Tinker so far, I think, before this.
Paravision and Tidebound, the only team.
And they ended up taking it away, and then P-Vision ended up taking it back again. I think at first 2 tinkered in the second game. So yeah, you can see how they still have this creativity that is normally not as much connected to Chinese Dota, and that's very interesting. I think that they are willing to pick these kind of funky heroes and be creative in these moments.
I think, Misery, you're probably the team that knows Wings Gaming best compared to other players, other than Wings themselves, obviously, considering you were up against them in the finals that you, unfortunately for you, did not manage to do. Would you say that identity does shine through with 3 of Wings Gaming on Tidebound's roster?
I mean, I think they are definitely, like, if you compare Extreme Gaming and Tidebound, I think Tidebound are more prone to pick something a little bit more unorthodox, to pick something a bit more creative, whereas Extreme Gaming are a lot more focused on stability and having a lot of team fight and having a late game and scaling. Tidebound are a bit more of an X factor, I would say, and I think that does go back to their players from that original Wings Gaming.
Yeah, Wings Gaming, a TI winning organization. Speaking of TI winning organizations, there are two going head-to-head right now. A little bit different rosters, of course, going on. Na'Vi versus Tundra. We already said it's happening on Stream B right now. Now, we will be back after that series, but we do want to continue watching that series. And of course, we don't know what's going to happen tomorrow and what the exact schedule will be like until everything is done. So we'll be back here after everything is done, but we are going to send you over to Na'Vi versus Tundra. Game 2 with Odie, Pixel, and Fog. We'll see you soon.
Play against that he traditionally likes to play against, play with versus an AM. So, and there's that Disruptor. Like we said, they love Disruptor. It's like their absolute favorite hero. Love to play with it. Very aggressive, and it feels very strong right now. Honestly, the new, well, not new, but the Thunderstorm Facet, much stronger in lane than it used to be. Good at always catching. So Tundra, totally different game that we're gonna have here. Sanking gets grabbed up.
Yeah, I mean this hero has been pretty crazy. We're seeing some of these mid players look incredible on the Sand King, and yeah, no doubt the BGM will easily be one of those.
Can play around Glimpse as well, right? You can play with that Burrow Strike to time it perfectly. You have some type of disengage. A small thing, but definitely something to factor in.
Okay.
I mean, playing around the kinetic field as well too, right? And yeah, like you said, this hero is just really strong, and I'll say it properly because I guess Synderen misunderstood me yesterday, but the Sandstorm, when you hit towers, it applies the miss rate. He thought that I was saying that the Sandstorm just applies it, so that's what we've been seeing from a lot of these, and they
and how much? It's what? It's 50%.
50% miss rate. And I've seen too many of these Sand Kings now in this tournament that a catapult shows up minute 5, and they tank the entire tower for that catapult with the Sandstorm hitting the tower. So, very strong hero.
On Na'Vi. Giving a bit of respect to the Pugner. Actually opting to ban that one out. Again, sticking with the Silencer ban.
I would say these are the two.
Happened last game.
Yeah, I would say the Pugner and the Silencer are two of the best, like these 5 positions that just prevent you from ever getting aggressive in your laning phase. Because we saw there, Crystal's just had an pretty much free laning phase in terms of farming, even though he was versus a kind of strong lane, because he's got the backup of the Pugner.
Tundra. See if they feel that any of the other heroes that Na'Vi got through last game are necessary to target in the ban.
I feel like it's going to be quite a bit of a different draft, of course, from Na'Vi, because they obviously can't go for those other 2 heroes, but they can go for their more bread and butter, their comfort that they've been doing throughout this tournament with like their Magnus, some of their Snapfire as well.
I mean, I guess that's the question. It is one of their specialities. It was banned out last game. You know that the Sand King's likely going to be going mid. Do you want to run your special Niku mid Undying against it? Like, is it a good matchup?
I don't know.
He loves to play it.
I don't know what this matchup is anymore.
Yeah,
Have you ever seen an Undying versus Sand King in the mid lane, Owen?
No.
Especially
but I'm
with
sure Niku has, right?
I mean,
He's probably played it in his pubs. He loves the mid Undying. He almost certainly will have at least tried out that matchup.
I mean, that would be pretty hilarious to see. Okay, Tundra. I think Shadow Demon stonks are going up, Owen. It's seeming to be like it as these games tend to go very late. Just a disruption save is massive. A potential Ags break is insane.
Yep.
And can never really write off how strong Disseminate is. It's a very weird ability that most people can't really theorize, but it's like this Fatal Bonds kind of asset.
Yeah, can steal rampages from your character.
You truly can. Look at that win rate, too. 71%. Super.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
That is definitely something to take notes of.
And a save, right? Always have to say, a save versus the Disruptor.
And imagine because this will be Toby's hero, right?
Yeah, very, very.
And as we've seen with this other the playstyle that they've liked to have him on, they like him being on these savings.
Well, I say that, but SD is usually a 4 position.
I guess they can swap the lane, but maybe you're right. Maybe it's just gonna be Saxon. We'll get something else for Toby then.
It tends to just be that 4 because you can just play so well around the stacking, and as a 5, I think Miposhka's like the only 5 Shadow Demon that I have faith in.
Sure.
Personally, but maybe.
Na'Vi. Do they want to try and secure that hot pick in the mid?
Yeah.
Let's have a look.
Do they want to get an information hero that gathers, gets some vision in the backlines? Do they want to get a backline jumper to get the SD? Because something I did see in that last game in particular, they had the puck and the tiny, but Zayas was actually, the supports were getting their spells off for sure. So they'll go the Magnus. This is, they're, like I said, bread and butter. Do absolutely love playing this one. And it will guarantee them a hell of a lot of team fight already.
Not a great win rate.
Not the best one, that's for sure.
Which is, as I like to play a bit of Magnus, but I do feel with this hero, you can have good games, but you will still lose. I don't know what it is about it. You know, you get the chance, these cool RPs, you get to do all the cool plays, but then somehow it ends up being your throne falling.
Well, I will say one thing though, Owen, is for this team, it's a big flex pick. They played as 4 position too, so Zayats will play that with.
Yeah, no, we're seeing his record as well on it has been. It's been positive, which has gone against the majority of the results that we've had on this hero. So 2-1 on the support.
Okay, they'll go for the Doom. Also, very comfort pick for them.
Do they play this more as the carry then?
Yeah, they are.
They were the original.
They were like the original inventors.
They got the Juice Doom,
the Radiance, the Harpoon kind of build that he. I think I want to say he invented it, but I'm not sure. But pretty sure though. Maybe there was one other pub guy that did it first, but I remember him like 2 years ago that had done it the first time. Again though, flexible, right? It could still be off lane too.
It could.
So.
And sure, you know, it's like sure we've seen Zayats be the one that has played the Magnus, but it doesn't mean that the Magnus might not still be in another position.
Yeah, I mean, if honestly, I wouldn't even put it past Zayats playing the 4 Doom as he's done in the past.
Yeah, he did as well, yeah.
He used to play a lot of 4
right.
Doom, so I think there's definitely some flexibility, but I would be surprised if it's a support Doom. Very surprised.
And they'll take the Undying for themselves, Tundra.
Huh.
And
it's an interesting one.
Is this going to be the 33 Undying on the off lane? Like, is this your lane duo, or do you think this is your support duo?
10 seconds remaining.
This does not feel like a 33 hero.
Okay.
Unless he builds a Dominator on it.
I wish you could. Yeah. Well, yeah.
I can't believe I just said that. I mean, I would imagine this is the supports.
Yeah.
Okay, very interesting.
Okay.
I mean, that looks
both these
looks like the safe lane, right? Undying NP.
Yeah, I think you're going to want to have Chrysalis on this MP.
Yeah.
I don't think that you're not doing anything crazy where you move him into support.
And that does make it very hard for them to get aggressive onto this lane at all. With an Undying, you're playing versus what you would imagine, what you think is probably going to be a Magnus Doom.
Yeah.
Looks like it should be a pretty free time for the Nature's Prophet. And you have now double saves, right? So now they've got an SD Disruption and they've got the Grab Ally, whatever, you know, Sunsfen likes to call it, Entomb. Eventually later on to protect. Honestly, the Entomb is a pretty good option versus Doom, since you're always going to take damage no matter what. They now have 2 abilities that literally remove you from existence.
Yeah,
so
great
you're not
saves.
taking damage versus that Doom. So that's kind of cool.
Na'Vi, of course, they're running pretty low into their reserve time.
Oh, they're busting out all the old school stuff that they like. They're actually just going as...
So who's playing what? So carry Doom.
Carry Doom, mid Timber.
It's going to be Zayats, Magnus, and yeah, well, and then you're taking Niku with the Timber to the mid.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting.
Because then that matchup with that does feel good to play against the Sand King mid.
I feel like Sand King still is going to get a good amount anyway.
Okay.
Just playing around, just sitting inside that Sandstorm.
5 seconds remaining.
I feel like it's hard. I don't know. I feel like I've seen very big difficulties of punishing these Sand Kings in the mid lane because he can just pull the waves too and pull to neutrals, as we've seen good old Malvarine do in the past.
And I guess with these bans, we're banning the less, so I guess we're still considering that there is a world where 33 could be playing the Sand King on the off lane?
Yeah. Definitely. Still possible. We've still seen a couple teams absolutely flex it toward that off lane. I've liked it so much more in the mid lane, though.
5 seconds remaining.
But he definitely was one of those original also inventors. The Venge ban.
Oh.
That. It's a very Na'Vi, you know, they're targeting Na'Vi, and Na'Vi has a very specific way that they do like to draft.
Because that would have been, what, the Venge off lane? You think this is Tundra looking at the off lane bans?
Yeah. Pretty sure, at least. Yeah, they've done. I'm pretty sure I saw it earlier. Was it today? Honestly, this draft looks almost identical to the one I think I saw the other day.
Do we have one similar? Yeah, from Na'Vi.
Yeah, okay, I found it, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So,
what do they have?
They had Doom, Venge, Snap, Magnus, Disruptor. So it was Snap and Venge instead of whatever else they might.
Sure, we had the Doom Disruptor and the potential Venge that Tundra's taken away from them, yeah.
So instead of a Snap, they'll probably maybe have that Timber in the mid lane, so still a spellcasting playmaker from the mid lane. Okay, cool.
And so I guess you're looking, what, for some sort of saving off lane? I mean, honestly, after game 1 as well, can you actually go with the Centaur again? Now, getting on top of the Nature's Prophet sounds pretty nasty, right? You put Stampede, easy setup for the Doom. What is it?
Undying is like the lane is a bit annoying, I guess, in a way. Where you're a bit annoying, but you can maybe actually, yeah, maybe. They'll target Primal. I think that's a better ban. That used to be one of the best kind of through all the game versus Nature's Prophet. And that is definitely a Na'Vi hero.
So Na'Vi with their final ban. We'll see if they do consider just throwing out another ban towards that mid or towards the off lane.
Do they switch things up and go for a different carry now, too? Like, do they go for something like a Sven and then you just throw the Doom in the off lane?
I mean, I feel you don't feel bad playing the Doom as carry this game.
No, I don't think so.
It's kind of nice. You jump this Nature's Prophet, he's going to have a bad time. They'll ban out another mid.
I'm just trying to think what other offlaners that they might look to do. They have some, yeah, they have a lot of options that they can go for, but I could see them maybe even still pick another carry and then swap things around a little bit here.
Okay.
Zayats is talking a lot. See what the option is going to be here.
10 seconds.
How's the actually? There's not that much stuns. Is there a Morphling in the pool? Okay, so they are doing a bit
just
of
Core Magnus.
Here.
All right.
So Core Magnus. Zayat's playing the Shadow Shaman. Okay.
Tundra.
Both teams, I would say, were pretty limited on disables. Like looking out actually at Navi's lineup.
Yeah.
Like, how did they catch people? Is Glimpse sure they had ways to pull them in and skewer? They had great ways distance catching, but control limited. Tundra also a bit of limited control. It's just really sanking right now. So are they gonna?
So because I think Na'Vi with these bans, they definitely feel that at least picking the timber is, I think in their mind, they feel that that's probably pushed the Sanking away from mid, so Tundra's going to get something else mid. But I think, as you said, there's definitely still a chance that Tundra will still play the Sanking mid.
Yeah.
And yeah, with that Bristle pick, I think they will, right? They're just going to keep the Sanking mid, despite the fact that Na'Vi definitely, as I say, felt that they probably pushed it away. They hadn't. Unless it's going to be some mid Bristle, which we have seen actually as well from BZM in the past.
True.
So it could actually be bringing out, they could actually be bringing out the mid Bristle. They've done it previous tournaments.
I would imagine it's the offlane Bristle, but they're
talking about it.
They're seeing what they think is better.
I mean, what is better?
I mean, my thing is just that there's a Shaman in the game, so eventually the 15 talent's going to be hitting. So I don't know if you really want to prioritize your mid laner as a Bristle when you're going to get broken. So
yeah, it's going to be the 33 Bristle, and BZM is still going to stick with taking the Sand King to the mid.
The other thing is, too, is if you're going to be putting the Bristle as a high priority, you're playing versus Doom, Timber, and a built-in break on a Shaman, right? So I feel like this is the better option. You put the Bristle as the sacked hero, and you prioritize your Sand King and your NP to scale as much as possible.
All right. So overall, what do you make of this? It does feel like that Na'Vi...
I like their draft.
Kind of got, what Na'Vi has been doing well with, right?
I think
their lineup.
Navi's, honestly. Like Tundra, they got a lot of Tundra in particular, of course, but Na'Vi literally got everything that they love. It's their bread and butter on the absolute scale. Zayats even was one of the first ones before Shaman became literally the meta.
Oh, he was
picking it.
Yeah, he was picking it all the time. And now, it's just Shaman kind of better than ever. Feels very good to play as the sport. And has already got some of the answers to some of these courses. You say, finishing with that Bristle. What do you think they were going for with the Bristle? Like, what does this sort of provide for them?
Just someone to soak spells. And that's probably
just
the
front line.
Yeah, just front line guy. Just get information, let the Prophet know, and he's going to provide a good amount of minus armor and all this type of thing too. So, I think I don't know. Navi's looks really good. If they can execute it, it looks really, really strong again.
I mean, obviously the one thing that Tundra will have this game, which is kind of what Na'Vi had last game, right, is that Tundra this time are the ones with the saves.
Yes,
they have this Undying, they have this SD. So a lot of ways to keep the Nature's Prophet alive in these sort of situations. And BZM on the Sand King, we've seen many times this tournament, Sand King popping off from this mid lane. And BZM himself as a player been popping off from the mid lane in some of the tougher games that Tundra has had. So big things could come out from that mid. But it's going to be interesting to see if Na'Vi kind of cause issues for him in the mid lane. Because as I said, with the draft from Na'Vi, it seemed like Na'Vi were like, there's no way he's going to want to play mid against this Timber. They felt that they pushed him out of it. BZM said, no, I don't mind. I'll still play at mid.
We'll have to see. I haven't seen the Sand King versus Timber matchup now with this new facet, with the Sand King facet, and with all these things being changed up. So let's see how that matchup ends up actually going here for Niku. As Na'Vi getting absolutely everything they want. But I will say Tundra, they did get more early game as well, I would say, this time around than last time. Just having the Undying and the Shadow Demon and Crystallis being able to join fights with Nature's Prophet early. Probably some stronger early game, but Navi's is really strong. Constant ways to fight.
Because if Niku does get a good start to this, isn't it pretty difficult for Tundra to kill a Timbersaw?
I'm thinking the same thing.
That gets ahead?
I'm thinking the exact same thing. That's why, what were the last two bans? I was going to mention this.
From Tundra and RV?
From Tundra. Do you remember?
What were they banning out? They were banning out
Oh, wait, why did I say that? From Na'Vi. My bad.
Those are the last 2 bans from Na'Vi, they were banning out the mids. They banned out the Leshrac and the Quap.
And that's 2 massive spell. Thank you. That's reminding me. The 2 massive spell damage nukers that they're kind of lacking right now versus the Timbersaw potential in the later stages of the game, right? Like early game right now, their damage can be pretty slow to ramp up. So this Timber could absolutely become pretty unkillable. Like Lesh and Quap are the 2 highest overall damage dealers in terms of that case. So.
Oh, have a look. Unfortunate pause here. Is this a dead Undying? I think so, right?
I think so.
These 3 heroes should be able to get him.
They use the Thunder. Yeah. I think
should be dead, right?
Yeah, does look like it. He's gonna get a 3-man decay and live.
I mean, that is the thing. He's gonna have the big decay and have a few stick charges. Obviously, once they throw this down.
Let's see where he goes. No, he's dead. Do they not skill the? They skill the shackles. We got sprouted. Okay, so
they'll get it.
I was like, Science, he didn't cast it. He got greedy with the right click, but didn't matter. And they'll be able to block the wave. So that wave, it's gonna likely be under the tower. Crystallis, he's gonna immediately run out to try to catch the wave.
We're trying to hold that one, yeah.
So it doesn't go under his tower. See if he's able to do so. Meanwhile, bottom, Sox is doing the exact same thing. This is just what people do.
And how are these side lanes looking? Is anybody gonna struggle in these matchups?
Let's see. Perhaps the Magnus top, just because of the Undying factor, but let's see if Zayats is able to do the work of trading with an Undying, because it is one of the better heroes in terms of trading with Undying, because you have crazy high base damage. And it's important to point out, too, is he did go Chicken Fingers, Owen, so most people are going for the Gig Award.
Yeah,
but
indeed.
I think this one is because of the laning phase in particular, that he wants to be able to trade more effectively with an Undying.
Let's see how well of a lane he can set up for PMA.
Yeah, they have a good position right now already. Like this is a very good position here for Na'Vi because the lane's pushing. Double range creep. PMA is going to be very happy when you have that happen versus an Undying. I'll be glancing at the mid lane a lot. I feel like BZM is going to get away. He's going to be fine in here.
It just depends if kind of the nukes from Niku add up too much for him. But yeah, we're seeing already the kind of the cost stick.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, is that you can harass back pretty decently inside the laning phase. And it's very unlikely that you do get hit from the double Whirling Deaths. That's usually the only way you die as a mid laner. A mid melee versus a Timbersaw is if he does get that second Whirling on you.
And bottom lane. So far on the CS, 6-1 on Bristle.
They're going aggro.
If they didn't have enough damage to kill him, it's a lot of quill sprays there in return, so they have to be a bit careful.
It's
got the juice.
The damage.
He's just gets the stick charges, but he's dead.
6 stacks.
Oof. Got to be a bit more careful about how they go about trying to take down the Bristle. 33 survives.
They didn't really have to go for that either. They're farming fine. I guess someone made the call that they could try for it, maybe Riddies, and just not doing the numbers right. Zayats.
They'll get the courier, but they'll almost certainly get his life.
Yeah, I think this is what Tundra's looking to do in this game, is just have much stronger lanes in particular. Actually have kill threats as well, too, as we see up top. Lane for PMA. Still in a very good position, especially because the Tombstone is actually going to push it out even more. As we see it, I think it got onto 2 of the creeps, too. So it should push forward for him. But getting them some self-kills. Okay, it's actually, so, yeah, interesting to say, Niku's actually the one cutting the wave, or attempting to drag the wave away from the Sanking. He doesn't want to sit in the Sandstorm. And BZM going to throw him a high 5 because he actually caught the wave himself.
Yeah, I mean, probably means that this mid will just what continue to see BZM be slightly ahead.
Yeah, does.
But Niku's still going to be able to grab and get the farm. Unlikely that we see anyone from Tundra make any early move over towards him.
Yep. But BZM will have an extra couple CS, absolutely. And all 3 lanes, yeah, looking really good right now. With
I mean, bottom lane might start to get kind of tricky for the Doom.
Yep, teleport coming in. He's stuck.
He's very stuck between the disruptions and the Sprout.
Soxa did it himself. Sick disruption.
And they could keep doing this. This bottom lane is going to start getting pretty tough for Got the Juice to turn up to.
Hey, that's probably perhaps also why they were like, we're putting that Bristle in the off lane. It's a Bristle versus a Doom. So those Quills can absolutely start to stack up. Crystallis, he gets his TP canceled from the Glimpse.
Yeah, we'll still be able to get through the Twin Gate.
Yep. Top.
Trying to go for Toby. He'll get one more decay off.
PMA now potentially in trouble also.
Christos is in with the backup, and with the tombstone down, Na'Vi have got to run.
They're
Zayas,
actually both going down.
he's dead, and indeed with the zombies building up against PMA. They get the stick charges, but the decay is there. That's a rough one. Both of these side lanes getting hit pretty hard.
I mean, absolute disaster. Going for the solo kill onto the Undying, and he kills you both. Whew. Mid lane going fantastic as well. So yeah, all three lanes at the moment in favor for Tundra.
Now, seemingly set something up really good here this time.
Yeah.
With the matchups.
Oh, and look at 33. He's going for, is this the old school? What was his name again? Dota-sama, whatever it was?
Yep, Dota-sama.
Yeah, right. He's going for the Perseverance first item with the no bracer to be able to stay on the map, stay in the lane as long as possible. Yeah, the Dota-sama build in particular, it was like the Lincolns into the Glimmer every single game on the Bristlebacks. Things changed, of course, but maybe he does go some route like that again in this game because it does feel very valuable with what he's playing against. He's getting disrupted bottom again, got the juice.
They're going to go straight for him. Sprouts down. The stick charges to keep him alive. It does have a Lotus and a Tango at the ready as well, so this time we'll survive.
He's not getting much out of this lane, Owen.
It's not easy.
Okay, he'll be able to get himself out of this one. Missing out on another full wave, though. Catapult will hit the tower as well.
And next time...
Mid lane.
They're getting to get the kill. So Na'Vi able to put the pressure on there, whilst the side lanes do continue to suffer. I mean, top lane PMA's got to be careful.
That's probably going to be what they have to do is just play around Nico since he's got the chakram, he's got this level 6. He has good kill threat on, honestly, on all three core zone.
And because this is the thing, right? Next time round that sort of dive happens down bottom, if Nico is in position to TP and clean up, he can turn up and punish.
Absolutely. He's probably the one to look at for this early game now that these other lanes have gone a bit disastrously. And yeah, he has great kill threat on all these cores, so if he can close the gap with that chakram, it's very threatening. I made sure our obs did not miss that kill. Did you like that, by the way? Just scream out mid lane. No missing kills for the boys. Pulls, 30 seconds, Wisdom Rune. Or Shrine of Wisdom. Here comes Niku. Coming toward that bottom lane. Riddy's setting up with the glimpse.
Gonna indeed have that glimpse.
No kinetic field, but the damage.
It's a lot of burst. Saxa, can he do anything to help out here? He's gonna step forward, and indeed it's enough to sort of scare them off from continuing to try for the kill on 33.
Yeah, not enough burst there.
Same time, it is around the 7-minute wisdoms. So Na'Vi, they are going to have to deal with the fact that Tundra, they're going to be able to secure both of them for themselves. Science is trying to fight, but Toby's got the backup of BZM.
Oh, it's devastating. Devastating for Na'Vi. Losing 2 lanes, losing both of your shrines. That's going to be so painful for these supports.
Yeah, they're going to be pretty experienced starved.
Yep. Experienced starved and just, money starved because they lost the lanes too.
Yeah.
So. Juice. Juice actually isn't as, I mean, he's poor, don't get me wrong, but Crystallis is also almost as poor as he is in a way. 3,000 net worth for the P, but both of these heroes do have fast ways to accelerate their farm, either from the Wrath of Nature or from that Devour. So it should recover in time. Crystallis has hit 6 though, so can continue to join a lot easier, either with the TP or just with the Wrath. That extra burst could definitely come into play. The Wrath of Nature, even looking to maybe pop Niku in some situations. So we'll keep tabs of how big of Wrath of Natures he does get off.
TP coming in on the mid from Toby. He'll hold back on it. Saxa already with the disruption used, didn't have any further way to set up. So Na'Vi will be fine.
Arcane Rune at the ready for BZM.
So pretty hard
goes in
for them to commit onto Niku. Killing the Timber is not an easy job for Tundra.
No. It was actually Na'Vi who are the ones attempting to perhaps go for that play there onto BZM, but Saxa in the area. BZM, is he looking to invade triangle here, check some stacks, or is he going to actually just look for the gank? Looks like they want to walk in.
Entering into this high ground, though, is a bit tricky when Niku's around.
He's going to start working on it. He's got the Arcane Rune as well, too. So that cooldown is going to come up really quickly for him to move with the Sandstorm.
To get a few of those big ones there. BZM now off to the side. Toby drops the Tombstone. Get the decay off, and a big Nature's Wrath comes crashing through as well. Riddies is in trouble, and Toby survives. He's able to walk this off. PMA's going to try and chase him down. Will finally get him, but not before they lose 2 heroes themselves, Na'Vi, beyond the tower.
And Toby just instantly respawns anyway since he's an Undying.
And BZM can weigh out this Doom. It's not going to kill him.
Nope. Oh, big plays. I mean, Tundra. Every single one of these moves is really hitting. They try to go for killing this Tombstone, but then the Wrath of Nature bounces through. How much did that do? Quite a lot.
Should be able to have a chance of getting sacks at him.
They've got the skewer.
And BZM was considering if he could do anything to try and help out, but it's not going to be the case. Does help PMA get that little bit closer towards that Blink Dagger, about 1,700 gold towards it.
He's actually quite rich. He's going to have it quite a bit earlier than I anticipated. And that's actually pretty big. In terms of how he can catch like the Nature's Prophet, if he does get an early Blink Dagger, it is threatening. Crystal's, the thing is, Nature's Prophet will just show in other lanes or in other places, so he won't really get caught from the Magnus. But
this wrap around top, I mean, Zayas is trying to get the angle onto Crystalis.
He's got the wards.
He's going to find him.
He's going to drop him.
TPs are coming in. Just trying to protect himself here with a Sprout. Riddies coming in the side with the Thunderstrike. They have the defensive destruction buying some time for him. PMA is trying to step forward. He'll have to skew away from Crystalis. Crystalis will die. PMA gets the shockwave off. The poisons are stacking up. 33 chases the Magnus down. PMA will fall, but ultimately Na'Vi, they'll get the double for Niku. Can they get away from 33? Looks like they should be able to split and survive. Maybe Zayas ends up getting caught here because BZM is TPing over. They're going to try and find him in the trees.
He's got Tranquils. He'll get fast in this for a second.
And they have the glimpse.
He should be fine.
Yeah, between the two of them. He can have the stick charges. He don't even need it. He can just wait out the mana for the TP.
Oh, just kidding. Crystal's is here. All right, he's not getting it.
Yeah, no chance for TP now. The BZM's in and are ready with the Burrow Strike. So get him at the end of it all. But Na'Vi definitely with that, able to still find something from that aggression, diving the tower.
Oh, definitely. They got quite a bit there. I mean, got the juice, got some space also to get closer to his Midas. He still is, honestly, he's still super poor. Crystallis has fully recovered himself. This Doom, not quite the case yet, but some time bought for Na'Vi with that play.
And next fight, they will have this Blink Dagger on PMA, and of course didn't use the RP in that last engagement, so they'll have the Blink ult potential. Still not quite having the 6 yet on Riddies, which is going to be quite an important thing. Once that's there, they've got a lot of follow-up, right, between the Blink RP and then the Static Storm and the Doom. It's a lot to deal with if it gets thrown down onto one of the cores of Tundra.
Man, you know what, honestly, too, Na'Vi is a very honest way of playing forward. They don't go Dominator. They don't go Dominator Magnus. They went Dominator Anti-Mage, but
they did. They
didn't go the Dominator on the Magnus that we've seen, I think, a couple games so
far. We had it, but Amar had a very good game with the Dominator into Blink.
I honestly, in like these type of situations, when you know your Doom is suffering so much, I feel like this is the play where you're going to go try to make some space probably for him, but it all depends on team to team, so.
Clear out this stack. This is going to pretty much got the juices Midas gold.
Yeah, he's got it done.
Now, do they want to go smoke up and look for a play? Because 6 has also been hit now in Riddies, so they have the full combo to follow up PMA's Blink Initiation.
Not really the healthiest, though. PMA is less than half HP, and Juice has nothing, so maybe they have to wait, heal up, and then potentially look for it there. Got the Juice gets spotted by this ward for a second there, and he shows 200 HP. I don't know if they're going to make a move on him, but he did show under that ward on the far left at 200 health.
There's one thing they've definitely got going right, with Niku in a good spot on the Timber. He could probably feel pretty safe walking out on the map in most places, right?
Yes, absolutely. At this point,
unless
they have the Sand King, he's pretty safe on Niku.
They'll find him here in the trees. Another kill here for BZM. 3-1 and 2 so far.
Double 10. Keeping himself matched up versus Niku in terms of net worth and experience with these rotations. Yeah, I think BZM the only way they kill the Timber Saw is if BZM's there right now.
Yeah, they
he
need
gets that empty center.
Yep. And PMA's making his way down. Saxa could be in trouble. Riddies, he's going to have the glimpse to try and drag him back. They'll drop the Static Storm for this one. Niku brings in the burst damage. It's going to be Saxa dead.
Even showing PMA, displaying that they have that Blink Dagger finished, just to go for that type of kill. 33. Is he about to have it done? Yeah, he is. He's about to have that Lotus actually finished up, so rather than going for that Linken's that we used to see, the Lotus definitely feels very effective this game versus the Shaman and that Doom.
I mean, they can smoke up and go again here.
They are.
Na'Vi. They still have the RP, the Doom.
Maybe probably looking for BZM or Crystal, I imagine.
One of those would be the big ones, absolutely. If they can slow down
Looks like it's attempted for BZM because they're looking to play around that power rune. Maybe they wait and try to bait it. Just kidding. Nico's just going to grab it. They're going to go to force. BZM shows.
He jumps. He's taken the bait. He tried to go in upon them. There's the RP into the skewer. That's BZM gone. Zayat's with the bait, and BZM falls for it. Toby's going to get caught here by the shackles. He'll drop the tombstone, but they'll easily be able to kill him off and just farm the tombstone on top of it.
What, Toby just walked in and gave a ton of gold. Actually, he just gave, what, 700 gold to the team? It looked like the call was already made. Like, Saxa was already completely out of there when BZM gone on.
That's a bit rough. And
surprising he finished that TP.
And those timings there now, I pretty much, as soon as that happened, you know, Niku, he's got a blink dagger on the way out. Zayats has got one as well.
Wait, what? Zayats has a... Wait, what? He is farmed. That is dangerous for sure.
Like, this is a lot of jump. You know, they have so much jump on lockdown. The catch, it's absolutely there for Na'Vi. And as long as kind of what Niku is around, they will have the burst.
Wow, I mean, that's crazy how fast. As a 0-5 Shadow Shaman? Holy moly, yeah, 16. Yeah, he just got super rich in the last few minutes. Sure. Absolute dream for Zayats, getting so much. And they have Static Storm back available, so they could look to go for another play. And on the meanwhile, got the juice. He's gotten that space. He's recovering. Devour plus Midas kicking in.
Yeah. And I guess this is the thing, right? When you look at both of the lineups, especially at this point with these blinks online, and Na'Vi, they've got many heroes that can kind of start a play, whereas with Tundra, they kind of need BZM, right?
Yeah,
BZM, he's the one to start off the action. The rest of them can kind of walk in, you know, to the fight. But when it comes to blink, stun, jump, it's all on BZM. So if BZM kind of gets caught in those situations where he takes the bait or he gets found first, it's so much harder for Tundra to get a surprise jump onto Na'Vi as opposed to all of the options Na'Vi's heroes have.
Absolutely, and I was literally about to mention this, and I think Saxa needs a blink dagger, right? Because as we're seeing in these fights, the repositioning that happens after the initiation, how is the SD or the Undying going to save?
Oh, and bottom, that's the Epi. PMA's able to get away from it.
Oh, he didn't blink. But he doesn't feel like he needs to.
He's got backup, and he's got Blink RP in a second. Tundra's got to get away from him. Jump forward. There's the Blink RP onto BZM. He's caught by the shackles. Saxon's going to try and step up, but he can't get in range for the save in time.
Chrysalis.
Tundra, can they fight back? Static Storm's going to get dropped down upon him. Niku, he's in on top of him, but Chrysalis has hit him pretty hard. Niku will fall. Chrysalis gets the kill.
He's alive.
See if he can get out of this. He should be fine. Nothing else for Na'Vi able to throw down upon him. So Chrysalis turning up just when necessary there with that Mjolnir, having enough to take Niku down.
Very well played there from Chrysalis to show up, showing how strong he is with the Mjolnir too, right? The static charge throws it onto himself.
Yeah, popping off
inside of that static storm. It did a ton of damage. I don't think Niku expected to go down there to this.
Yeah.
They did overlap a bit though, Na'Vi. The initial jump there, the RP was not necessary. They already got the jump from Zayats. They got the Hex and the control. So not saving that RP ends up actually hurting them a bit for the further scenario.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Close game though, 10-14. A lot of kills this time too. I think a lot of games that I've seen have been like 3-6 or 5-6. We have 24 kills in 17 minutes. This is quite exciting so far. Both teams being very active, looking for the fights. The old cooldowns soon to all be back up.
About halfway in onto the Aghanims. I mean, definitely, you know, in the next moments though, the next sort of fights that Tundra go for, they've got to be a bit more careful around BZM, right? Saxa has to be closer, or BZM can't get caught out as he has been the last two plays. Sure, last one they were able to redeem it with Chrysalis turning up, but even then it was very close. Chrysalis got very, very low, so they have to ensure that BZM is not getting caught out as he has been the last two times.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Honestly, if Na'Vi didn't make those little mistakes there, right, with some of their spell sequences, then they could have potentially probably lost Chrysalis as well, so. BZM will look to defend. He slowed down the push a decent amount here. Fair bit of damage though from these
Serpent Wards are still doing a fair bit.
Yeah, he got, I mean, almost the entire tower here from that. And Zayats, yeah, he's very rich. Going for the lens next. Carrying those smokes, ready to make the moves. Looks like they, on the side of Na'Vi, waiting perhaps for that next item timing. Niku is about to have a BKB.
Oh, the 33's considering starting off the Rosh.
They're scouting.
This is not an easy Rosh to go for.
No.
Like, Na'Vi have the ults up.
Niku's not really the most healthy on mana, though, and it looks like he wants to finish the BKB before looking for any fight, so they might just give this up.
I guess so. It does look like Na'Vi's not going to be getting here in time. Yep. Yeah, with the Goose stacks up and Crystal's coming in with the punches, they actually do take it pretty quickly. So Tundra, they'll get that Aegis secured easily on Crystallis.
Heads up play.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I mean, Na'Vi, that's a choice, right? They're like, they could go to try to fight around there, but they're waiting for these items. PMA, the Ags was coming out in the courier. The BKB was finishing up for the Timber. Got the juice also. I mean, I don't think he was going near anything extra in particular, but looks like they didn't want to risk their timings to go for a fight that they didn't feel confident in.
They'll be able to finish off the tier 1 bottom, but finding a team fight will be a little more complicated with that Aegis on Crystallis. As we saw earlier, you know, he turns up. Sure, even if you're able to kill him twice, he's going to get so much damage out before you're able to take him down 2 times.
Yeah. As long as he doesn't get caught completely separate, the Sun just die twice because of the crazy catch the Na'Vi has with the glimpse. And they do place this deep vision, so they did get in and sneak into the triangle there and place a high ground ward. So that could actually potentially catch people rotating. Tundra, they're going to look to just set up for that Tormentor. Does that ward see it? Yeah, I think it saw them for a moment.
So though with this Bristle, they can take these objectives very, very quickly.
Yeah, no way to get there in time to contest.
That's quite a nice one as well. So what's this? The shard here for Toby.
He gets the free save.
Exactly, right. That's what they're looking for. So now they have that on top of the disruption and also very close to having the Greaves as well done by Toby. So a lot of ways to protect you know, heroes like BZM if he is getting caught at the start of the fight.
Interesting. Interesting that he goes to finish the Greaves. Not really anything in particular. He's like dispelling, right? Like at all. I guess it's just he wants the extra benefit from the Grieve when they get low. On top of anything, is it just the frequency you can use it? But interesting. Ag's done for the Sand King.
And the BKB on the other side here for Got the Juice.
Okay. I mean, Na'Vi, they hit the 3 timings that they wanted to. So they're going to look for a fight, even though they're into this Aegis.
Oh, BZM. He's going to drop the Epi just on Riddies.
Oh, all right. They go for another target here.
Got the Juice has got the BKB if he feels threatened. He's holding on to Precedent now. Jump for PMA. He'll get the Horn Toss here on it. 2 of them skewer back into the RP. Got the Juice, pops the BKB. BZM's he's gone. The damage is done. Tundra, they're going to try and fight on underneath the tier 2, but the wards are dropped down. Zayat's blocking them off. Static Storm as well, trapping Toby. Niku comes in with the damage to cut him down.
Na'Vi is defending this tower very well.
And they might not. Let's see if they can get anything more here, Na'Vi. Crystal's going for the TP out. He'll make it away. But Na'Vi, knowing that they can try and go for this sort of action, even though it's Tundra having the Aegis on their carry. I mean, BZM, he really wanted that Disruptor dead. But again, it's another fight where he ends up dead on the Sand King.
Overcommitment for sure. They just get an easy catch onto him there. A buyback come out from Riddies, but either way.
Radiant's bottom tower is
PMA.
Actually, a dieback from Riddies, to be honest. He dies almost instantly right afterwards. And he did glimpse the Bristle back away when he was held down, so a little slight mistake there, but Na'Vi, they know their strength when they have these timings of items. They know that their draft is very, very powerful to fight, even into Aegis. Tundra got to be a little more careful. That also was the reveal of that Aghanims, so now they do know that that Horn Toss is up and going. Got the Juice. You saw right there the damage that he can do. On top of him being empowered and the Alpha Wolf, one attack took BZM down, I think, like half of his HP.
Yeah, they've got pretty excellent burst.
They do.
In terms of different damage types coming in between the Doom and the Timbersaw to follow up on these setups from PMA.
Riddies, I'm surprised he's walking over here without attempting for a D ward first, because he just died here. And he'll confirm that there is that ward there, and he'll pay with his life again. I thought he might know that that one was there, but maybe he thought it was further south since he placed the sentry there, but what? He's got a PMA. There you go.
We do have RP back up. Looks like, I mean, with the Disruptor dead, they probably just have to let this tier 2 go.
Yeah, it looks like they're dropping it. They were set up potentially for bottom if someone came in, but it's Crystallis who still has the Aegis, so won't be able to go for that kill. And Crystallis actually will just farm all of the Serpent Wards there, so extra influx of gold for him.
Yeah, he's going to start getting pretty out of control, Crystallis.
Yep.
He's going to have a lot of space on the map to freely farm, top net worth, and unless they can find some sort of solid fight or jump. It's difficult for Na'Vi to close that gap.
Yeah, he's got top net worth, and he has some really good heroes that can pull the attention to them, right? He's got the Bristle, the Sanking, the Undying that are going to force spells on.
But do they want to make the jump on 33? They're going to try. And the skewer back into the Doom. It's a very easy kill for them to have. Toby's got to be careful. Steps up, drops a decay and a Tombstone. And I don't know if he's getting out of this one. There's a Thunderstrike upon him. He's going to get the backup of Chrysalis. Chrysalis TPing in, tries to get the Sprout to Riddies, but Riddies is able to break his way out of it. Niku with the remainder of his BKB can also Timber Chain away. So Toby will survive.
Okay,
Off the side, BZM, he's in with the epicenter jump onto Zayats. Zayats will fall.
PMA was thinking about jumping in and going for Chrysalis, but didn't have the horn toss up just yet. Didn't actually go for it. That Bristle died in an instant, and by the way, this is before Hexbreak is online.
Very much shown. They can kill 33 very easily.
Yeah.
Does still mean, though, as we saw in that situation, when they do drop the spells down onto the Bristle, Chrysalis, he's more than ready to assess the situation, knows he can turn up, and have very little to interrupt him. Sure, didn't quite get the kills that he was hoping for, but was very secure in how he turned up. And once things have been thrown on the Bristle, there's not a lot left to target the Nature's Prophet with, which in future fights could get a bit scary for Na'Vi if they don't hold something back ready for when Chrysalis TP's in.
That's exactly what I was going to say, right? Like, the Doom was absolutely unnecessary there. He died in a fraction of a second. So I think in these further situations, I think Juice is going to save it either for BZM or probably for Chrysalis in most situations now. Level 13 on Zayat, so 2 levels until Hexbreak is online versus that Bristleback, of course. And how's the BKB? PMA pretty close to it. All right, maybe actually, never mind. Maybe they will actually have to throw that Doom onto the Bristle, because now he went BKB. So now it actually might force the issue of having that, since they won't be able to just throw the spells up from the Timber onto him. So I like this itemization actually from 33 this time around. Glad to see him not building Dominator. Honestly, it's like it's been so many games that I've seen him do it now that just seeing more of a more normal thing.
Yeah, not a single Dominator this game, right?
Nope.
Dominator free this time.
This is nice, honestly. It's quite relaxing. Niku, Mystical Whispers of the Dread. Very nice for him, and an amp damage and level 18. His damage spike has gone up massively, and he's got the Aghanims, so if he does see somebody, he could just insta-pop them here with the damage burst. Someone gonna show?
That was close to that.
Yeah. It does, if he actually connects with anyone there with the amp damage, it's like 2,000 plus damage, because it's 800 plus amp plus your double chakrams and whirling, so you can effectively just insta-kill somebody if you time it perfectly.
Na'Vi looking for a smoke opportunity. Can they actually find anyone though? Tundra in pretty safe spots.
Do they have the timing yet though? Because I remember they were like very close to the BKB on PMA. It looks like they're making the move before he has it done. He's he's selling the bracer, but it's gonna take a moment for it to come out to him.
So if they can catch anyone around the tier 2 mid. Tundra, who are they gonna show? At the moment, just safely trying to clear the wave with Saxa.
Tundra seems to know this is up. Looking at their posture on the map at the moment. Saxa starting to inch forward here.
Yeah, may look at the opportunity. Boots back now onto 33. Na'Vi not quite finding the angle they hoped for.
Okay, I mean, the Shadow Demon ult is pretty important, I would say, in this game, especially versus Niku, to get rid of that reactive armor. So they don't have that up for the next 60 seconds if they do want to make a play onto him.
They are super close to the Silver Edge on Got the Juice.
Oh, dude, he's starting to get pretty scary. The damage that he's going to do versus a lot of these heroes is insane, because he's got that level advantage. The level pain really starts to add up when you've got this plus Empower plus the Alpha Wolf.
Same to be said there for Chrysalis. So he's just finished his full Daedalus.
This is going to be some crazy damage if they're able to connect onto each other.
Yeah, somebody's got to have the jump ready for Chrysalis when he turns up to the fight. If he gets to just sort of stand there and right-click away, this Nature's Prophet is going to be pretty beautiful for Tundra.
If he can turret, he can absolutely do it. And like we said before, he does have some pretty good heroes that are going to be absorbing the spells on the front line. And they do have a BKB now for BZM, so quite a bit safer. Level 18 also has been hit for him, so max Epi online.
Definitely looking for action themselves, Tundra.
Doing Not level 20 yet. Looking to invade Riddies.
Tundra's heading in.
Even Riddies is a big kill because he's got the gem.
Toby is ready to get the vision down. For Saxon, not quite able to get the disruption onto Got the Juice whilst he was under the sentry.
Now they might smoke themselves after that. They are.
Especially around this sort of timing, Roshan. It's going to be a point of contest for both of these teams.
Hey, they're starting it. Navi looking for the wraparound here.
Yeah, Toby trying to sort of block off any sort of smoke play from the trees, but Navi's going to be able to make their way around it. PMA tries for the blind horn toss, not going to find anyone.
They have a ward there, so they did see PMA.
Niku is going to show as well now.
Tombstone dropped already, very early on the low ground.
Toby's going to walk into this.
Whoa. The key respawns, right? He's got it up, so he is back, but doesn't have Tombstone. That was very aggressive from Toby.
Probably someone on the team was like, bro, go out there, check if they're there. And then he's like, yep, they're there.
I guess so, yeah. When dropping the Tombstone, too, even though he's back, his Tombstone's not going to be back for 50 seconds. And that's going to break a bit of this positioning. They do get the lane shoved in.
And they're going to fall back from the Roshan.
But they're setting up for the bottom Roshan, right? It's gonna
that's true. You're right. Okay. Navi themselves ready to start TPing over one by one to get over.
Okay, so this is cool. They're going to look to still contest for this Rosh from this angle. It looks like that is going to be the case from them. Oh, Toby. Look at his positioning right now. Tombstone back up in 20 seconds for him.
All right, getting some good info. Oh, clearing out some of the trees. But
Niku.
BZM's looking to go. Some of the Boros strike onto Niku. At the same time, Toby's ready to jump out here with the ult. Let's try and chase them down, but he's going to get surrounded. Static Storm down onto the two of them. Toby will try and get his way out on the heal up with the Creeps. He'll live. He's caught in the Sprout. Crystallis has the damage easily to take out the carry Doom, and now they're ready to turn and chase for more. BZM jumps forward in with the BKB. They're going to catch on to Zayats. Riddies, he's going to offer the TP out, but Sprout's down onto Zayats. Zayats gets caught as well by Crystallis. Niku will be able to run away. But as we're seeing, Crystallis can find his spot in the fight. He will clean up any of these cores very, very quickly.
This was a nice one there from Toby, right? This one, he's in a prime position, pops the ult, just runs in. He forced, what, 2-3 spells onto himself, and then he just sees the Doom. Crystallis gets him trapped. He's stuck at literally the worst possible place for the Doom to be in. Stuck between all the trees and then sprouted.
Roshan will be theirs. Crystallis.
Now he's got protection of Aegis as well versus these big ultimates. And almost a satanic Niku.
He's got to respect the damage here of this Nature's Prophet.
He truly does.
Oh, one toss. Quick catch on a Sax. He'll get the defensive disruption off, and Crystallis is ready. If they have TP and aggressively looks towards Riddy, PMA will hold him back with the RP, but they have to run Na'Vi. They're not going to get the chance. BZM's in with the Burrow Strike onto Niku. PMA is able to get the skewer off. Timber chains back up. And the chase continues. Saxa dropping there onto Niku. BKB's there, but the Timber chain's not going to catch it. He's going to try for the TP out, but the right clicks are too much. Crystallis cleans up another.
Was he short on the chain? I guess so. He just didn't hit the tree. Ends up going down because of that one. Tundra now blowing the game open.
Yeah, they're getting a lot.
Lead.
And these hits are only going to get harder because the AC is pretty much done on 33, so you add that into the mix as well. You just can't stand anywhere near this Nature's Prophet. No. You have to get something thrown down on him. They'll catch him in with a horn toss.
Let's see if the tier 4 does.
Back, but Saxon's in with a disruption. Drop the Serpent Wards down. Crystallis, he's ready to fight them under the tier 4. Heal it up as well. Got the juice. He's going to die through the BKB. He's dead for 80. They can't deal with the Prophet.
How's got the juice popping his Satanic to fight, but he couldn't hit anything.
And there's the jump. BZM in with the BKB episode. It catches both the supports. That side to Riddy's gone as well.
How quick things have just accelerated. Crystallis, 8, 1, and 10. Pretty much flawless performance from him.
I'd say this mid set of racks, maybe even the top one as well. They can't go for the bottom. Tier 2 still there. They could try and threaten the game maybe. They're hitting pretty hard and fast here with this Nature's Prophet.
It's a lot of time still for that Doom, 50 seconds.
I mean, PMA can look for a horn toss into the skewer soon, so Tundra do have to respect the fact that the play's there for the Magnus.
Let's see what they get. Satanic for Crystallis.
He's going to be able to grab one of them. Disruption's there in time. Niku's back up in a second. They'll get the Shockwave. A lot of burst here with the Chakram as well. Right on the Lotus as well onto BZM. He's fine with the Tombstone.
Great disruptions from Saxa. This Blink plus Lens.
Tier 4s are gone. Ancient's now exposed. PMA in with another jump. Gets the Shockwave and his skewer back into the Hex. They've got the burst to bring him down. Maybe not that the Soul Repeals comes in. Doesn't matter. Explosion's there for Niku to finish off 33. So what they can go for now. Toby Won't be able to defend his tombstone. And almost certainly just be the sacrificial lamb here, buying space for the rest of Tundra to get out of there. And indeed, Na'Vi have to try and chase, but the rest of Tundra should be able to safely escape.
Great
damage done. They take the mid set of racks, they get the 2 tier 4s.
Very nice disengage, only losing these 2. I thought perhaps they might get one more if the Glimpse was able to connect, but not the case. Crystallis now has hit level 25. TP is going to be all over the place. He can be everywhere. And they had to literally bring them into the fountain to be able to hold on to this game for now. Na'Vi need to have a much better attempt at execution for these team fights, because so far, Crystallis has just been able to stand his ground. Stand way too strong. He's just never getting caught inside of it now. And all it really takes, that one fight. And look at the graph. Kind of tells the tale a lot of this game. Things were slowly building up. Na'Vi maybe getting an inch of hope, and then wha-bam.
Zayats. He's going to get the Serpent Wards down.
He has the gem. It's a big kill.
Backup's coming in from Niku. But yeah, Zayats is gone. And now Niku's got to be careful himself around Crystallis.
Niku.
The disruption set up on a Riddies. Riddies also to fall. Easy kills here for Crystallis to clean up.
And Tundra Soxer can just go down and pick up that gem that was dropped from earlier.
And now they're ready to push in.
Another TP. Looking for more.
Oh, that burst shot. BTM. They'll get the catch on Niku. Crystallis is ready to just TP into the base. They get the horn toss. Skew as well. It's not quite enough to drag him into the fountain, though. Get him ever so close. Not quite in range. Got the juice, steps in. Infernal Blade dropped down on Crystallis, but they have to respect the fact there's still that Aegis to burst through it.
Keep an eye on that skewer.
PMA, has he got any play in time here? BKB's out from Crystallis. Chance for a skewer.
Niku's in.
He's getting in very aggressive. He's pretty low here on the Timber Saw. And I'm pushing Tundra back for now. Still about 20 seconds or so until they'll have both supports back in the game, Na'Vi.
They have this, this ward, they now know it's there because that Wrath of Nature that bounced through, but it's seeing everything. They'll be able to get the D ward here. Oh, wait, is that right out of the range? It is.
Oh, PMA off the mark.
Oh, no, they got it. Just kidding.
Get the horn toss.
BZM.
It's the jump, BZM. He's able to get the burst strike combo straight away on a PMA. PMA will get the BKB and the skewer off. He'll get himself over the Ancient. Trying to get away from these epi hits. It's so low, but he's not going to survive. Crystallis gets in, finishes him off. There's no threat. The Magnus dragging them into the fountain now with him dead for a minute. Look at the shackles on Crystallis, but Crystallis can just stand his ground as the lockdown comes to an end. The takeout got the juice. Niku just trying to push back against the supports, but Toby's able to heal up. Stacking up the damage onto the Timber. Niku has to get out of his own base. He can't hold the defense for now. Crystallis onto the Ancient, ready to close this one up. As Na'Vi, they had the fortification, but just with the 3 of them, have they got any way of stopping this Nature's Prophet? I don't think they do. Zayats, he's going to try. He's in with the Hex and the Serpent Wards and the Shackles, but the defensive disruptions there from Saxa. Without their carry, without their offlane, Na'Vi, they cannot get them off the throne. This game, it's over. GG is called. Tundra will take game 2 and push this series to a game 3.
An appropriate game 3. Much, much better game from Tundra this time around. Na'Vi, couple little sloppiness, definitely adding up in this one. Some spells that perhaps they didn't need to throw onto some targets. And then just really that bottom fight, which wasn't really even too much of a fight, actually. It was Toby just getting the jump in, starting Crystallis getting that sprout, which led them to get the Roche and get this huge advantage to snowball in it.
Yeah, no, both times kind of seen the carries get to show off, right? We had the game 1, this anti-mage from got the juice. This game 2, Crystallis giving a pretty perfect performance on the Nature's Prophet, doing everything necessary. And I will say as well, when it comes to the picks, the draft, that Bristle ended up working out very nicely.
It was beautiful.
In terms of getting these objectives, especially in those early bits of the game where things were kind of close, it did allow them to stack up with the Goo, get that Roshan, get the Tormentor, which got that shard timing. It all worked out and fell into place very, very nicely for them. And yeah, we're getting a game 3, folks.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, thankfully we are. I know we've had a lot of game 3s today, and it's been a pretty long one for only having 3 best of 3s in the day.
I mean, both days have been pretty insane. The amount of Dota and the quality of Dota has been probably what some of the best for the first 2 days of a road to TR.
No, absolutely. And this game, I would say, for Tundra, I really liked the way that they adapted and made their early game so much stronger and better. I think this might be one of the better early games I've seen from them in this tournament. Rather than them playing in some recovery mode, it was them just ready to fight at almost all times.
Yeah, and BZM, sure, kind of in the mid-game, a few times they were able to catch him out, but at the end, he really pulled it back together and definitely showed, as we saw in the draft, it seemed like Na'Vi felt that this was not going to be a mid-sanking. They were banning out these other mids, considering that BZM didn't maybe want to play it to this Timbersaw matchup. And we saw at the end it didn't matter. BZM able to get these jumps onto the Timber specifically and have enough damage to set up for these final few plays. We see it here. This was the big one, honestly. Catching PMA and bringing him as low as he was. If PMA was able to survive this, Na'Vi, they probably would have been able to hold on because they would have had that chance for these Horn Toss RP skewers into fountains. But with him dead, with no buyback, their hopes were over.
Yeah, their hopes were really over. Honestly, like that the whole bottom thing that led to that Roche was just, it was so disastrous for Got the Juice. It's like he's online, he has all his items, and he just gets sprouted and he's stuck in trees and just dies and does next to nothing. So, yeah, well played from Tundra, and yeah, an appropriate game 3 for sure. And this might have been, it's so funny, this might have been one of the faster games, Owen. A 36-minute game. It's one of the faster games of the tournament.
Yeah, yeah, you're not wrong about that. What's actually been the fastest game?
We've had like a 20-minute, right?
In the series over on the mainstream that we just have, right? Some of those games probably shut down pretty quickly.
Probably, yeah. We do believe so. We've had a couple 30-minuters for sure, but still, a 36-minute here, pretty fast one, even though there's a crazy amount of farm in this and some level 25s. Either way, this time, Na'Vi, even though they got very comfort heroes, the Doom carry definitely not looking so
Yeah,
hot.
didn't quite work out this time. Just had a bit too tough of a lane, right? We saw that sort of awkward beginning where they did go for that kill. They didn't get them the kill. Ended up and Got the Juice dying.
That was huge.
That was the beginning.
That was a really, really big
the downfall in that lane.
Yeah,
made it very hard for Got the Juice to get back in on the action. And yeah, the saves coming through. You know, Saxa with those disruptions, slowing down some of the aggressive maneuvers that Na'Vi were trying to hit Tundra with in that mid game.
SD Stonks rising.
Yeah, I think so.
I think so.
There's a lot of very good SD players here.
Oh yeah.
On the road to TI. So yeah, for certain we'll be seeing that show its face in the game 3 draft, whether it's in the bans or the picks.
For sure.
And yeah, got to give it to him. Crystal, as I said, both carries from each team getting to show off so far today. Game 1 Got the Juice on his anti-mage, and game 2 definitely Crystallis here on the Nature's Prophet. One of those games where you really couldn't ask for anything more from him.
No, not at all. The fact that the way he showed up to fights, right? The bottom one jumps in, able to get that fight with the Mjolnir pick off, even though he just had that one item, he could do it. It was pretty beautiful.
Oh,
so. Yeah, very good play from Crystallis. I really like when I see the Nature's Prophet not scared to join the fights. You know, that one bottom fight when he joined in originally, he had what? Tried Mjolnir plus one small thing, and he feels confident to show up and get some big kills. So, yeah, good on him. Very nice.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, of course, with that going down, there's more Dota 2 to be had today. We're going to be back with a game 3 here between Tundra and Na'Vi very shortly. But I believe for now, over to an interview, and then maybe over to the panel.
We're just gonna skip that interview, go straight to the panel. Thank you very much, Owen. And I do want to echo the sentiment that we are getting treated to some fantastic Dota 2 on our screens today and yesterday, of course, as well, as we are waiting for more Dota to come your way with the game 3 coming up. I want to talk a little bit about that game number 2 because for a little while, Misery, it did look like Na'Vi was going to 2-0 Tundra.
It did. It did look like Tundra were, I mean, making some shaky moves, and they were looking like the pressure was getting to them, right? They're down 1-0, and they're going to be 1-3 if they lose this series.
Yeah.
It's not a good spot that they expected to be in. But again, Na'Vi sort of also crumbling a little bit at some point. I also think maybe the Doom, you know, he recovered in terms of net worth, but he didn't go for the traditional Radiance, which is a bit surprising to me. Like that does mean that he farms a lot slower, and he's not. I mean, it's just a different hero suddenly, right? And yeah, I'm not sure, but that one fight was really the game determining there towards the end.
It really was. Storm, what do you think about this game 2 we just saw?
Yeah, I mean, I can only add to Misery's sentiment as well, I think. We could see the carry diff in the game 1, where Got the Juice had an exceptional performance on the anti-mage, and here, I agree, I think in this game, he didn't really have the juice. I think he didn't really manage to press any Dooms, like, towards the later stage of the game. I think in this bottom fight, if I saw correctly, he got countered by Sprouts. He was just stuck in those trees, and that was the team fight where both, like, team net worths were like kind of even. It was like a 1k diff towards Tundra. So I think it was a very exciting game to watch. I think Niku, also on his Timbersaw, had an exceptional performance. I think he was set up for success because he played against Nature's Prophet, he played against Bristleback, which got picked into the Timbersaw even, and he played against Sanking mid. But Niku is probably one of the best Timbersaws out there, together with Malrine from Falcons, and he also really impressed me in this one.
Yeah, some impressive plays from the boys on Na'Vi, of course, but then again, Tundra played a much cleaner game than they have in most of their games of the tournament, I have to say as well. Saxa, for me, was very impressive on the Shadow Demon. Perhaps not because of Saksa, he can do wonders on a lot of heroes, but the Shadow Demon itself did quite a lot. And when you think about it, you were talking about the Timber Saw mid. Suddenly there's a Shadow Demon against him as well. There's a Sprout against the Doom, but there's also the Shadow Demon as well with the Purge. So it was really difficult to play these heroes properly against Saksa's SD.
Are we surprised at all? I mean, the Nature's Prophet has been banned in so many games, Lizard. Thunder got their hands on it. Surely then there should not be a single doubt that this is a hero that's going to win the game.
I feel like, yeah, there shouldn't be, but obviously Navi were doubters.
Yeah.
They didn't believe in the Prophet Prime. It did happen in the end. I guess they tried it out with the Timber as some sort of a soft counter. Like, you can always get on top of him, you can get rid of the trees and stuff, but in the end it felt like Chrysalis was the one that just stands there and hits everyone.
I think Prophet is in an interesting spot right now. I don't think it's as powerful as it perhaps was maybe a month ago or 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
It seems like teams are willingly giving it away, even to second phase. And it's still an incredibly strong hero and a carry as well. The item build pretty much builds itself. You don't have to think that much. I think is important. I think he had a 16-minute Mjolnir. Like, he farms super quickly, right? At some point he hits a critical mass where the hero is just too strong. Also, he still has insane level 25, but I think the hero has some weaknesses in the mid game where he can die in these fights, like we saw, right? If he gets caught in the middle, he's kind of squishy, and I think that's what teams are trying to experiment with and trying to take advantage of. But yeah, this time around it was not enough. Crystal was way ahead of everybody.
He really was, and to be honest, maybe it was that Navi was one game up and they wanted to try something, or well, we'll see what they do with it in game number 3, of course. What I will say, though, Stormstormer, it wasn't really a surprise that this was going to go 3 games. Tundra, every single series they've played so far, they go the distance. And we started the whole road to TI yesterday talking a little bit about Tundra because they are playing with stand-in, and Toby is a great player. Whitemon obviously still being very much missed, but I do want to check in with that. Like, how do we feel like Tundra's form is overall? We heard from 33 in an interview right before the road to TI that they are somewhat struggling with their identity. Do you see that back? They are so many games in, and I think if you are having a team that says out loud that they are struggling with their identity, playing more games generally better.
I agree with what you just said there. I think it helps to play more games to like figure out what is flowing with you. I think especially because you understand the situation. At the same time, I think they still consider, just by the name Tundra and also some of the players that are on the team, that they consider themselves to some, at least like, maybe not favorites, but one of the top teams, right? I think they would prefer to not be in this 1-2 spot, maybe in the 2-1 spot or something like that. So I think they are really in a stressful position. I think every single game so far has taken something from them. They absolutely have the strategies that are working for them. For example, the BZM Invoker, whenever it got first picked, I think they have 100% win rate with that. Also, I see Lycan being banned against them at every single game. So I think they actually have strategies that could be described as their identity. But as soon as those are banned out, you can see them running into some difficulties.
Yeah, I believe it banned out ever since that first series they played. I believe everybody's just, why not just ban them? And that makes me think, like, shouldn't there be more heroes, Misery, that make it through to the pool for them? Or is that, do you think, the reason why, for example, they get their hands on that Nature's Prophet?
But I think that there's the aspect of identity in terms of strategies and heroes and things like that. But I think there's also, I think the confidence. You can sometimes see that it's kind of not as it used to be, or not as it usually is with Tundra. In the mid game, for example, here they have a couple of deaths on the mid lane from BZM, for example. I think he died back to back. Toby dies as well. Feeds away a tombstone. They lose mid tower. Suddenly Navi's back in the game, and it looks like, oh, what's going on with Tundra? Right? This is not normal for them. So I think that there's something with the confidence and the feeling of we're going to be fine. We're just playing chill. Just give them mid tower. It's okay. Or just being confident and composed in the game, I think sometimes slips up, and I think that's why they're also losing some of these games.
Yeah, I feel like exactly what you said. This composure and confidence comes from having the identity, from knowing exactly what you want to be doing at every part of the game. And perhaps that's the identity that he thought of. It's not necessarily the hero pools. The hero pools are still there. The patch hasn't really changed all too much in the previous 6 months. However, when your position 5 is missing, when you don't have Whitemon, it's really difficult. Like the position 5 rotations earlier in the game, in the first 10 minutes, I feel like are as impactful, or maybe even more so than the ones from position 4.
Yeah, we can take a look at the hero pools also, see how these two teams compare against each other when it comes to which heroes they like. And yes, Tundra does like the Invoker, but they don't get to play it anymore. So I think the like in there as well. I think the main thing that stands out to me here is you see the amount of times they've played their heroes, and if you consider that Tundra actually has played more games, than Na'Vi, the highest amount of games played on a hero is 3. And one of them, they don't even get their hands off anymore, and I think the Tiny actually is part of the ban pool now as well, with Saxa doing really well on that.
Yeah.
That's a very big difference compared to Na'Vi, who have a hero, Misery, that they've played 6 times.
Yeah, I mean, Na'Vi definitely has some heroes that are more common. I do think that this Tiny hero for Tundra is... I don't think they've lost with this hero yet. I might be wrong, but it seems like a very important hero for them right now, for their success. I think this is an interesting hero for Na'Vi to look at. I also looked at these heroes, and I looked at Dazzle. Dazzle was first pick, first ban in every single high MMR pop game, and it still is. Not as much, but it's still very strong. I'm surprised that we haven't seen any Dazzle whatsoever. I at least haven't seen any game from it.
I talked to a few players, and from what I can gather is in scrims it wasn't doing that well coming into the tournament. So maybe it's one of those heroes that got dissected so hard that it's no longer working. Is it a silencer, or what exact answer it is? I'm not really sure, but people are figuring it out.
It's like this classic meta shift, right?
Yeah.
You always experience in a patch that even though there's no new patch that is dropping, just because the patch is already a bit old, people just, as Liz just said, dissect it, they get better playing against it. Because if you remember, when this hero got more popular, people were confused about this ultimate, they were getting annoyed by the Grave coming out and all these kind of things, and now like they understand how to play against it, draft against it, etc.
Yeah, no longer do you stun Dazzle after he already...
Yeah, exactly. Like you stun Dazzle so many times and you so great stuff that you now understand.
I think the hero is a little bit forgotten though. I don't think it's warranted that the hero is... I don't know if it's even been picked yet. Maybe some teams have tried it, but it's very few games. I think the hero is still very strong. Just the fact that you are strong in lane, you have the heal, you have the grave, you have to deal with it. You have to find this guy in the team fights, or you're not killing any heroes, right? You have to pick very specific heroes to counter it, like the Axe, like the Silencer, right, with the global. But there's not that many of those type of heroes. So I think this hero is still good, but we'll see. I think there are some wins out there if you manage to pick this guy up in the right spot.
I mean, maybe it's a game 3 type of hero, you know? Potentially we'll see people pull it out there, but the meta is ever evolving. And speaking of evolving, I also want to talk about Na'Vi, because this is, for a lot of their players, their first international, first road to TI, first time showing up on the biggest of stages, and sometimes that just makes players maybe not play as well. Misery, I feel like we've already seen Na'Vi do fairly well. Obviously, they're going to a game 3 against Tundra. How do we feel about their form, and especially if you compare it to how they got to this place to begin with, as they were on an upward trajectory?
I think it's very... I think sometimes they show really great moments where they look like they're a real tier 1 team that could make it really far, right? But and sometimes it falls apart a bit, like we just saw in the last team fight in this game. So I think it's a bit inconsistent still, perhaps. But I like their energy a lot, and I like I was in the elevator with them yesterday when they lost their first game.
Yeah.
And no problem. They were happy. They were smiling. They were joking around. So I think they have good attitudes towards these type of situations that they're in now. They're not taking it too harsh. So, and I think that's very important at the international, especially.
By the way, have you guys noticed the change in switch in the general attitude of the newer players? Like when Spirit was coming up, all the nicknames were kind of depressive kids and whatnot.
Yes.
Now we got the juice, PMA, you know, like things are switching up.
In a good trajectory.
Yeah, in a good trajectory.
It's a good influence, you know. I think everybody saw Team Spirit winning, and they were all very positive guys. A lot of the Royal Roaders there, of course, as well. With apart from Aposhka, everybody's first TI as well. So people are getting very hopeful. It's like, well, this is my first TI. I could win this one. And I think maybe Nico in particular, Na'Vi is the youngest team here, with Nico being the youngest player here. This is, you know, a team that definitely would have so much hope. And maybe also, and I don't know if this is a thing that is real, but in the back of your mind, this is first TI, but definitely not the last. You know that this is just the beginning of the road.
The pressure is kind of, you can look at it both ways. Maybe the pressure is on you, but at the same time, maybe just because of that pressure is not truly there.
I was about to say that as well. I think it's hard to read what's going on in their minds because at the same time, like, he's just maybe enjoying himself. If you say you see them always smiling, I also look at the cameras. I saw Zayek on his last pick smiling and being so confident, was saying, guys, I just picked Shadow Shem and they don't have anything against it. That was his facial expression was telling me, I was looking at his face. It's hard to tell honestly what's going on in their minds. Maybe they're also just playing and enjoying though. That's what Niku looks like to me on his Timbersaw, for example.
When you see Undying mid as well.
Exactly, like Undying, Snapfire, he's not sweating,
They were also on day one. They were that's yesterday.
Yes.
They were picking Undying mid.
Yeah.
They were picking Snapfire mid. I think they were like all over the place, picking new heroes, their own identity, things like that. And that means they're not afraid to play and to be here and to give it everything they have. I think that's also very important at TI. Especially.
Yeah, a very good sign for, I think, any new team that they are able to just enjoy and still play confident despite being the youngest team here. And again, that might just be a bonus that they have going into this and going into this game 3 as we are ready to jump into that third game between Na'Vi and Tundra with OD Pixel and Fogged.
And Na'Vi, draft has begun. Let's see what goes down. Of course, we had game 1 go the way of Na'Vi, game 2 go the way of Tundra. Both pretty exciting games, and as we were saying, some great chances for both of the carries to get to really flourish. Game 1, Anti-Mage got the juice. Game 2, Chrysalis on the Nature's Prophet. Game 3, what are we going to see?
Yep, let's see what type of pivots. Do they do the same bands? They do. So that worked for them. Honestly, the Earthshaker plus AM, making sure that they have this good carry to carry matchup.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Let's see. I also really liked the fact that Tundra, at least for me, it looked like it was just like, okay, guys, we're going to fix things up a little bit more in the early game so that we're never playing from behind at all. We're actually playing from ahead in most situations. The lanes looked really good. It really did.
All up, coming in again.
Okay. So switching it up. They felt like that Disruptor didn't maybe do as much as they had particularly wanted it to do. It actually kind of forced them to go aggressive in a position where perhaps they shouldn't have in the bottom lane. So maybe going for more of a defensive route than aggressive route, I guess you could say.
Sand King once again, and ultimately was able to come in with some big plays at the end of that one there, BZM. And, of course, did very well in that lane. Even against, what Na'Vi threw against in the mid, this Timbersaw, which is, I think Na'Vi may have expected to go a little bit easier.
Yeah, no, definitely. Nature's Prophet. All right, yep. You guys won. We won with Anti-Mage. You're going to ban that. You guys won with Nature's Prophet. We'll ban that one.
All right. They've got to both do something a little bit different this time round. I guess the first question is going to be whether or not Na'Vi want to go with the Doom again. Like, is Doom going to be ignored entirely in this series? In this game 3 draft, or are we going to see it banned? Like, what do you expect for the Doom?
I'm honestly not too sure anymore, Owen, because I don't know. I'm not really liking Doom right now. I know it's insanely strong, and I'm completely wrong probably, but it's fine. For some of these games, I'm just looking, and I'm like, what is the Doom? Is just.
I was going to say, are we able to get the win rate up for the Doom? How is the Doom actually been looking on the numbers?
I can look for you in a second if we don't bring it up. Give me a second. I closed my tab.
We've been seeing obviously get through quite a few drafts.
Yeah, it is 41%.
Okay,
after 17 games.
Yeah, that's pretty.
Right?
That's pretty underwhelming.
That's pretty underwhelming, I would say. But it is getting picked a lot, and it is getting sacked a lot in some of these games too. So, but I don't know. It just feels weird. Definitely just feels a little strange. But either way, let's see. Shadow Demon gets taken out. So yeah, literally just gonna have to switch things up.
Yeah, that's fair. Tundra now with the ban. Do they want to continue to target further carries?
And do they want to maybe target the Magnus now that they don't have a save from the Shadow Demon? Because honestly, a couple of these games I've seen, the SD kind of bails out people out of these bad scenarios, and if they don't have that one, maybe they're going to feel like they don't want to play against the Magnus.
I mean, what are the other sort of meta saves that are still available?
Depends on teams, right? Because I think for Na'Vi, the Venge gets thrown in the midst, but I would say for the more meta teams, it's just SD, Pugna, and Shadow Demon, right? Those are the 3 big ones. I can maybe list off a couple more. No, I mean, it's Naga Siren is another.
What do you mean 3? You just said SD and Shadow Demon. That don't count.
Didn't I say another one?
You said SD Pugna Shadow Demon.
SD Pugna. Oh.
But
I was thinking of a different hero then. I was thinking Undying. There we
Undying,
go.
yeah.
There we go. Sorry. My bad.
Which is still in. And you know, both teams like to play it.
Sorry about that.
In a variety of positions. What do we got?
No, nothing. Abaddon also taken out. Okay, I mean,
well, that's a save.
A lot of things. Yeah, but that's usually the carry.
That's true.
What others? I mean, Dazzle is another save, but that one's kind of been untouched, it feels like, this tournament, except for by maybe 1 or 2 people.
Yeah, we've had it in a couple of games, right?
Yeah.
Not a lot.
No.
There's the pug. So that's one of the saves.
One of them, yep. Warlock gets, if he's in range of the ward too, he kills himself on this thing, dude. Your spells cost a ton of mana.
Is the temptation now not there to get a primal a little earlier in your draft if you're Na'Vi? Just pop it mid against the BZM Sand King.
I wouldn't mind it. I mentioned that one to you the other day. I hate playing Pugna versus Primal Beast.
Sure.
Because you can't save with the life drain nearly as effectively. The damage is all mixed and all that kind of stuff too. So yeah, maybe Na'Vi does really like the hero. They'll go for their Centaur. So go.
I like that. I was kind of hoping to see that one come through in game 2. Obviously didn't in the end, even though they had the option. It was played really nicely in game 1.
It has 100% win rate.
Yeah.
Right.
So I feel pretty good for Na'Vi going back for that here in this game 3.
It does both things, right? It's a disengager, but also a gap closer toward those backline pesky save supports, right? You can do multiple different things with this hero.
And it's also that hero that can rush the pipe, right?
Yes, yeah, true. Very, very true. That's actually probably one of the bigger ones, right? Versus the Sand King and the Pugna. Good call.
Let's have a look. Third pick now for Na'Vi. Probably likely to just try and get up that second support hit. Ooh.
What?
They have banned it out the last few times right now, Na'Vi, and it has been left in this time. The Silencer is still available. They're going to go for the Mirana themselves, but they banned it out both games against Tundra.
Wait, what? That's an interesting one, because I was talking with Insania as well, with Aiden. He also feels similar. I always feel like this hero is quite underwhelming.
I think the thing we've got to take into account here, I think this must be something that Na'Vi's pretty good with, because game 1, we did see Tundra, I believe their final ban was the Mirana.
Okay.
So I think that one ban we've had in the tournament so far was from game 1 where Tundra banned it out. Yeah, there we go, first game. They banned it out last against them, and that was even when they had an Abaddon in their team. So if they're still banning out this Mirana even when they had an Abaddon, it just goes to show that Tundra, they respect Na'Vi's Mirana. And yeah, Na'Vi getting through, we're going to see what they get to do with it. Void is going to be the carry coming out for Tundra. Very nice, of course. You know, you can't stampede out of that.
No, I mean, it's still just, yeah, very interesting to me that, you know, you see Pugna, and I think for a lot of teams, when I see the Pugna, I've been thinking about the Snapfire a lot of times, because you can kill the ward very easily. You can outrange the ward as well, too, when you throw your kisses. But maybe this is another type of tool where you have this very long range in the lane. You're able to poke and harass. You can set up kill combos around the map. Moonlight Shadow is a tool that's always going to be pretty strong. I'm not sure. This is cool, because I'm actually just looking at things, too. And Na'Vi hasn't played Mirana in not the last 20 games. Not Nate. I don't know, Owen.
I mean, it must be something new that they've been cooking in scrims.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, Tundra banned it.
Yeah,
so it has to be something. They're going to go with the Disruptor themselves this time, Tundra. So they'll get that for their second support here.
Okay, a lot of team fight. They've got Void, Disruptor, Sand King. They've got the Pugna also thrown into the mix.
And Glimpse, of course, what fantastic against really both the Centaur and the Mirana. Whether it's Stampedes or Leaps, you're not always going to be able to run away from this man.
No, not at all. Kinetic Field's going to be very nice for that.
Yep.
And for the lane, too, Mirana... Actually, wait a minute. Now they have Disruptor and Pugna. So Pugna will be the 4, Disruptor will be that 5 position. Disruptor can trade. The new Thunderstorm, like, Mirana doesn't trade too effectively with that slow attack speed and all that. He can actually just hit you and trade pretty effectively, too. Is that a balloon?
Yeah, he was playing around with it.
He's playing around with it. Okay, cool, hype.
Just sort of strengthening the lungs.
True, true. Whenever I do that, it hurts my ears.
What?
You never had that when you, like, blow up balloons too much?
That's because you're sticking it in your ears.
Oh, come on.
What do you mean?
You know what.
Morphling is coming in.
More.
I hear we had a couple of pretty exciting morph games earlier on the other stream.
Also, yesterday, I think it was, that Na'Vi stomped with 2 games with Morphling versus Heroic that I recall.
Of course, one of those cores that can definitely prepare for like the chrono right and get themselves into a state where the Void isn't going to be able to get easy kills against the Morph early into the game.
Also, the Morph versus Sanking is a pretty interesting kind of thing because he turns into the Sanking, goes inside the Sandstorm.
Yeah.
And he can be really devastating on top of having another stun, too.
And I guess it's they're setting up for sort of a similar dynamic in game one where you have this carry plus Warlock in the safe lane.
Good luck punishing.
Yeah, should give kind of a pretty free start to Got the Juice.
And definitely some limited disables. Got to say it, right? There's a Sanking stun. Yes, there's a Chronosphere for the later stages, but overall Disruptor Static Storm can be a bit difficult sometimes for you to trap a Morphling before he gets that shift off.
You know what would be the big IQ move here from Tundra?
What's that?
That they probably won't do.
Okay.
You put BZM on the Pugna.
Oh, no, they won't.
And you last pick an AA.
I don't think so.
Okay. But if they do,
I'll give you
AA Void, AA Sanking, it's amazing.
I mean,
the lineup.
Honestly,
you know what I mean?
Maybe you're cooking something. Maybe an AA. Actually,
like AA,
it does look.
It looks so good.
Sure,
but they won't do. Because it kind of makes things awkward else.
Yes.
So if they're not doing that, what are they doing? What are they going to get in as their last core, Tundra?
Well, he banned Puck and Ember, so same thing about these lack of disables. They don't want this super elusive one in the mid lane. But what does that mean? BZM might want here.
Well, I think at the moment BZM's still going to play the Sanking, right? You're getting 33 last.
Absolutely right.
Yeah. So 33, what does he want? Beastmaster be banned out. I really like 33 on his Darkseer.
I was going to say Axe. Actually, I think Darkseer's the best one.
I
but
like him on his Darkseer.
I think he would have gone either the Axe or the Doom. I think these are the two that he probably would have gone for first. But yeah, I think Darkseer, it fits. It can add for the Wombo combo.
Exactly right.
Gives
The
him
Wombo
auras.
combo is amazing.
I like that suggestion, Owen.
Let's have a look.
Yeah, that does feel like it fits. That feels like it fits the best with what he has at the moment on his team, too.
Navi.
Morphling's going to get a free lane, but then in the later stage of the game, of course, that illusion's going to be really strong if he does go down for it.
All right, nothing crazy from the mid. Safe and simple. DK hit.
It's strong, very strong. And now they have a way to play around the arrow, too. So I think that's the other thing that they wanted, is having that extra stun for follow-up.
Does make that AA a little... AA in there. That'd be nasty.
Would be pretty hype.
But yeah, risky. So more than likely looking for 33 to grab his hero to close this one off.
What else could it be?
I like his Darkseer.
Yeah.
I like his Darkseer. It's a pretty nice game for it. Definitely.
What else could it be? Then he's. Let's see what else he's. I mean,
What else
I feel like I've seen him play
there?
Doom and Darkseer every single game, or in a Abaddon,
Yeah.
right? I feel like that's just what I've seen from him so far here.
I mean, Abaddon wouldn't be terrible. A lot of stuns coming out for the enemy team. So
Wasn't it banned? Yeah, it was banned.
Oh, it was. They banned it themselves.
A lot of them are taken out.
Just testing the viewers. Keep them on their toes.
Darkseer's the one that's standing out the most.
Yeah.
I'm continuing to look through the hero list and see if there's another. Lycan's gone. I mean, it looks like they've decided. Ooh. Oh, okay. So
how good is it? A good brood game?
Yeah. Who's gonna deal with it? Who's gonna go to the lane eventually when he hits 6? Who's gonna deal with it? And also the health restoration.
Oh, that is true as well. Yes.
Oh, so
but
the Warlock. Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Oh, and the Warlock heal.
Yeah. And
the Morphling shift.
It's really.
Are they cooking? I think they're cooking on something here. The restoration is insane. You know, in the lane, when you eat a tango, you get like nothing.
Yeah.
It's pretty devastating.
I mean, what? Yeah. What? I guess you still have to play the lane, right? You can't really dodge.
Ah, this is interesting. It's a space maker too. So for like Crystallis in particular, it's a hero that occupies a lot of the map, brings a lot of attention, and can give a hero like Void space. The synergy in terms of the 3 cores isn't the greatest, I would say.
But the potential to kind of win the lanes is that.
That's what
again, kind of
thinking about.
Oh, exciting to see. I said 33, going for something that we are yet to see this tournament from any of the teams.
I'm wondering what build he goes to. I've seen Manta builds, Orchids builds. I've seen
some Conda builds.
Koikfa likes the Conda
Yeah,
build.
he
I know
does.
that. He talks about that one quite a bit, but that's not off lane usually.
No.
So, that's interesting. I'm wondering. It's definitely going to be necrotic webs, right? He's going to be looking to pressure and slow down the morph. But I'm curious what build he's going to go. Truly, if it is going to be just that Orchid, or if it's going to be auras, or what it's going to be, or it's going to be Dominator.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe. Is it? Maybe it's another hero that 33 can bring out a Dominator on.
I just thought about it. I was like, wait a minute, this could actually be kind of dirty.
That's probably what I was thinking. But overall, what do you sort of make of this? Are you looking at this Brood and what do you think Na'Vi are thinking about the Brood? Are they like, oh, or they're like, we can deal with that?
I think they might be like, Because, honestly, the Morphling matchup versus the Brood is also an interesting one. You don't want to skill Insatiable Hunger.
That is true.
Remember, I have to throw back.
Yeah, that's...
You got to wait.
It
takes a moment.
You don't want to put a skill point on.
Exactly. So, eventually the matchup can be where if you accidentally put skill points in your Insatiable, I believe the Shard is still the same, right? It is, too. So you have to be careful because you can just give this crazy potential for Morph. He probably just ends up not skilling it and just plays the pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. You can't skill it right.
All right, let's see.
You will regret skilling it.
Let's truly see what ends up going down here. Besides that, I don't think we see anything too far out of the ordinary.
All right.
Okay.
Game 3. Ladies and gentlemen, here, Na'Vi versus Tundra. Both teams at the moment here on the road to the TI are 1 and 2 in their series performance so far.
Road to the TI? I heard you.
Road to the what?
You said road to the TI.
Yeah, that's true. It's like saying ATM machine and stuff.
Machine.
Yeah.
Yep.
Or pin number. Oh. That's a classic.
Looking for the first blood.
Yep.
The Mirana specialty as well, too, from back in the days. Can't quite find it there. And let's see what Zayats is going to do also, right? Because we don't get to see that much of the Mirana. Actually, a decent amount here, but curious to see what he's going to do because he has his own approach to a lot of these heroes since he is a hero specialist. Stun from BZM.
And with 3 bounty runes.
3 bounties.
Tundra to start things up.
There's a slight chance mistakes.
And yeah, what about this? So the DK in the mid as well. Something that I thought we've not been seeing too often.
No.
Nice chill mid to just put mid against that Sand King matchup.
Yeah, I guess, but also, let's see if he can even pressure, right? Because the Sand King can just trade back with him with the Sandblast when he's got that applied debuff too, so we'll have to see how that one ends up going. I feel like Niku's going to be, I think he's going to be better in this one than with the Timber for some reason. I feel like he'll be able to just have a bit of a better start, at least. And yeah, let's see how much the Necrotic Webs, how much they come into play. I'm going to be continuing to look down here because you're gonna see when he tries to shift, you know, when he tries to eat tangos, get Warlock healed up, it's a lot more pathetic than intensity.
And it scales up pretty, like, the numbers.
The first one is terrible.
Yeah, but it's like 10, 30, 50, 70.
Yes.
So that's a big number. Not many other spells kind of go 7x their effectiveness at the, compared to level 1 to level 4.
Yeah, definitely not. And also, do have to point out though is it's a change, but it's been now here for some time. Is you have to stay inside the network.
Yeah, so you have to be on the same connection as as that of those that you want to affect with the Necrotic Web debuff.
Because what the Broods were doing before that, where they were just placing webs in every lane, and nobody had restoration. It was very silly.
Yeah,
so
that was.
This is a
serious game.
Change. Yes.
None of that silliness. Absolutely.
No. And with Pugna also, I always say it, I said it last game and the other game too, Pugna, one of the best harassers too inside laning phase aspect. So with that health restoration that gets reduced, he's just hitting them. He's literally just right-clicking them.
Yeah, we'll see the build.
I'm watching
Helmet
bottom.
Well, yeah, what are we getting?
I mean, I'm watching bottom because they're trading a ton. So there could be a moment where the kill just happens.
Yeah. Na'Vi definitely living on the edge here, these two in the lane.
He's got Incapacitating Bite too. This is also incredibly strong level 1 ability. 30% miss chance, level 1. So you're able to trade pretty much with anybody in the game in that laning phase.
I mean, I've got to imagine as well, when you do sort of do this against this Morphling, you've probably taken the smile away off Got the Juice's face pretty quickly, right? Because he was planning his lovely little lane where he's playing a Morphling with the Warlock, nice and safe, all the heals, and then suddenly, no, it's not going to happen. There's a Brood ruining your day.
He's going to shift all the way down, get out of the web, get that tango going.
Pop that one, maybe.
Yep. There you go. Back up to full he is. But 13 and 6 on 33.
Yeah, he's going to get free farm down.
He's getting so much out of this. So already the pick is working in terms of laning phase. Mid lane, we can glance really quick at the CS. Niku, he's doing better. He's definitely doing a bit better than he was doing on that Timber Saw in terms of versus the Sand King here. And Riddies, Sox is going aggro.
He's going to have him.
Fairy Fire.
One more right click. Yeah. Is it enough? Not quite. He'll live.
So close, but look at that pathetic tango, barely healing Riddies up.
And still just, got the juice, just can't get the easy farm.
I mean, it's level 2 webs are online. Now it's 30% reduction. You're truly seeing the devastation.
This is some big brain stuff coming in with the Brood this game.
Whoever called, I mean, it must have been 33 who said it, right?
Completely shaken up what Na'Vi were hoping to do.
It's like, oh, they're playing a full sustained safe lane with Warlock Morph. This is literally the most disgusting thing that you could probably do versus them in terms of shutting down their early potential of that lane. 21-8. So, and besides that too, Owen, it's like, it's the heal negation, but then also we have to say it.
Yep.
Which hero is going to go down there when he's got spiders online? Who wants to deal with it? There's not really too many. Mirana, Warlock, nope. We'll have to see. Yep.
Of course, as we're seeing at the moment, though, for all the sort of pressure that's been put on down bottom, similar stuff is happening top. Now, when it comes to the safe lane farm,
very true. Good call.
Crystallis is only getting kind of as much as that have got the juice on the other side. So. Overall, keeping things close here. Balanced on the side lanes, each side. How much the off lane is getting relative to the carries.
I will say, though, that Juice is likely to get pushed out of the lane at some point, where I don't really see Crystallis getting pushed out of the lane up here, right? Especially once he's got the Dominator finished up, which will be pretty quick. Feels like he'll be able to stand his ground up here while the Morph might just get pushed away. Good connection there with that waveform, actually, on top of the Fatal Bond. They got a good chunk of damage onto 33. Things are getting a bit better for him. Kind of.
Now, the mid lane continues to be very chill.
Yep.
For both BZM and Niku. BZM, of course, trying to min-max by getting some of those neutrals as well.
Okay, so he's doing the the old school Malrine that I used to like to call it, where he's just full out maximizing. He'll be able to get a good early neutral item out of it as well too. Arrow.
Trying to chase down Sobi here. Quick dodge of the arrow. Yeah, may get in range for the Hoostomp. Not quite, a little early on that one.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Warrior, Sox is able to get. Just looking at the Morph just sitting at like 100 HP the whole laning phase. More so than usual too, right? Like you do always see Morph sitting low, but not like this because of that regen.
Yeah, it looks like it will be indeed the
Dominator Brood.
Another off-lane hero that 33 is ready to slip a helm of the Dom into.
Nope.
Okay, no, he's changing it. He's holding
Hell
back.
yeah. Okay, Soul Ring into what looks like a Vanguard.
I mean, obviously, once you have the Soul Ring and the Vanguard, you pretty much just got infinite sustain to stay out on the map. You're not going to get bullied out of the lane. You can hit the jungle.
I feel like Dominator just does a similar thing too. He might still just go the Dominator on a second.
Okay.
We'll see.
Yeah, a lot of options. He's got all the money to play with.
Level 3 webs are online, Owen. 50% reduction.
Niku has the haste. We'll be able to zip across to get an easy pick off here by the looks of it. Burrow Strike comes in. It's not before Zayas is able to get first blood by taking out Toby.
He could also be in trouble. 3 seconds on Sandstorm. He's got stick.
Sandstorm's there just in time.
Soxa also potentially now.
And they want it. These two are they looking. Can they get Niku in time?
BZM, oh, disjoints.
Into the Sandstorm, but Niku ends up killing up the both of them.
What a play. Niku, that was sick. Stands his ground, knows his strength. And yeah, it's looking like the DK versus that Sanking. He can stand his ground pretty decently. Hard for you to really hit and apply that debuff.
There's a
nice for
slight
Niku.
chance mistakes were made.
He's going to be looking for that Blink Dagger rush this game, Niku.
Don't blame him. Be that space maker. And got the juice, even though, yes, as we said a million times, health restoration, blah, blah, blah. He is farming, so 32-1, 46 and 16. 33, though, it's close to being that 6. And then, yeah, we'll see what approach they want to go for. How do they push him out?
That's not going to be easy.
No. And Crystallis, the Dominator, is it pretty much done? It is, and yeah, he's gonna just stay up there, right, on his own. So could see a lot of movement start coming out here, and it looks like Tundra, they'll maximize. So Sanking will just go to the jungle. Toby will show himself in the mid lane. They might make a move on this Disruptor here. Dragon form in 1 second.
A Dragon Form, Dragon Tail, and an arrow follow-up should do it.
Yep.
There we go. Want the old 1-2. I mean, BZM's going to try and come in and help out, but not able to stop them from getting an easy kill and getting some pressure now onto the tier 1 tower with this Dragon Form.
These moves are very telegraphed when you do this, right? You show your 5 position in the mid lane, you know that it's him alone, so we'll be able to go for that kill easily.
That's the TP away back to the tier 2 there on the bottom lane. Starting to see, as you said, with the spiders now up for 33. He's going to be able to bully them that much harder.
He's making moves, actually. He's looking to help his team join.
We'll be able to leap forward and get the kill against Saxa.
Here come the webs, here come the spiders. The nightmare of Mirana.
Easy kill.
Oh, neutral creep got it.
Okay, indeed, easy deny. Still though, with BZM and the amplified damage rune, they should be able to get at least riddies. The Stampede will come in time to help Niku a little bit.
Can't get in range for the glimpse. They really want it.
BZM might be able to get the Burrow Strike. It's up in a second. Not quite catching him. They still want to chase on. 33 doing what he can to close in upon him. The Elder Dragon Form comes to an end. Niku, is he going to get any further backup to help out?
Another stun in 2 seconds, but he's making it to the tier 2. They chased forever.
That was a long chase. So they'll make sure not to chase too far, that they get punished. They'll hold back knowing that they can't get away with that kill anymore.
How long of a chase was that, actually? Let's look. That was a 35-second chase, at least, because the Epicenter has 80-second cooldown. So, yeah, they spent a lot of time actually looking for him there. PMA, you get full free farm as he was up top, and Niku survives, rejoins instantly, but he gets glimpsed to base. Toby, well played, actually. Sat in the mid lane, waiting for the DK to TP back out and sent it back.
That always feels bad, getting a glimpse back to base.
He gets the stretch. Look at him. He's like, all right, well, that happened, but
that's true.
I did double kill you guys.
Glimpse on cooldown, boys. I tanked it.
Glimpse on cooldown. Yeah, nice. All right. Got the juice. I mean, he's absolutely being slowed down, though, as you say. The Morph definitely pushed out of his lane. Tower's going to fall as well. Void, though, is actually getting bullied out, so is getting pushed away from his lane, but he's got the Dominator.
It's going to be interesting to see how the two carries recover in this one.
Yeah, this is going to be cool.
Chrysalis got the juice. Because, you know, Chrysalis, that's the one thing, right? In this game, as the Void, with the nature of the cores that Na'Vi have, it's not going to be an easy game for him to early on turn up and Chronos someone, right? These are hard heroes to kill. The Centaur, the DK, you're not killing them anytime soon in a Chronosphere. So they're going to have to, both carries really go very heavily focused just on the farming and not really able to turn up to early engagements.
No, absolutely. I mean, could see Chrysalis just throw out the Chronos for a single core kill, or support kills. If
Maybe, yeah, exactly.
Right?
Maybe for a support, but the cores probably not happening.
Nah, very likely not.
Anytime soon.
Okay, so yeah, 33, he has shown the build. So he is going to go down the Crimson, it looks like, so wants to play around early aggression, protecting his teammates. And pretty effective this game. I would say the damage from the side of Na'Vi is a bit limited early on. Takes some time for it to build up, so that Crimson can block a lot, especially because the Crimson is going to be really effective, right? Also versus Niku, since he is the physical dragon, right? So it's going to block a lot of his damage. How's that Blink doing?
Yeah, both teams, both mids are pretty similar. Actually, no, Niku's a little bit ahead, especially if they get this tower. Should be able to get that Blink Dagger before that of BZM. And as we've seen, they have that classic combo. The Blink Dragon Tail into the arrow.
Oh, yeah.
Zayats.
I can't believe I'm going to say this, but I'm glad to see DK. You know, usually I absolutely hate seeing it.
We've definitely had patches where it's been like, oh, here we go again.
Yeah.
Another Dragon Knight. Nobody's happy, not even the person playing him.
No, but this is a bit more of a breath of fresh air. It's another answer that he's looking for versus this Sand King laning phase. And it is a hero that can scale well, applies pressure to towers. It does a lot. So.
And top, PMA, of course, very much chilling. Has the Vanguard, maxed out the passive, and well on the way to the pipe. Knows that it's going to take a lot to kill him, even if that's actually able to kill him at this point.
Other things too is that what this Dominator does, it gives you extra protection in terms of even versus Mirana. You have ways to block the arrow and protect us. Right? Like these little things that won't even die.
And that obviously, it feels bad for Mirana. The arrow's not even going to kill it. So it's not at least, back in the day, I'd be like, well, at least I farmed a large neutral creep. It's not even going to do that now.
Yep.
Helm of the Dom, pretty strong.
Yep. Pretty stupid, you mean?
Pretty, the Helm of the Dom.
Yeah, Helm of the Dom. Saksa. Oh! A golem.
Well, he's got the life train.
He's burning.
He's dead. They get him. Blink Dagger. Now one line for Niku.
It's early. And look at him. He's carrying a dust, Owen. A good core player.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Tower. Clip's coming out. The rotation's coming from behind BZM. Blink is at the ready. Toby has got Static Storm.
They want to do this. Yeah, they do. Here we go. BZM. It's the opening. Static Storm to follow. It's a lot of damage.
And they get the courier.
And indeed far too much for Niku to survive through. An easy kill here for Tundra. They catch them by surprise with the job. Now they can put the pressure onto the tier 1 themselves. 33 is ready to push on forward.
And they kill this very fast here with this Brood, plus the Pugnablast. It is gone. Niku playing a little over-aggressive there. Just by himself, hitting the tower. Not expecting that Blink was coming out, I guess, but it's 12 minutes in. Probably should have expected. Gets caught off guard there. Double ults being used on him, and now they're actually taking away a little bit of these Ancients, too. They may even swing toward this whole area, right, and take the top tower soon and maybe look for a shrine contest here. So Na'Vi perhaps having to be prepared to look to contest up here themselves. As another courier dies.
Ooh, and that was... Did he have enough money for the ring as well?
He was about to.
He was about to, so yeah, that is going to be the completed pipe postponed. Another jump. Ooh, Zayt's able to get up with the lead, but the glimpse is there. Zayt's will fall. They will manage to get BZM in return, so Na'Vi, they'll take that trade.
Take that any day. Did lose that pipe recipe though, so 1 minute and 30 seconds until they'll have that online. Does buy that Ring of Tarask. Who got the Ripper's Lash? It was the Brood, right? Yeah, he did. Okay, I heard it. Takes a little bit of spider damage. Cobalt Cup, love to see it. Definitely one of the more fun neutrals I think that you can get at the tier 1s as well. Quite powerful. Okay, Crimson online for 33.
What does he go next? Does he just continue to add to the auras? Or is, I guess Pipe's not really going to do that much this game. Do you think he'll still buy it?
I don't know.
It's not a crazy Pipe game, right?
It looks like he's going to anyway.
Okay.
I mean,
it's never terrible.
He maybe just wants to act, he's just matching the Centaur in a way, right? Like, he's probably just going to do similar items as him. He might still deviate from this one, because it's...
Yeah, I think you've got options, right?
It's pretty limited in terms of how much magic they actually have, so we'll see what he does look to go for here. Good jump throw.
He's in. We get the jump onto the Disruptor, but the defensive Decrepify is there for Sax, and Toby's going to be fine.
Centaur stomped. They placed a sentry. They actually placed 2 sentries down. The ward had just expired as the jump went off there, so. 12 seconds, PMA. Pipe is going to be online. They may look to force the issue a bit here with this pipe, because looking at the damage from Tundra early, that pipe is going to mitigate a lot of it, right? Again, pretty limited in terms of that physical damage until later on. It's going to be mostly just coming from the Brood and his spiders early. So this pipe might allow them to look for another fight here on the side of Na'Vi. It's coming out. It's coming on the courier. The ward is there. Oh, imagine they killed it again. Oh my god. That would have been crazy. Not going to be the case, though.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Tundra getting some good pressure indeed onto this bottom tier 2, forcing Na'Vi to show themselves. Strike Epi's coming in, they'll get the jump. Have they got enough to take down this Centaur? He's tanky, PMA. Is he tanky enough?
He is
He's able to get that Stampede off, they couldn't kill him. And now he's ready to turn, goes over towards Saxon with a Who Stomp.
What a timing. He literally just got the pipe delivered off the courier and immediately TP'd down there, and it saves him. The stick, the Lotus, the pipe. So tanky. It threw everything onto him. The arrow, it hits BZM, but he's too far away.
I needed just that little bit more to try and take out the Centaur under his tier 2 tower.
Yeah, very, very well played there from PMA. Truly understanding the limits of his hero. And now with these items, now he can be the one that occupies the lane versus that Broodmother.
Closing in on that Blink Dagger. They do need as many options as they can to try and find that jump onto 33's Brood.
Niku, keep vision of him. Trying to get the glimpse. They will.
Get him. Glimpse is there. Quick Dragon Tail over on towards BZM, but he's already got the Sandstorm out into the Burrow Strike. The catch is there. Excellently done there from Saxon. Toby setting up for BZM to clean up another.
Great damage coming in. Pugna damage overall there, doing the majority. 1,500 coming out from him.
And he's that BKB ASAP, of course. He's trying to work his way towards it, Niku, but still going to be a bit of time before he has that online.
I think probably likely to wait for the next aggressive play, either until the blink from the Centaur's out or if he has that BKB, because yeah, he could just die if he looks to make an aggressive move like that. Got the juice, set up top. Static Storm is at the ready. Is Toby going to find a potential angle here?
It's going to be fun. Has the support backup as well. Got the juice.
Getting closer and closer toward that Manta that will protect him versus a vast majority of the spells, since you can play around that Manta even versus the Disruptor, pushing yourself out of the kinetic potentially. He also was, I did want to point this out also, Got the Juice was hanging onto a branch. And I want to say that that is because of the Disruptor. I've seen many a times these players push themselves out of kinetics because of these branches.
PMA.
He's got
full Crimson done, so getting those two auras online just a little bit sooner than that of 33. I mean, 33 is very close behind, just needs about half the gold for that Ring of Trask.
Hey, look at that. He may even keeps the chipped vest on top of everything too, so...
Yeah, he's pretty much not dying.
No,
at this point, you'd have to throw so much down onto the Centaur to kill him that it's just not going to be worth it for Tundra.
I honestly don't even know if you'll kill him with absolutely everything, depending on the situation. Like, depending on where he is, he may survive everything thrown at him. Like, if he's at the tier 2 tower again in particular. Crystallis, we haven't talked about him for a while. Let's take a look at how the boy's doing. He's getting closer and closer toward that Mjolnir. His timings are pretty good. He is actually continuing to stay slightly ahead of that Morphling.
And both gold and XP about a full level ahead of... we've got the Juice right now. Bottom lane, they're going to try and make the jump on him. So if they can burst through 33, they can. Crimson won't save him.
There's definitely got to be something that has to be factored in also now by Tundra. I think this was like the second Moonlight Shadow. Can't remember, but either way, an ability that can really punish on these lanes if they do see information. So people are going to be split up like that, which Tundra tends to be. Can absolutely get picked off from these blinks.
Getting well, both that kill in the tower is going to push Niku very close to having the BKB, so he'll pretty much have that ready for the next play.
BZM is he's just pump faking the Epi up top. They're hoping for someone to come for that tower, but not going to be the case. And there's the Manta.
That's a very close one, this one.
It is. It's a very close one, and it's two very hard late game scaling carries.
It is. It's pretty high. You know, as we said, we had game 1. Got the Juice popping off. Game 2, Crystallis popping off. This game, both have, I'd say, equal amount of potential to pop off. So we're going to find out who's the strongest carry here today between the two. As the floor is definitely being set by both of their teams for them to carry them through this game 3.
Na'Vi, timing has been hit. BKB done for Niku. Looking for a play. They've got that. Actually, they don't have the blink yet on the Centaur. He's just short of it, but he is showing himself in the lane. His team is coming to connect. Saxa shows himself with that blast.
Okay, he's going to stampede in 5 seconds, so Saxa will have to be careful.
Is he going to blast another wave here? I think Saxa might.
Oh, 33 though, look, they're close to the spider.
Up on the high ground.
They know he's likely around. Can they find him up in the cliff? The arrow, they know. They know that he's hiding up there. Zayat starts off the play with the arrow. Crystallis will come in the chrono.
Oh, no.
To try and protect him, but the blink out's there. Crystallis only really clipping onto both PMA and the Golem. And now with the Burrow Strike and the Epi coming in from BZM, maybe he can clean the fight up. Jumps in with the Epi. In onto the two of them. It's enough to bring down Zayat. He's looking for Niku. But Niku's doing so much damage. BZM surviving.
He's alive.
Somehow the Solar Crest comes out as well, keeping him safe. He'll live. They get the glimpse back onto PMA. Riddy's he'll up for the TP out. He's not going to make it. BZM gets the Burrow Strike off.
Here comes Juice, looking to go for some cleanup.
I mean, can he find it? It's 2 against 4 here. So they're going to try and move it on Saxa, but the defensive decrepifies there. Won't save him. The double edge comes in from PMA. PMA's out with the blink. Got the Juice considering if he can do anything more in this situation, but it's so risky when they are outnumbered as they are. So got the Juice and PMA have to continue to retreat. As I say, they're go back in with the Moonlight Shadow.
There's no sentry here.
I mean, do they actually catch someone by surprise?
They might here. I mean, 33 is showing himself in the lane.
These two might be able to burst him. Here's the jump. In with the waveform. Do they have enough damage to burst through the Brood? They don't.
No.
Not at the moment.
And now TP perhaps coming in. Here comes Toby. Here comes Crystallis.
They might get a glimpse. The glimpse back on a PMA. Crystallis ready to help bring in the damage. PMA
also tanky.
It's going to turn this. He's going to get the Hoof Stomp into the arrow, but again, Na'Vi don't really have the damage to punish. So Crystallis is fine. He's ready to continue to time walk aggressively forward, looking to chase down PMA. The bashes come in. That's PMA gone. Got the Juice and Zayats. They have to continue to run. The decrepit fight. In on towards, got the Juice trying to burst him down low. Life Drain comes in as well. He's got the Manta, but he's stuck in the kinetic field.
Another
one. The Morphling gone. Double kill, triple kill for Crystallis. And give him another. No, never mind. 33 will take that one. BZM nearly finding Niku actually trying to get through the Twin Gate. Niku will get away. But that whole series of events there going rapidly downhill for Na'Vi.
And it's Tormentor as well, too, that they can go for it. Oh, an 100-second fight. The Chronosphere catches only his teammate, but Tundra, after those extra like 60 seconds at the end of it there, get huge kills to pull them ahead.
And just having the Crimson Pipe on 33,
it makes a difference.
They couldn't kill him.
Yeah.
Even though they found him in quite a nice spot, right? Zayt's getting that arrow up onto the high ground, knowing that he'd be hiding up there. It didn't matter. They couldn't kill him, and it just put all the time in the world for BZM to find the angle to get in and get as much damage out as he did as the Sand King.
He truly tanked such an absurd amount of spells, and BZM, he lived on a sliver of HP, right? I think he was down to like 100. They end up finishing off Niku, and then they end up saving BZM because of it. And the game was at a pretty much dead even
state. It was very close.
8K.
Look at that. Woo! Quite the drop-off after that one.
Hey, how many heroes? Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, okay. 7. Plus a tower. Ridiculous fight. Crystallis comes in, showing his power as this Faceless Void. And liking the itemization, right? It's standard, kind of cookie cutter, but the Mjolnir, now he's got BKB. The next item is a pretty big one when you're playing versus that Morphling, and even versus DK in particular, if you can get there. You're unbelievably tanky, and you will whittle them down. And, you know, small other things to point out on in these long fights, I wanted to wait to mention this, but necrotic webs, right? In a super long fight up there, when you're getting like no health restoration for like 45, 50 seconds, these things add up.
Yeah, I mean, it's 70%.
70%
reduction. That's a lot.
Yep.
That's a lot. Very hard to sort of take the long fights through that.
Even if you're standing there, hitting on with lads, any extra healing, just reduces everything.
Yeah, it definitely seems to be one of those games where that last pick through from 33 was very much perfect.
Super clever pick, honestly. And now he's got Greaves, so he's going all auras.
Yep.
Absolutely everything.
I mean, the timings of it are super good, right? 24 minutes in, having all of this to offer up for his teammates.
Heroes.
You got to watch out for this hero again. You know, this is what the first game they brought it out. They'll definitely do it again. BZM just threatened with the epi. He's going to find Riddies here up on the high ground. Riddies will drop the golem, but Riddies is gone. Toby, see if they want to try and go for more. We'll go for the glimpse.
He's got Pipe. Nice play. Pipe to block the damage and then blinks out.
There it is. Aegis on Crystallis, Greaves on 33. Everything continues to fall into place here for Tundra.
It's looking
Na'Vi, it's going to be quite the struggle to bring this game back in their favor.
Yeah. Niku, he's queuing up the Nullifier so that he can get through the Decrepify, so he can get through these barriers that they've built up, because they also, I believe, had... I thought they had something else. But no, they have just the Crimson. Oh, yeah, they did. They have Solar Crest. Sorry.
Solar Crest, yeah.
Solar Crest, the Crimson Barrier. They have so many different things. So, yeah, definitely needing this. And even then, are they going to be able to go through all this and kill some of these targets who are getting really tanky, right? The Faceless Void, this is not a squishy carry by any means. Got to juice a lot more at threat inside of these fights. In Tier 2, so this time it will fall now.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
I do imagine with the necrotic webs at least doesn't go through BKB, right?
I want to say no.
Does Got the Juice at least have that when he pops his BKB?
I want to say it does not.
Surely not.
Very likely, but it's actually a good question.
Okay, mate.
Okay, mate.
Crystallis is here, and with the Mjolnir, he can slowly but surely do the damage to bring the Centaur down.
He's dead. He's very likely dead here.
Did you chrono this? You don't need to, right?
No, you don't need to.
And you got the glimpse back. And yeah, Na'Vi have just got to try and take this moment to get farm on their other heroes out on the map, because there's no saving the Centaur.
At least you've got information, right? You're like, there's five bottom. And 33, of course, you look, he is not skilling Insatiable Hunger. He is very smart. He knows.
You don't play with that when you're against the Morph.
And he's got the ACQ.
The pick was perfect. The build's been perfect. It's been, this is the 33 show through and through from what he's been able to do with that last pick.
And what, he has 96% kill involvement, right? He's 3-1-10 and 14 kills.
As a Brood.
The peak as a Brood, so you could not ask for more as a last pick. And from 33 with his itemization. As the Rax, it's likely just gone.
You just got to let it go. You don't want to try and defend against this Void with the Chrono and an Aegis. 26 minutes in, they're getting this full set.
Very impressive stuff.
Na'Vi, what do you do?
I'm not too sure now at this point.
Very, very hard one for them now.
Yeah, I think losing that fight in the way that they did top, very hard to recover now at this point. Crystallis is going to have the full Scotty finished up after the full BKB of finishing up in that top fight too, so your windows of trying to kill him is all gone. Yeah, and even the 20 talent too, right? He hasn't even hit that like peak timing that the Voids do like a lot of the times. They're gonna get their own split push going though, we do see. Got the juice. We'll try for that.
He needs so much to be able to carry this though. Needs that butterfly, Scotty.
I don't know how many items he actually does need to be able to carry this one. Especially because he's playing versus that Void who's one of the more traditional counters in a way versus these elusive cores. And his itemization, right? The Scotty. That Scotty on the Void is going to be absolutely devastating for the Morphling too. Does he go to negative?
Negative health restoration. That's
what I was like. I'm literally. Does he go negative? Does it become positive?
What does that even mean? That means that they're then healing him. What? Anyway, in the mid, they do get the setup on a 33, but do they have the damage? They're trying to throw everything down at the spider. The life drain heals coming from Saxa. They cannot kill the spider. Now with the BKB coming to an end, forgot the juice and Niku. They've got to bail out of this one. The glimpse is there, back in the static still. Crystallis is ready to join. They've got the burst strikes, not got the juice. PMA jumps in, has the Hoostop to hold them back and get the space. Forgot the juice to get out of there.
I mean, it's another 5-second arrow that hits onto one of the targets, but they just can't follow up with anything.
He's got the BKB here, PMA. That's the Charmer, he's got Blink Dagger up in a second. Off.
There's a glimpse in 3, 2, 1. Not in range.
I mean, they survive, but that's pretty much the best they can do right now, Na'Vi.
Yep.
That's Tundra.
They'll survive, actually.
Ready to come down the mid lane. They've still got this Chrono, of course, and still 30 seconds left on the Aegis. They weren't able to defend the bottom set of racks, Na'Vi, and now, especially with these BKBs used, defending us the mid set, it doesn't look possible.
And BKBs used every ult used too, right? Stampede, Rock, DK form, everything was expended there to try to get some type of fight win, but not the case. Crystallis still has Aegis 15 seconds, and he's just fine. Extra heals coming in. Arrow will connect, but they can't follow up on it.
They just have to watch. Once these racks get taken away from them. Creepers coming back in, they get the jump in, they're going to try and burst 33 again, but BZM's in with the burst strike on a PMA.
Too much sustain. He still has Greaves, he still has Crimson, he still has Socks at his back.
They're just taking this base from right underneath their noses. As this mid set of racks falling low, they'll get the setup. Arrow as well. Can they burst through this? BZM's hidden with the jump on the two of them. The BKB is back up.
There's
the Chrono is there, catches the four of them.
No one's taking
full of it. They're not taking that.
No one's taking that.
It looked flashy. It was a nice four-man Chrono.
It looked pretty.
But the thing is, Tundra, they don't even need to get the kills now. PMA, Na'Vi, they do. They are able to get the jump forward, but do they have the damage to get these kills? They maybe look
BZM's in.
He's the squishier one. They'll get it, but now the Morphling's caught on the front lines. Got the juice. He'll die for his efforts. He's gone for 70. PMA and Niku desperately trying to push on for something more, but Crystallis is able to turn over towards the support. First hit bash onto Zayats. The Mirana's gone double kill for Crystallis. PMA and Niku, now they just have to run. They've used everything they had in the tank to try and kill something. They only get the Disruptor. They're not getting anything else. Niku's able to TP out, fortunately for him. A PMA back.
Oh,
there it is. Na'Vi, what do you do in this sort of situation? It really feels like they've run out of options. Tundra coming in with a fantastic closer for the draft. And that this play is just, it's completely broken anything that Na'Vi would have hoped to do this game.
100%. I mean, honestly, at 33, whoever set the Brood, whoever decided for this type of build as well, too, they're the MVP, very likely. Just unbelievable stuff he's got going on here.
And it's now, of course, something that you've got to have in the back of your minds if you're drafting against Tundra here on the road to TI.
Yep.
The Brood, it's absolutely potentially coming out against you. And it's going to be, it could be just as devastating as this, because this is quite something.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you're going to pick the two heroes that are restoring a health restoration in lane, right?
Yep.
This is the dream. And it's also, you do have to factor in that it was a good spider game. Just the spawn spiderlings. There's only the Centaur who really wants to go to that lane and deal with them too, as 33 still has 95% kill.
BZM's in with the jump. Gets the setup on the Dr. Juice. He's able to get the man style in the waveform off. And do manage to kill Toby again. Niku commits in. He's going to be back up in a few seconds. Niku having to use the BKB to try and get out of this. Crystallis, he's in on top of Riddies. Riddies is dead. Does have buyback available on the Warlock. And Golem is up. They'll have to use it because this final set of racks is being taken away from them by Tundra. Na'Vi, they couldn't do anything bottom. They couldn't do anything big. Can they do anything to hold on to this final set? They'll hold back for now, but they're not going to be going too far away.
No, they're just waiting till the full squad's here. They have the AC finished up now, too. That's coming on the courier.
Chrono's back online. Epicenter's up.
Niku looking from the side.
Jump. They get the opening who's done. Niku's going to try and jump over all stacks. They get the follow-up arrow in on towards the partner. Can they actually finish him off? They can't. The barrier's coming to play. Daxa lives. The Chrono's out onto the three of them. That's got the juice, and Niku dead without buyback. Tundra ready to close this one up as Riddies will fall. GG is called. Tundra will take the series today against Na'Vi 2-1.
What a really cool kind of strategical win. Honestly, this Brood pick, it broke the game.
It was perfect.
It broke everything.
It was absolutely perfect.
Yeah.
You couldn't have asked for anything else to come through with that last pick and that play from 33.
And then you have to say, too, Chrysalis, he was the rock again. The carry this time around did exactly what he needed to do, showed up when he needed to, ends up beyond godlike, doesn't die. Yeah, I mean, look at 33. He's like,
yeah, he knows how good a pick that was. And as I say, something you got to watch out for now. And obviously, questions whether we're going to see other teams bring it out as well, because as we saw, I believe, on the stats at the start, this was the first time we've seen it in the game so far on the road to the international.
Yeah, that's honestly, it was super cool. I don't really know what to say, because that's just it summed it up with the way that he itemized, the way that he pressured the map. I think at the end he still ends up with only one kill that he missed in terms of kill involvement.
And we'll see this.
This is where it was.
They needed to kill him.
And the funny thing is too is here it goes. Ready? Blink. Chrono hits nothing because they dodge it, but the fight just is an absolute disaster, really.
Yeah, Toby helps out a bit, gets the glimpse on PMA. So look, Chrono caught PMA at the end. You know, it didn't miss completely. You know, Chrysalis will tell you. But yeah, at this point, the fight very much over. Na'Vi just didn't have the damage to outdo the sustain that Tundra had, and of course the anti-sustain that Tundra was hitting them with, throwing these webs all over the place.
Like maybe if they had the morph at the start of this fight and he could contribute a little bit, maybe he could have gotten some cleanup kills, but he shows up later on, he gets some cleanup kills, but then ends up giving his life and ends up giving so much more, because they actually get, I think, what, 3-4 more sequence kills out of this chase out when Got the Juice does show up. So yeah, Tundra, just great preparation.
Yeah, they played to their timings perfectly, and maybe looking back on it, you know, Na'Vi at the start of this game, maybe they would have been sweating a little bit, at least if they knew what was gonna be coming, in the sense that that Na'Vi safe lane, it just was completely countered.
It was.
They couldn't get anything going down there. Definitely a rough one for Na'Vi to have to play through. But Tundra.
Yeah, and I'm just like looking at in these fights, right? Like, yes, there's a lot of chaotic things going on, spells connecting, but I'm looking just at heroes like health pools. They're never going up. Usually when you're seeing like in some of these, like the Vlad's lifesteal or any of these little things pump them up and heal them a little bit, no one's gaining HP. They're just losing HP so rapidly on the side of Na'Vi, and on Tundra, they're healing, sustaining, just doing more of everything. So yeah, cool stuff.
Tough game 3 for Na'Vi, and Tundra ending this one as well with some pretty impressive KDAs. Yeah, Chrysalis having a very chill beginning to that game, but able to come in with some flashy moves, some nice chronos to end things off there.
Look at this.
Not dying at all.
Okay, so hero healing, right? We have that as well, too. Like, that's it. I don't even know what I can do to break any of this down with the hero healing in particular, but absolutely was reduced a significant amount.
I was going to say, we can't really get that sort of number, but you've got to imagine the 70% health restoration being taken away by these webs was insanely impactful.
Yeah. And yeah, just overall, Tundra, just got to give it to them as well, too, besides just this draft. Very good gameplay, right? They did give up a couple kills to Niku in the mid lane, but then afterwards, they fixed everything. Niku getting a little aggressive, ends up like hitting the tower, gets picked off for it a few times, too, and yeah, they get the ball rolling. Cool. Very, very cool. I'm glad we're seeing quite a bit of variety. Now that we're seeing even a Broodmother picked up, seeing a Mirana. Like I said, I'm not really the biggest fan of the Mirana, but yeah, cool that we're at least getting to see some more heroes.
Yeah, did feel that even though, of course, they didn't get the win, you know, Zayas was still showing the potential for the arrow. We did have a lot of the combos. If there wasn't kind of this spider that was completely out of control, maybe that would have been able to do something. But yeah, there we have it, 33.
95%.
And insane. Yeah, I mean, that's the crazy thing, right? I don't think you could ask for anything more from that last pick and from your Broodmother player in a game like that. Pretty much perfect performance there from 33.
Yep.
95%, and yeah, we're going to be seeing that again. So teams better be ready to ban that hero, at least have it in the back of their mind when going against Tundra. And maybe indeed when they're going against other teams, because we know as well there's definitely other Broodmother players out there.
And there's definitely other teams that do play these like kind of sustain lanes and stuff too. So maybe it could, or sustain games. So maybe it could trickle into those as well. We'll see.
Very good stuff from Tundra. They get the victory here, 2-1 for them today against Na'Vi. Don't go anywhere. I believe we're going to have a short break, or at least we're going to be going to the panel soon. So you don't want to miss the panel. They're lovely. We'll go to those shortly.
You were right here, Owen. Thank you very much, Owen and Fogged. As Tundra with closing out their series, they have also closed out the day of Dota 2. And we're here to also close down the day here before the Road to TI for day number 2 as it has come to a close. Lizard, we have been treated to some fantastic Dota. This was our short day.
Yeah, it was supposed to be the short day. Got delayed a little bit. I mean, we're getting some seriously super entertaining series, like grand final worthy. Like we had the XG Falcons. If it's not the series itself that has quality Dota, the teams are making it entertaining, if nothing else. And this last series that we just witnessed, Navi Tundra, I feel like Navi for me were the dark horse, but they're also a team that has so many fans through the world. Like everyone wants to see them back, everyone wants to see them succeed. And when you have like this when you have Zaya just surrounded by a bunch of 16-year-olds and stuff, it's kind of cool to see that they are able to almost take the series off of Tundra.
Yeah, slight spoiler in the green room, there were Navi chants, there were Got the Juice chants, because that's fun to do, and Nico chants, and it was definitely entertaining. It was an entertaining series as a whole, of course, with Navi not doing it quite, but definitely making some moments entertaining. Misery, I also feel like if we're looking at a Swiss format, it means that the round we just had, the round of games, and we're still, I believe, in the middle of round 4 as well, the longer you go in Swiss, the more close the matchups are becoming, right? That's the way it works.
Yeah, and also the more is on the line, right?
Yes.
These games are getting really intense now. There's so much on the line every single match. Tundra is going to face a team that's 2-2 now, I guess, as well. And
correct.
Yeah, so that's some tough teams, right, that managed to get 2 wins. So yeah, I agree. It is like that. But to finish breaking down this game, as good as the Broodmother pick was, I think that Navi fumbled it a little bit there with that those 7-8 kills in a row on top lane. I think they had a chance in this game to weather out the Broodmother timing and skill well into the game. So that's a little bit of a shame, I think. I would have loved to see what happened if they got a bit more items and got to 30-40 minutes. But anyways.
Maybe some emotions.
Yeah.
Maybe, right?
Yeah.
Tried saving one hero after another, and then Disruptor just keeps on glimpsing.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunate, but that's also not only the Brood, that's the experience, right?
Oh yeah, I think for certain, if this was Falcons playing, they would not fight into this Brood mod. They would understand that Brood is not scaling his Q, his most important damage spell. We just need to scale into late game. It's going to be much easier to fight if we have a couple of damage items on Dragon Knight and on Morphling, right? So I think, I think they made that slight mistakes. But again, it's a tough call at that point.
It is a tough call. We could take a closer look also at the 1-2 results as Navi and Tundra are in that bracket. There was another game going on at the very, very same time, closing around that same time. Stormer, of course, I'm talking about Enigma Galaxy and Yakutu Brothers. Another one that went long and the distance, and another one that was pretty close.
Yeah, I do feel a bit bad for Enigma Galaxy in particular because, I mean, I think there's a lot of fans out there rooting for them. It's the TI since a long time, the first time on this org, other than the players. And I think both the series against Liquid earlier and now against Yakutu Brothers were insanely close. I've heard that the series, I didn't get to watch myself, but this last game they played against Yakutu Brothers in particular, they were actually quite ahead with like more than 20k network lead or something. So I'm not really sure what happened there, but I hope Enigma's going to get back on the foot again tomorrow.
Yeah, because if you can see it right there, we know it's going to be Enigma Galaxy, Navi, Wildcard, and Boom Esports. Those are the 4 teams that will be in that 1-4 bracket. Now, we don't know the seeding just yet. That'll be worked out. But they're all going to play with elimination on the line. So that is a lot of pressure. Well, definitely, regardless, actually, a lot of sad fans. Because all of those have a big fan base behind them, so that is going to be some heartbreak going to happen for sure. Let's take a look at the happy side because that's a little bit more exciting. We haven't seen that much because all of the 2-1 teams and the 3-0 teams, they haven't played yet, and I will say, feel a little bit like a kid in a candy store, but I got told I only have €1 to spend and I have to choose one thing that I want, but I want them all. Look at these matchups, Lizard.
I get only one?
You get only one!
If I get only one, I feel like the simplest, most honest answer is still Falcons versus Liquid.
Ooh, yeah.
I think that one is like just El Clasico. We're getting high quality Dota from both teams. Team Liquid looking kind of iffy at the moment. I don't know. They're not looking like they're in their best form.
But look at these series, okay? It's Satanic versus Toro.
Yeah.
It's Aurora versus BB Team. It's actually some insane matchups we got going. There's so much ego here. There's so much
pointing at the CIS.
There's so much on the line here. Pride, ego, like everything is on the line in these matchups. It's incredible games we got there.
You couldn't script this better.
No.
Like it is insane. This round of games, and I hope you guys have a lot of monitors at home because you're gonna want them. You're gonna need them. And there's also, of course, that series that is still also waiting at the 3-0 teams, where I do feel like we need to touch on it again. We got Extreme Gaming versus Tidebound. I can't even remember the last time we had a team from the Chinese region moving forward first from a group stage. I think it's been a very long time since that happened, and now we have a guaranteed one. Stormstorm, I know you already talked about Tidebound earlier today. Both of these teams have an incredible success story, a potential waiting to happen. Of course, one of these two teams will be that first team.
Yeah, I mean, today has been like a great showing just of both of them, right? Like, and also Tidebound prior to this won that tournament in China that lands. So I think it's just exciting, and we have some sort of, I'm not sure if you could call it Wings versus LGD. This is not really the organization because it's shuffled a little bit, but these are big names that we know on these rosters, right? So I'm definitely excited for the match tomorrow, and I think it's pretty safe to say with what they delivered, one of those teams will now go probably, well guaranteed go for the 4-0 score, and I think the other one has a pretty good shot at being one of those 4-1 slots as well.
Yeah, I think so too. There's also an elephant in the room I'd like to address because it has been a very long day. We only had 3 best-of-3 series today, and yet it is like around 10 p.m. here, even though we started at 10 a.m. It's been 12 hours for 3 best-of-3s. What's going on with that? It's not just that the series have gone to 3 games, even though they have. It's also that the games have gone so long, and I thought it was interesting to take a look at what the average game times were with a couple of the internationals in the past. As I believe so far, Lizard, we're setting a pretty high average with the first 2 days of the road to TI.
We definitely are. We had the same thoughts. Like this morning, the XG Falcon series is going the distance, like 70 minutes once again or something. And I checked the average games, and I think we were already like 3-4 minutes over the average of the last year. Of course, it can change. We're still very early on into the tournament, so who knows if teams step it up. But usually, in general, it's the first few days that are the fastest.
Yeah.
Because the teams that are meeting are kind of maybe not calibrated on the same level, and you get those fast stomps, 20-30 minute games. So this is a significant increase in the length of series and games in general.
Yeah, we apparently don't have the data right now, but I'm gonna just set it as 48.
Maybe, yeah, close enough.
Today definitely skewed it a little bit. I know I might add a couple minutes. You know,
maybe we can look into
I'm a storyteller.
I feel like as average 48 sounds.
That's very high. Very high. Insanely high, not gonna lie. But if you take all the Falcons games, if you take only Falcons games, then maybe because they went absolutely crazy. But these were like 43 rather or something.
Do you guys?
I think Falcons average is more than 50 maybe.
It must be more.
All their games are like
Did they maybe influence everyone else to kind of
the number is 42.
42.
I was a little late,
almost
a little thick. It's all good, but it is an incredibly long game. So can't wait to see what tomorrow holds, and I'm sure you can't either. And that's why we got a schedule for you. That's why we can see what's coming your way. Now, today was an exception. Today we had 3 best-of-3s on each stream. Tomorrow we are back to 4. So, yeah, this is, I mean, people are going to have to, we're going to go through all of them, all the streams that is. Right here on Stream A, you are going to be able to see which team will advance first. Is it going to be Extreme Gaming? Is it going to be Tidebound, 1 best-of-3 to decide that? And then we have got elimination on the line, Lizard. That is... That also means, I mean, it's pointing a little bit of that we have Wildcard versus Boom there, but that means one of these two, Enigma Galaxy, Navi, is going home.
Yeah, is what it is. It's kind of sad, right?
It's very sad.
It is very sad, but we're getting to those stages of the tournament where we will have to say goodbye to one of the teams. I feel like when I look at even these two, like Nigma and Navi, I feel sad just by the thought that one of them will be going home, because we touched upon it a little bit earlier. Great organizations, both of them bringing in so many fans that are watching the game, and also both teams kind of on the rise. Like Nigma, of course, has been around for a long time without the TI participation, and Navi as well, right? Like they have such a cool storyline behind them. I expected them to maybe go a little bit further, and that might happen.
Yeah, and then another one. We got an entire region getting eliminated with another one best of 3. I'm looking at the second series. We do have 3 series on this stream. As you can see, we got Wildcard versus Boom Esports Misery.
I'm kind of on the Boom train right now. I think they look pretty good today. Of course, Nemesis didn't play their best, but I think they looked fresh. They looked revitalized, you could say, and I think they might rise some momentum and might be hard to beat tomorrow.
Fair enough. And then we got Team Spirit versus P-Vision. We already mentioned that. It should be, I mean, first series, you got to have those 4 monitors, because we also got at the same time, we got Falcon versus Liquid there, Stormer.
Yeah, I mean, this should be a match that I think a lot of viewers are going to be looking forward to, some of the most exciting teams to watch. I guess right now you could argue that Falcons is more in shape than Liquid, but also Liquid is just this kind of team that like at the Swiss stage usually need some time to warm up. I don't know why it is like that for them, but I think it's not easy to say simply that Falcons going to 2-0 them with something by any chance. Right?
Yeah, and my math was not mathing, because we don't have 4 on each stream. We even got on 2 here on stream D. Another big stories though with Aurora and BB Team going head to head. There's a lot of overlapping players that used to be with each other in a squad as well, so that also is going to be exciting times. But I mean, so far we've been treated with every single series, so we do not have any bad series, it seems like. Tomorrow is going to be another treat, but that was it for today for the road to TI. Tomorrow will be another good day, potentially another long day, definitely an entertaining day, and we hope to make it extra entertaining with all of you guys tuning in wherever you are and on whatever platform you are watching. So we'll see you guys bright and early in about 12 hours, because 10 a.m. We're kicking it off with the games again.